a ballistic missile going off inside the Kremlin.
Yeah, I sorry, I'm being insulted roundly in the back channel here. But anyway, yes, thank you, Will. Thank you for that update. And as I said, I'm going to sleep well tonight. This is wonderful news. But I got to get out of the way, Adam, because otherwise I'm going to I'm gonna have problems. Anyway, it's been a pleasure, guys. Adam, you've got a few hands. Keep on going here. Ben, I'll talk to you later. And thanks for a great few hours, everyone. See you soon. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thanks, Robin. Yeah, sorry for waiting so long, Ben, but it's time for beneficial, guys.
Well, thanks. You haven't been around. I've been talking enough that Mr. James Healy kept joking that he couldn't get a word in edgewise while he was eating his soup. So I have a question for Will or anybody else. What about Bryansk? I've seen different kinds of preliminary reports, and is there any truth to Ukraine having crossed the border over there? Does anybody have any idea?
Ben, I'm busy trying to mess up her nest, and I keep getting distracted. Look,
dude, really?
I have seen the same reports that you've seen, but I wouldn't be ready to say what exactly. Look, we know there's been fires along the border there. Those are on record. The observation equipment and things that have been knocked out over there. We know there's border activity going on all over the place, but I wouldn't be prepared to say that there's like a crossing or exactly where that is yet at this point.
Yeah, I just heard very, very initial reports today at my glances on Twitter. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Ben? Nothing official, I think, is the word.
No, I mean it's just reports. I wouldn't say I'm curious. It's just, but yeah, thanks on that.
Oh, go ahead and say it. You're curious.
All right, I'm curious, but I'm curious about other things. I agree with you, Will. I've thought that the tempo of Ukrainian trickery, let's call it at the moment, is going to increase now, and it is a race because there have been many reports that Russia is acquiring ballistic missiles, like a big shipment from Iran, and so I think the race is on. And I watched Ben Hodges had a really good interview with Jason J. What's his last name? I forget his last name. Smart. And that was put up today. And Hodges pointed out that Crimea, he doesn't think a frontal assault on Crimea is in the cards, but he also says that he too was surprised by the Kursk crossing, and that you can't leave anything, you can't predict necessarily what the next move will be of the Ukrainians. But he has pointed out what we've pointed out here, people here on Mriya Report have pointed out, that Crimea is becoming isolated, and that once the Kerch bridge blows, and you can go through the inventory of losses over there. And he just thinks it's a matter of time. And it's just one of the options that are there. And I'm sure the Russians are thinking about it too. They've been so degraded in so many places that Ukraine has options. And the unfortunate thing is that some of the media has picked up on this, this battle in the middle, which is significant, because it's a battle, but and not focusing on the other stuff that's been going on. And just to say one last thing on that, because it had to do with what Joe Lindsley said, who, is a journalist and reports on WGN in Chicago every day from somewhere in Ukraine. He, and his take on the news or the journalism that's coming out of Ukraine to the Western media is that, many of them, and he talked about that today, about why the news is a bit slanted slanted at this point to the Russian narrative. And he said partly because a lot of the journalists, which is what Webb said, but it was good to hear from him, have come, they come into the country, they don't really know the whole story. They're looking for something that's counter to, something that will make them sound like they're intelligent, and they pick up on something that's kind of like they pick up on an outlier very often, or someone who, if 90% of everyone is saying this, then they may pick up on the one person or the one thing that will make them seem like they're not following the crowd, and that they're coming up with something that is kind of cool or something like that as an angle. And he thinks that that's some of what's going on now with reporting, and they're just picking up on the Russian business. So, the Russian story about what's going on in the middle. So it's all kind of like, this could be a turning point in the war, not just the Kursk, what's happening in Kursk, but with everything else that's happening. We'll see. So I'll just I'll be quiet, because now we have Prince Heather here, and her mouth is in operable order at this point, I think.
Operable. It was operable on Monday when they operated on it. We do have a hand though. How are you, Ben?
Fine. I think it's Trident's hand.
I know it is Trident's hand, but I felt weird to say it, not saying hi.
She just did what's that called? It's like the Houston handshake.
Yeah, I
She
don't
went
know.
to go shake your hand, and then she uppercut you with the other one.
Yeah, something like that. Trident, go ahead.
Hey, man, that's some power getting called on when someone else raises their hand. I'm aspirational to that one. Has anyone ever heard of the Hemingway? I don't even know if it's really his. There's some question as to whether it's his, but suddenly and then all at once, or gradually and then suddenly, rather. Has anyone ever heard that quote?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's from the book.
Slowly
Yeah.
at first and then all at once.
Yeah, there's different quotes and all that. Yeah, I think that really applies here. I remember talking about that months ago, that, Russia can keep this up for a while, but they're being wallowed away from the inside, from the outside, from sideways, upside down, every which way there is. And, paper tiger, whatever you want to say, but it's hollow on the inside. And then you start poking holes, and really, really their logistics, I think that's going to really apply here. And I think it's going to appear like it happened overnight, but Ukraine is obviously systematically, globally throughout Russia. But then you talked about Crimea, right? Take out this, take out that, poke a hole through the air defenses, and then Bob's your uncle. It looks like it happened overnight. But I think that's really what we're seeing, is it's a war of attrition that somehow Russia is losing, which is pretty darn impressive, frankly. Lack of intelligence and capability on Russia's part. I mean, they got to try really hard to pooch this up as much as they are. I'm obviously pro-Ukraine, but let's admit it. I mean, the things we're talking about here, you all can lie and be as pro-Ukraine as you want, but 2-3 years ago, if you'd have predicted these things, come on. And so I say that to be positive, not negative. So when something doesn't go exactly the plan or whatever, let's just remember that in the last couple of days, we've talked about Ukraine invading Russia. That is effing fantastic.
Woo!
And Russia, and we're what, a week and a half, 2 weeks in, and they're still taking territory. I mean, come on. That's not a little excursion. Anyway, pretty impressive. Will, and if I was Russian, that would scare the crap out of me. Will, you were talking about the bridges. I'm always a little nervous when I come on and I don't know what's been talked about all day. I don't want to be repetitive, but also sometimes stuff is 2 minutes old and it's been talked to death already, and sometimes it's days old and it hasn't. But if we can, I want to go back to that because I watched a couple good YouTube videos, read some papers, read some posts. I want your opinion on this or anyone's, but I saw a couple gentlemen coalesce around, how this could go, right? And one is they leave. They're not going to get all their heavy stuff out. Let me coalesce my thoughts here. So I think a lot of people think it's a binary situation, right? They get them or they don't. They close the loop or they don't. They encircle them or they don't. And they get whatever it is, 3,000, however many troops. But it's much more nuanced than that, right? Russia could try to push their way back in and make it difficult for Ukraine. Ukraine would still probably pull it off, but it could, cost them more. Russia could get and probably will, sorry to say, get a lot of their guys out, but they're not going to get out with their heavy stuff. So that's a huge win and not terrible to take off. Gosh, Will, what'd you say? How many square kilometers with, almost
About 400 square kilometers.
Yeah, and then what you could probably speak to is the tactical and strategical value of that land and what that gets them going forward. Not a bad deal, even if you do lose some of those guys and they swim back across, but they don't take their heavy stuff. So I think it's just more complex than do you close the loop or not. It's clear they've closed the loop, but the next couple of days will be interesting what shakes out. But I just want to remind everyone, even if I don't know, 2,500, 2,000 of those guys slink back across the river somehow, some way. One, they're losing a lot of kit, and two, not such a terrible win to, I hate to say easy with anything like this because one life is so valuable, but relatively easily to get that much land. And then we talked earlier about what it would take for Russia to ever try to get that back. It's a huge win, and it's more, my long-winded point is it's much more nuanced than do you circle them or not. Anyway, Will, your thoughts on that or anything you want to add, I'd appreciate. Or anyone.
Yeah, so I have. So if you look at that map, by isolating the area south of the river, south of the same river that goes east-west in that area through Glushkova and up towards Snagosk, by isolating the area by blowing the bridge at Glushkova, then Zvanova, and then Kauj, Karij, they have effectively isolated the area south of the river. But Russia immediately they recognized the importance of what happened there, so they immediately installed a bridge, a pontoon bridge at Glushkova, and that was attacked and blown up. So they put another one in at Zvanova, and that one now we find out was blown up and attacked. So it's possible they got some equipment back across that bridge, those pontoon bridges, before they were destroyed. But they were destroyed with, look at the video up in the nest that I put up there. I mean, brutal. Massive overkill on making sure they got all those engineers, because engineers are very valuable. Not just because I am one. They're very valuable because they have a lot of training that you can't get into people quickly, like pilots, for instance. So the warm, squishy thing is the most important thing, but they also took out a lot of the engineering equipment for like a battalion worth of pontoon bridging and engineers is a massive loss that you can watch on video. Essentially, you don't need to count the bodies. It's a big deal taking out that engineering battalion, so they can't bridge those rivers anymore. If we see video that shows them rebridging again sometime, I'll be prepared to correct that statement. But I'm at this point looking like they took out the whole battalion. So you have a river that essentially runs east-west at that point, almost all the way over to Snagosk, where it then hooks up northward. And that river goes all the way, winds up all the way to the north and goes up past Kursk as well. So it's a very long river that will feature multiple times in this theater as we see the battle play out. But here's the real important thing about that area south of the river. If you look at that map with the river and the fortifications shown, there's a large line of trenching fortifications all the way from east to west along that river to the south of it. So by blowing the bridges on the river, capturing or killing everybody who's south of that river and taking the equipment, that's item one. But the real strategic value of holding that river and the fortifications is that secures the entire left flank of this incursion. There is no way Russia, well, I hope they try it, but there is absolutely no way Russia will be able to cross that river from the Ukrainian border all the way over to Snogorsk, coming south to try to flank into Russia, so or into Ukraine's incursion to the east of there. So being able to protect your entire flank with a river in front of you, inside fortifications that were built by the Russians for you, thank you very much, south of that river, means, you know, none shall pass. Russia will not make a successful attempt to flank the area to the south. And this is important because now Ukraine can continue to push up to the northwest out of Snogorsk. They can continue to reduce the forces of Russia that are still remaining in Korenovo. They've moved into Korenovo, but remember, Russia holds the high ground around Korenovo, and they are able to shoot down into it and have fire control over much of that area. So anything that's left of Russia inside Korenovo is likely to go missing. And as they then push to the north and west, that area, after they reduce and capture Korenovo totally, once they've captured that area, the railroad that leads from Korenovo down through Glushkova, down through Tetkino, all the way to Kiev is a massive means of supply for Ukraine. They can take and hold an area. It's going to be impenetrable, and they will have massive amounts of supply that can come into their holding in that side of the area. So I think that's probably the most tactically brilliant move that's been made thus far in the war. That's saying something, but I think it is to capture and hold that area. And if Putin hasn't been told about that, wow, he's going to be massively pissed off when he does, because what this does is allow them to hold that supply line there. Plus, it can put Risk under serious threat. And if they can put Risk under serious threat, they can flank that entire. So Risk, Oktoberskaya, up through the nuclear plant to Lvov, all those, they can get around the defensive lines of Russia's building to the north along Risk to Lvov area. They can actually flank that entire line of defenses and go for, what you'd call the soft underbelly, if they had the forces to be able to do so. But they can definitely threaten they're going to do it, even if they don't. And now it looks like, with their left flank protected, they can continue to press to the north, where they've been capturing, tactically surrounding, reducing, and capturing more troops up in the north. And some of those troops that they can capture up there are the remaining decent quality or better quality troops in the area. The stuff. If Russia was stupid and they got part of the 155th or the 200 Rifle Brigade caught south of that river, they'll have significant amount of equipment with them. I hope that they've trapped the 155th Naval Infantry down south of there, who probably thought they were going to try to flank Russia and flank Ukraine in the Kursk incursion, because the 155th Naval Infantry are the pieces of shit who have been executing soldiers and decapitating them, all that sort of stuff. And the 155th doing that because it shows how incredibly bad their morale is. You do not resort to war crimes if you're winning. You just don't, folks. You don't resort to that level of barbarity unless you have a real nihilist point of view on the world, because when you get captured, you're clearly expecting the same thing to happen to you. So the 155th over in the west of the incursion area where it's reported is only supported by a group of aviation, so of VKS troops that were actually turned into infantrymen, much like during the World War II when they were running out of troops. And the units from Murmansk that have been moved down are chock full of conscripts, and these protuberances that Ukraine is forming to the north along the avenues of advance. When Russia moves troops into those pockets to try to counterattack, like the 810th did yesterday, down toward Malaya Lochka, they then get surrounded and captured or killed themselves. So, and that's stuff coming from Telegram, Russia. So we're still hearing not very much out of Ukraine. They're being very good at holding information. But when they do show us videos, information, and what's happened, it's very impressive stuff, especially that taking out of the bridges. So today I would expect to hear more news of captures up in the north, possibly consolidation and sweeping through that area south of the same river to consolidate their holding there, and then further push out to the right flank of that toward Belitsa, through Gurley, and the goal over there, I'm guessing, is probably Belaya, where the major train station is, going south into Ukraine toward Kharkiv, because there's a large line of defenses of Russia, primary and secondary line of defenses all along the border of Ukraine to the south, that if the incursion goes ahead and captures a large portion of the area that goes down south, all along the border of Sumy Oblast, if they capture the first few kilometers of train inside Ukraine, or inside Russia, they will also hold their primary and secondary fortifications, which then become the primary and secondary fortifications of Ukraine in defending this buffer zone between them and their actual border. So that's kind of what I'm expecting to see happen. This incursion spread out to the left and spread out to the south now from where they currently hold, whilst putting pressure on the north toward Lgov and toward Kursk, because most of the forces that are coming down from Russia to counter them have to come down from the northwest of Kursk. And possibly they may start trying to move some over from the east into Rakitnoye, which is the next major train station down along the road from Belaya, Rakitnoye, down through Borisovska, then into Kursk. So this entire area in Belgorod province to the west toward Sumy, that area is essentially becoming under threat. And if that area becomes under threat, I think it's highly likely that the Kharkiv advance by Russia will be a withdrawal to try to protect their own territory, rather than it won't become a question of moving people out of Pokrovsk. If this incursion goes far enough, the folks in Belgorod are going to start to worry and have to move, regardless of what happens in troop formations down in the Pokrovsk area. So that's what I'm watching in this area, and so far I don't see any bad news. So the folks that are trying to spin doom and gloom out there are essentially trying to rain on your parade here. I wouldn't get jubilant and excited and rah rah, we're winning too much. I'd be very careful, as Ukraine is doing, but don't be sold on people that tell you this is a mistake. Kursk is not a mistake. They are creating a large pool of conscripts, which will have a major psychological effect, not above and beyond the troops they can trade for them. Those conscripts are going to become a big deal, and you can expect to hear a lot of discussion about conscripts, the use of conscripts, and conscripts being captured inside Russia from all those families that sent their kids into conscription, assuming they were going to be safe from war. They're not going to be safe from war, and unless Russia decides to move serious amounts of troops in Ukraine, out of Ukraine and into Kursk, they're going to have no choice but to commit Rosguardia, which is home protecting Putin's palaces and stuff like that, and more of these conscripts. And talk in Russia is that they're actually going to use more conscripts against battle-hardened veterans in Kursk. And so I don't see any bad news here yet for Ukraine as a result of this Kursk incursion, and it is definitely not a mistake. The Siloviki are talking. The propagandists are talking and nervous. The families of these conscripts are talking and nervous. The folks that help people go to the woods have in Russia, the people that help Russians avoid conscription has had records of numbers of contacts in the last since this Kursk incursion started. So don't discount the damage this is doing inside Russia and the pressure it puts on. Every day that goes by that this Kursk incursion sits here, it is going to be like a throbbing, painful wound inside Russia that they will have. It is definitely being felt socially, politically, and will cause them economic problems as well, because the railroads are having severe problems in maintaining traffic, with Ukraine having interdicted some of their rail traffic, and the capability of seeing what they're doing in their rail system from capturing Suja, which is a major train station and has access to all the IT platform of the Russian railway system. So this is still good news today, and you know, I've been concerned since 2.5 years, since this war's been going on. But I am concerned, but quietly optimistic about what is developing at present. Although still would like to see a lot more support coming from Ukraine to Ukraine immediately, like from Poland. It would be really nice if Poland transferred a whole bunch more Bradleys to Ukraine, and then we saw those Bradleys coming out of the desert in America through refurbishment, and then go replenish what Poland has given Ukraine. Something like that. These sorts of moves that I want to see to pile on support for Ukraine is very important right now, to capitalize on success and not just fear and failure when that's happening. So if you're listening to me and you're in Australia, please feel free to get stuck into your representative today about why we're not providing more Bushmasters given their success right now. And if you're in America and you're talking to your representative or your senator, ask them why we aren't piling on with support for Ukraine for the money that's already been approved. That's what we need to start seeing happen. We need to start seeing armored fighting vehicles of all types coming out of the desert at the Red River storage facility, going through refurbishment, getting on boats, getting over to Ukraine. That's going to take a long time. So it needs to start right now. And I'm not yet seeing that. And so we need to redouble our efforts in America, in Britain, in Europe. If you're in Germany, you know what to do. Talk to your member of parliament there about why it is that they are now looking like they're trying to dither and send the wrong messages about support for Ukraine, when their support's been great all along. Germany's one of the biggest supporters of Ukraine, and the Martyrs and Leopards and all the air defense systems. Germany needs to carry on and remain resolute about its support for Ukraine, because we literally have Kremlin at the point of cracking here. Russia will crack. So, as you said, Trident, slowly, and then all at once. And we need to keep the pressure on the 5 different axes of social pressure, economic pressure, political pressure inside Russia, military pressure by giving Ukraine all the support it needs, and diplomatic pressure. Pressure on all those 5 axes, and Russia will collapse. Don't take my word for it. Do all your reading on it. But it is my assessment that Russia will collapse and not be able to carry on support for this war if we just keep the pressure on all 5 axes. Sorry, I went a bit long there, Trident.
Not at all. It's much appreciated insight, and I always enjoy listening to you speak. Just one thing, and then I'll step back down for Ben. But Will, I loved all your points, and towards the beginning, you mentioned attriting those very valuable engineers and, of course, the equipment that goes along with them. I want to remind everyone we're having a real good time right now being on the offensive, but that goes both ways. If Russia ever wanted to come back and do something, that equipment is very, very valuable to their options. And I have no idea how many they have, but I suspect each bridge and each certainly engineer is valuable. So attriting that really, really reduces their offensive capability as well and leaves Ukraine, just a bridge blow up away from shutting them down for coming back across and then having to meet the what is it, the M142s or M31s again. So important both ways. And again, I know it's a good time right now, but if they ever come back the other way, super important too. Everyone's valuable.
Yeah, you're
Defense
dead right.
trident. Absolutely. And that's what people don't think about with attrition and the people who say, oh, the Russians have an infinite amount of stuff and people, but those people aren't trained. So if you stick 5 drunk guys from Vlada who fucking cares where on a 80-year-old piece of artillery, chances are things aren't going to work right. Pardon my Russian. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, unfortunately, chances are about 1,000 of them will be dead by tomorrow. Which I have to say, in terms of human life, it's tragic, but this is war. I'll just repeat because I don't know any better. Something from the interview that Jason J. Smart had with General Rogers, General Hodges, General Ben Hodges, that went up today on what's going on now. One of the things that he's brought up that people don't talk as much about in the way that he knows about is the Russian logistics right now. And it was a good point that he brought up because I don't know anything about it, but I just thought I'd pass on what he said because he knows more. And what he said is that when it comes to logistics, one of the key to logistics is anticipating when you're going to need it, where you're going to need it, and how much you're going to need it. Because when you need it, if you're not ready for it, it's going to be a problem. And so his feeling is that the Russians did not expect this stuff to happen in Kursk. And so even if they wanted to get things over people and gear over there, they weren't prepared for it. And especially if they end up having an iffy time with the railroads, he said, look, you can get 14 men into a truck with all their gear. And so now you move, let's say 5,000 of them. How many trucks is that? Do they have them? And are in the right place? In addition to that, you need the fuel to move them. And then you need everything else. He said, what he was also saying in everything else he said with all the other possibilities is that if, it's going to become a really big logistical problem if Ukraine starts basically showing up in different places along the line and in other places for them to even get there to do something about. And someone in another space who knows about logistics said railroads get involved in this, Ukraine takes it, and talked about just a logistical collapse, that they just won't be able to support logistically no matter what happens, no matter how many people they have. I have no idea about any of this, but it's very interesting. It's something that we don't talk much about. I don't know if anybody's a logistics kind of person anywhere in this Twitter sphere that we're in, but it would be really interesting to hear sort of like we have, a real expert's opinion about what could be going on there because clearly the Ukrainians are playing this game pretty well. So Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Prince. Oh, Adam, I have a question for you, by the way. But I hope this doesn't get, if someone wants to talk about this other stuff. Robin brought up the ruchnik, because, which is a traditional cloth that is used during marriage for the man and for the husband and wife or the bride and groom to step on. But she said that cloth, the same cloth, the ruchnik, is it's a cloth that has embroidery on it. Is made when a child is born by the mother. The baby then is wrapped in it, and then the wedding happens with that same ruchnik, and the groom and the bride step on it, and the person dies. The person wrapped in it, and this is the same cloth, the same ruchnik, and this is a tradition in Ukraine. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm sure it's correct in certain parts of Ukraine. That sounds familiar. What a beautiful tradition. Yeah, so the Rushnetsia, I'm going to send you a song tonight about it. But yeah, the Rushnetsia, it kind of follows you all through life. But then the way I heard it too is that families have multiple ones, so you can have like your Easter, springtime themed embroidered Rushnetsia or Rushnik, and then you can have a Christmas one or whatever, and for different holidays and stuff too. But I that makes me jealous because I don't have one of those. But that sounds that sounds like a really cool tradition.
Okay, Prince, over to you.
Why is it over to me? Everybody picking on me. Jeez.
I'm not the host, and you're awfully quiet, so I want to give you the
Yeah,
job back.
So, Will, I know you're not co-hosting tonight, but I do hear that that in a oil depot, am I getting the right word? Where all the oil tanks are, I hear they keep exploding, and that we're going into day 5 of this thing on fire. Is that right?
Proletarsk. They failed. Look, they have shown an effort to try to get some water and a heavy foam layer down on some of the pool fire that has extended into the tanks that are farthest from the edge, because it looks like they're trying to get foam to quash a tank area that they believe they've got all the fuel out of, probably. But they haven't stopped the progression of this, and I believe we're up to 22 or 23 tanks having been lost now out of a facility of 65, I think 64. So I mean, it's a total schmozzle still. And as you said, one tank then was lost again last night, and so essentially you're fighting a bit of a battle, right? With two things. If this facility was totally full of fuel, and it looks like it basically was totally full of fuel as a reserve, then if you can't drain all the fuel out of the tanks that are adjacent to the fire as a first, because you have to use the liquid that's inside them, even though it's not water and it has a much poorer heat capacity for soaking up radiant heat, which is why water is so fantastic. Well, it's one of the things that makes water so fantastic. I'm a big water fan. They can't, so you can't empty them, or the vapor space above them, is going to heat up really high and be caught up in the fire, and you're going to get a gas explosion above a liquid hydrocarbon. But if you leave them in there too long, and you can't get the tank drained, the liquid in the tank will eventually, get very warm, get very ready to vaporize, but still be a liquid. And then if the structural integrity of the tank itself gets degraded so much that the mass of the liquid inside there, that hydrocarbon liquid, breaks through seals or plates or has a catastrophic loss. Like the other day, what you saw in that picture that we saw exploding before, I reckon was the catastrophic loss of an entire tank full of leaded or unleaded gasoline that all collapsed at once and caused that huge, massive boiling, rolling fire because as all that liquid fell and turned to vapor, it would cause that huge, very rapid burn up of all that material. And these tanks inside this facility are all look to be about 3 megaliter tanks, each of those tanks that's in a row there. And that would be a big tank at one of the other depots we've looked at. The other depots we looked at, that have burned, they typically have a bunch of smaller tanks and say a couple 2 megaliter tanks. But these look to be about 3 megaliter tanks. And losing one of those to a whole fire generates an incredible amount of heat, and it can easily damage the structural integrity and burst all the tanks around it. So you literally have a race on. You have a race with keeping the tanks that are seeing radiant heat from that fire from getting too hot with cooling water, de-inventorying the tank that is on fire. These both started as single tank fires, I think, or maybe one might have been at the pumping station. But you got to try to get all the fuel that could catch fire out of the tank that's actually on fire already, noting that you're going to take it out through a way that there's no loss of containment below the surface of the liquid. So you're trying to solve these two things at once, and I don't think they've got the competence to solve the problem, nor did they clearly have enough resources to keep those tanks cool until such time as they could get the single fire out. And that's an engineering failure, that's a competence failure, that's an execution failure. They got so many failures there, there's too many to count. How many more tanks in this facility will get lost? The whole row. We'll have to see what the wind pattern's looking like, but they might lose 5 or 6 more of these. It might go on for that long before they get a means, that they get organized to fight this fire in a way that they're supposed to fight it, which they just haven't from this point. But that's all I think on that matter, because I haven't really looked at it.
No, I'm glad you didn't go and talk about it for 5 minutes or anything like that, because
Well, thankfully, I've got to go to a meeting now, so I will see you all in several hours when I think I'm probably am going to be co-hosting, but I didn't know it.
Well, I don't know if you are or I am. One of the two of us probably.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I'll bargain with you.
You give me hope, man. Don't give me hope. The world is not full of hope. Sorry. Just kidding.
No, it isn't. See you later.
All right. We'll talk to you later. All right, Adam. So it's you and me. It's you and me for the night. You and me and my muted TV. Ooh, that could be a song. And we still do have Ben here for a moment. Now I'm trying to decide. I've got this TV thingy on, right? And I can't tell if these people are are waving Ukraine aid flags or what, but they're blue and yellow. I'll give them that. My understanding is there's some good stuff going on at DNC when it comes to Ukraine, and our fearless leader, Scott, met with Malcolm Nance yesterday, and then ran into him at a Rosm event in the evening. And now all of a sudden, Malcolm's coming on in the morning. Did you hear that, Adam? Malcolm's coming to join us in the morning.
Oh, that's awesome. And he's at DNC, I
He is. Well, our fearless leader, Scott, is in the area of the DNC. I said to him, I said, Scott, you need to meet with Malcolm. I wasn't quite that nice about it. But I'm just kidding. Scott and I get along so good, it's crazy. So anyway, he met with Malcolm yesterday and they ran into each other again. And then Scott calls me this afternoon. He says, hey, Heather, guess what? Malcolm's coming on tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. So noon Eastern time. Malcolm will be joining Mriya Report with Scott. Scott's going to hang out too a little bit. And, ooh, doggy. And they are going to be talking about the, it's going to be a foreign policy chat about the platform, the foreign policy platform of the Harris-Walz campaign. So, you know, that's going to be about Ukraine. And if you look at the card, it's up in the nest already. But if you look at the card, it's an awesome picture taken yesterday with Malcolm and Scott holding up Malcolm's big, huge International Legion flag in Chicago at the DNC. So, yeah, Malcolm's at the DNC trying to do what he does, making connections. Scott's around the DNC, doing what he's doing and trying to make some connections and hoping to connect him with a couple more people while he's there. Just getting the scheduling and things worked out is part of it because everybody's a little busy during the DNC, right?
I'm sure they are. What a question to ask a Canuck, though. Like, yeah,
Dude.
I don't watch all your politics on the TV while chewing all my nails off. I don't do that.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, this might be the last time I say something tonight, but I did notice that also Ben Hodges is going to be on tomorrow at 2:00 Eastern time.
Yes.
Like as I mentioned, the interview we did with Jason J. Smart today, that was put up today, was really worth it. It's half an hour. It's like, holy shit, half an hour. Can I really go through this? But it was worth it for me because one of the things that's really good that he said is that he had no idea the Kursk breach would happen, which is really good for him to say that because he's telling you the truth about what he knows and what he knew at the time and what he knows and what he says about what the current positions are and possibilities I mean, it's just really interesting. He knows the whole game. And this is a time that nobody really knows much that's going on, but he has a few ideas about what might be happening and what could happen. So that's 2:00. So I just wanted to add that because I rarely ever keep up with the schedule. And I often find out about the things when people talk about it in retrospect. And so I thought so I started looking now more and helping the people who are equally clueless to me before I started looking. So thank you, Prince, and thank you, Adam. And I think I'm going to drop at the moment and leave it to you folks and have a good night.
Thanks, Ben. Well, Prince, you scared everyone away. Will went to a fake meeting, and now Ben's gone too.
Jesus. Oh, sorry. Yes, evidently I did. I don't know what is up with that. But I guess that means we need to talk, Adam. And we will be talking. And what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Ukraine. You know what I want you to talk to me about? Can you talk to me about Lviv Volunteer Kitchen? Just because I want to hear about it. Tell me a story, Adam, about Lviv Volunteer Kitchen.
Oh. Finished up the work at the first kitchen, which was on Horvatska Street, so they called it the Horvatska site. and then I went to the second construction location that was ongoing, and it was on Hamichna Street, which is literally Chemical Street. And then they went, and so got there the first time, and I didn't know what it was, but it was sort of like the bottom floor of a two-story building, most of the bottom floor of a two-story building. And I get inside and I hear an unmistakable melody, being that of Radiohead's song "Creep," and so I'm just kind of following the sound of this song around, because it's not the actual song, like the canned music that we've all heard a bazillion times. It's obviously because of the variations and the tempo difference. It was obvious to me that it was not the recorded version. So I'm just following the song around, and I went around the whole thing, and I went back out the front door that I came, and then looked up to a window of the second floor, and it was below a music school for, I guess, teenagers. It was like, I think, maybe junior high. I don't know. It looked like 14, 15-year-olds. And so for the rest of my time volunteering, this is a very kitchen-y kind of story, but for the rest of my time volunteering, I was serenaded by various Ukrainian songs and various Western, rock songs that these kids were sometimes terribly learning to play, but it was always cute. And so I don't know how much that has to do with the kitchen,
What?
but it was just a story of my
No, but that
time
is actually so
there.
cool. What kind of instruments were they playing? I mean, were there any?
All kinds. Like sometimes it was like different classes at different times of the day. So sometimes I'd hear all choral kind of stuff for like an hour or two, and it would be like, and I don't know that music very well, like Broadway or show tunes, but you could always like tell when it was a Western one just because you recognize the melody, but it was always the lyrics in Ukrainian. And then sometimes it was like rock band stuff. And sometimes I heard some Trump, like brass practice one day, but then at night they rocked, like in the evening after school hours. It was like when the kids got to play their own bands and they'd book time for practice, I would imagine, and and it would just be like metal from like 4 o'clock until we finished working around 8 or 9 p.m.
That is kind of awesome. So no Bandura music or anything like that then. Okay, whatever. Did you?
No, yeah, it was more not very traditional. I don't think it was sort of like the school seemed like, just generally learning to play instruments and sing together and stuff. I don't know if it was very Ukraine traditional based, but I didn't hear, like I was working and it was through a floor, so I was always glad to hear the snippets that I heard.
Working and through a floor. Yeah, that had to be interesting. I'm looking to see if
I was usually drilling in the ceiling. It was their floor and my ceiling, and I was drilling up.
You were drilling into their ceiling. That's probably
In my ceiling there.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Telling you. Okay, so I'm looking for a piece of information that I'm not sure if it has been said on Twitter. And if it hasn't been said on Twitter, I shouldn't say anything. Oh, nope, it has. So, did you know that our dear friend Mockers is going to be getting some kitties this week? On
Yes,
Monday?
I saw that.
Yes. And so, do you see the name? Have you seen the names?
Yeah, they're very Ukrainian. I can't remember what they were, but I was very
Kalina?
delighted.
Kalina?
Kalena.
Kalenia. Sorry, my bad. Kalenia and Irina. Kalenia and Irina. Now, everybody should recognize the word Kalenia from a song, right? I'm winging it here, Adam. Should everybody recognize Kalenia from a song?
Oops. I was talking to a closed mic.
Oh, you're
sorry.
talented.
Yeah, from Oyuluzi, I believe. And yeah, the kalena is one of the definitely flower type symbols of Ukraine in a lot of songs, but yeah, that one especially.
Yeah, it's a song that the boombox singer sang at the beginning, like in that open square, and that ended up being integrated.
It's a red vibranium.
Yep.
Sorry, that's what we call it in English.
Yeah, but that's the song that that he sang there, and then they integrated that into well, it was done with Pink Floyd, right? It's way freaking cool.
Yeah, that was awesome. The good members of Pink Floyd, the
Exactly.
members of it was like the whole band was awesome except for the one Frankenstein looking Vatnik weirdo.
Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I would ask because I don't know. I just thought I would ask.
You didn't see? Go look at the replies. I gave a funny gif, a funny gif.
A funny gif. Is that like
I said it. I threw peanut butter.
Yeah,
at it.
you peanut buttered that thing, didn't you? It looks like there's some things that have been going on, though. I tell you this much. Could it be? I suppose it could be light enough. It's like it looks like Ukrainian UAVs have pissed off a local captive in Volgorod region at the Abrisky Airfield in Volgorod, and then at the Marinovka airport in that's in Volgorod too, so they may be the same place. It's 440 miles from the war's front line, and there's fire there.
Oh, I figured out how to say it.
Okay, how?
Ork no lubski. Ork no lube.
Ork no lubski. Ork no lubski pineapple. That works. So it looks like when Mockers gets up, there are going to be some booms involved.
That especially works.
Yeah. Or
you know why? Because what the Ukrainian word for pineapple is? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ananas.
Ork no lubski ananas. Okay. That is, oh boy. Ukrainian language lessons with creative pronunciation. All right, let's find something. Let's find something to talk about here.
Yeah, the it's not usually with the emphasis on the last syllable. I made that.
I know that. So there was an article in Pravda today that both gained my attention and I don't know, made me laugh because, well, Russia is being Russia. Is that surprising to anybody? Do you want to know how Russia's being Russia?
Yes, please.
Russians bombard their own villages in Kursk Oblast. 27 guided air bombs dropped in a day, according to the general staff. Russian soldiers are actively using aviation in Kursk. Since the start of the day, they have launched 17 airstrikes on their own settlements with 27 guided aircraft bombs. And this is according to the general staff at 1600 on the 21st of August. And it's already the 22nd. It's 6:07 a.m. in Ukraine, in Kyiv. So it'll be a couple more hours. We'll get another general staff report. But Russia is also using artillery to shell Ukrainian border settlements, specifically Porozhok and Pozhkina in the Sumy Oblast. According to the General Staff, the number of clashes along the front lines has reached 54 by this point. Currently, Pokrovsk front is the most intense area of the front line. Since the start of the day, 4 combat clashes have been recorded on the Kharkiv front near Lipsy and Volchansk, 2 of which are still ongoing. On the Kupiansk front, Russian troops assaulted Ukrainian positions 9 times, specifically near Petropavlivka, Sinkivka, Stelmakivka, Berestove, and Andriivka. I know Andriivka. Some of these I've gotten to know, but others I just don't. The situation is intense near Stelmakivka, where 4 Russian attacks are currently taking place. Here in the Lyman front, the Russians targeted Torsky, Novo Sharivka, Makivka, Rakivka, and in total 9 combat clashes have occurred on this front since the beginning of the day, with 2 still ongoing. The situation is under control. So this is just basically the General Staff update, and there's one actually more recent than this one. But I thought the interesting part of it was that the Russians are bombarding their own villages in Kursk. And I suppose that makes a bit of sense, since, they like to bomb everything they don't have. So it doesn't matter to them if it's in Russia or if it's in Ukraine. They want to take it back. So what are they going to do to it, Adam? What are they doing?
Well, when you don't value human life at all, it doesn't stop at borders.
Well, that kind of thing has been really freaking obvious lately, right? What was it? Also today was found. What was the other thing that also found today was they found in the St. Petersburg area a refrigerated cooler with 40 bodies. Now, I don't know where these 40 bodies came from. I didn't see any follow-up on where the 40 bodies came from. I mean, did somebody find a serial killer's hideout? Or were these sent to the wrong location and have just been sitting there from the special military operation so that they don't have to pay anybody's family the death benefits? Or there's all kinds of possibilities, right?
Mass food poisoning cover-up by a corrupt restaurant manager. That'd be interesting.
You just want to make up a good story. That actually would be a good story, but yeah, I don't think that's it. But I do think that this dropping the bombs is very interesting, and I'm trying to remember where I saw that. I know it's in my. Oh, there it is. Yeah, about 40 frozen bodies were found in one of the refrigerators in Leningrad region. According to the waybills, they were taken to the. Oh, this is the grim part about it. Oh, this is the grim part about it. What's QB up to? Velikolosky meat processing plant. Yeah. So these were supposed to be taken to a meat processing plant. Human bodies, Adam. Human bodies.
Soylent Cubies made of people.
Meat glue. How they make their meat glue, Adam? I don't know. I'm just being
It's
sarcastic.
how they make the non-McDonald's cheeseburgers.
No, man. The most exciting thing that I've had to eat will be ice cream later today for several days. Yogurt
Ground beef has seen a great decrease in cost in the Russian Federation over the last
I
month.
wonder why. Yeah. Yeah, don't tease me with cheeseburgers though, because yeah, my body still says
I wasn't teasing you with orc flavored cheeseburgers. It was supposed to be gross.
you said McDonald's. It made me think of McDonald's. I grew up on McDonald's, Adam. I know a lot of people think McDonald's burgers are sad and lonely and well, disgusting, and they probably really are. But yeah. Anyway,
I hear you.
yeah,
I was just I thought I was being gross. but
yeah. I was.
When you're really hungry, you're really hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple of scrambled eggs and a little bit of yogurt to eat today. That's it. So anyway, but my neighbor is a wonderful man, and he brought me yogurt and ice cream from the store, so I'll have some ice cream later. All right. So the other things that I have,
Cheeseburgers are basically mush, anyways. McDonald's ones probably get away with it.
yeah, I did see that QB has been having some fun the last several days. There was in our favorite location of Ukraine world, there was a very interesting article, I thought. And the title of it, Schizophrenic Savior. Russia is destroying Ukraine while claiming to be preserving the real Ukraine. I'm wondering what they mean by that, Adam. What do you think? Some of Russia's top officials portray their country's destruction of Ukraine as an act of
Sorry.
what?
Oh, I missed your cue there.
Oh, it's okay.
But I can see where I have a couple guesses.
Yeah. Some of Russia's top officials portray their country's destruction of Ukraine as an act of love and salvation. Blah. As it prepared for and carried out its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia's official ethnopolitical approach to the country underwent a serious change. Since Soviet times, the Russian mainstream had formally recognized Ukrainians as a separate nation with its own language, albeit often as equals, but only as younger brothers in an unbreakable union with Russia and Belarus. Yeah, not as equals, but the younger brother. Yeah, I don't think so. However, speculations about the artificial nature of the Ukrainian nation always circulated underneath the surface. Then they were endorsed at the highest level in 2020. Putin stated that the Austrian Secret Service played the Ukrainian factor on the eve of World War I. Because that, anyway. In 2021, he published an essay on the historical unity of Ukrainians and Russians, where he argued that Ukraine as a country has been created by Lenin. These statements reflected the deep inherent contradiction of modern Russia, which praises the Soviet legacy while at the same time returning to the old czarist policy of denying the existence of Ukrainian nationhood. Since 2022, Russian public discourse has been denying the existence of Ukrainian people and calling for the extermination of everything Ukrainian. Given that Russian media is strictly controlled by the state and their contribution to this genocidal rhetoric are clearly sanctioned and even encouraged, you can find numerous examples of it in our Kremlin's Voice database, which I went and looked around there today. It's a rather interesting place. Paradoxically, Russia tries to have its cake and eat it too. God, are you surprised? I'm not. On the one hand, it denies.
I, for one, am shocked.
Oh, yeah, right. On one hand, it denies anything Ukrainian and eradicates it wherever it reaches. On the other hand, for the sake of appearances, it tries to construct a convenient Ukrainian identity. The main matter here is, and historically has been, the Ukrainian language. Is anybody surprised? I don't think so. Russia portrays itself as the savior of Ukraine.
For centuries, for centuries.
That's right.
One of Catherine the Horse Whisperer's ministers made a law against Ukrainian language because it has never existed, it does not exist, and it will never exist. So we obviously need a law to make sure that it never exists. They've been doing the nonsense for centuries.
All right. So, the language made in Russia, in quote marks. Russia portrays itself as the savior of Ukraine while in fact fighting to destroy the country. In this perverted logic, Russia wants to preserve true Ukrainian culture in contrast to that spoiled by foreign influences under the Kyiv regime. In August 2022, Russian Minister of Education Sergei Kretskov told at a meeting with Vladimir Putin that the ministry was developing a textbook on the classical Ukrainian language. What is a classical Ukrainian language, Adam? Just curious.
I sure wouldn't trust those jerks to tell me. It probably sounds a lot more like Klingon with a lot more guz and huz.
Well, okay, so here's
The
fact that you speak Klingon kind of scares me. Not really, but
No, it's just my impression of Russian. It sounds like Klingon to me.
all right. Yeah, I know. All right. In September of 2022, the Russian MP Evgeny Fedorov sent an official appeal to Kretskov to go even further and establish an institute which would regulate the norms of Ukrainian language in order to preserve the Ukrainian language and reduce artificial, politically biased influences upon it. The institute was not created, but this trend has continued. So let's talk about the classical Ukrainian language for a second, because I wanted to go back to that because I had something to say that I forgot. So here's my question: is it the Russians in the Kursk region that are speaking the classical Ukrainian language, or what? I'm just kidding. They're just speaking Ukrainian because this is a bunch of tripe, right? On April 20th.
They probably take out a few words such as voya and Mriya and unique Ukrainian words that mean things to do with freedom but don't exist in the Russian language for some reason.
Maybe, I wonder if those people can pronounce that bread word correctly. Polachinkia or whatever it was.
They say it like this. Balanesa.
Balanesa. Yes. In April of 2023, Russian Deputy Minister of Education Alexander Bogiev reported that the Ukrainian language textbook for elementary schools was ready and that they had begun preparing a textbook for middle schools, noting that the education in occupied territories is to be held in Russian. Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we'd expect. But the Ukrainian language could be taught as an elective course, similarly to other languages of the people of the Russian Federation. Not English, I'm sure. What interests us here is the ideological framing of this initiative. The institutional policies behind it, in reactions from Russian public figures, Oh, and reactions from Russian public figures. Excuse me. I didn't word that right. Language is a traditional value and a denazification measure is the next segment. Bugiyev stated, and I know I didn't pronounce that right, but Bugiyev sounds just fine to me. We are preparing a textbook.
100% correct.
Bugiyev? Okay.
Maybe Booger.
Bugeryev. Anyway, we are preparing a textbook that will truly reflect all the beauty and purity of the traditional Ukrainian language, which was studied in the Soviet period in our best pedagogical traditions. It appears that the Russian officials were bothered by the recent reintroduction of certain norms from the 1928 Ukrainian orthography, whose authors were represented in the 1930s, and which was forcefully replaced with the new orthography, in 1933 to bring Ukrainian closer to Russian during the large-scale Stalinist terror. Yep, 1933, that would be it, right? This was the logic expressed by Elena Penina. I am not kidding, that is her name, and I've heard mockers call her the same thing. Elena Penina. Adam, how could we be so lucky to have somebody named Elena Penina?
I wonder if she ever goes for lunch downstairs with Belova Falova.
For a panini. It's
Panina and Falova went for a panini and Falova.
Longstanding. She is a longstanding Russian MP, and now the director of the Institute for International Political and Economic Strategies. Here's a quote from her. It says, "Why do we need a Ukrainian language textbook? To remove the distance between the speakers and Russians?" She explained, adding the new textbook was a serious step towards the denazification of Ukraine. "We are Russians, we will teach you how to speak your language correctly." Yeah, I don't think so. Russian officials also appear
Anyone who signs up for a Ukrainian elective course in occupied territory is getting black bagged immediately. It'll be like orientation, FSB.
Orientation. Let's have some tea together, shall we? Russian officials also appear irritated by modern Ukrainians' practice of adding feminizing suffixes to certain nouns, particularly ones for people of certain professions or characteristics to denote a woman who fits that description, similarly to S in English. This practice is so disturbing to Russian authorities that the Russian Supreme Court described it as an indication of the LGBT movement in their ruling, designating the movement as extremist. Somebody please tell that to Mrs. Zelenska.
That's hilarious. Okay, so this is about professional. You know how a few years ago it went from best actress to best actor in a female role? Ukraine's culture, like nomenclature culture, is kind of going in the opposite direction, and it's actually been, to some extent, this is just what I was told by a Ukrainian, but spearheaded by Ukrainian professional women who want people to see that they're a likarna versus a likar, because they just want to be, so it's a different sort of take on feminism and empowerment. than what we have. Whereas, so, but the funny thing about it to me is that it's a move in terms of our thinking towards like more traditional values. But here, Russia, the Kremlin's calling it a LGBTQ like conspiracy or whatever, which is just classic opposite of the truth nonsense Kremlin ology.
Yes. I do like being able to call Mrs. Zelenska rather than Zelensky. It's a nice differentiation, I think. It is, I think, very dignified. So I love Will. I'm just saying that publicly. So anyway, it's just Heather's only going to have to do 5 hours tonight. Thank you, Will. I love you. So yes, but the LGBT movement in their ruling designated the movement as extremist, which kind of cracks me up because, well, I'm illegal in Russia, but I don't care. Just like, yeah. In general, Ukrainian spoken today does not differ dramatically from the literary standard language of the Soviet times, so these statements by the Russian officials are more a matter of bombast. But it is essential to note that all of this outrage about the features of the Ukrainian language come from officials who do not speak it, yet proclaim to know how the language is authentically spoken. You think they can say bread in Ukrainian? I doubt so.
Glib.
Glib. Yeah. It's fleeb. Yeah. So speaking of Ukrainian words really quick, what were you and Robin saying about shdo?
Shosha?
Shdo.
Uh,
Shdo.
yeah, we were Shosha.
XT0.
We were
XTO.
No, that's Shda. That's who.
Yeah.
But what is Shda?
Shda. Oh,
And
yes.
so she was just talking about how it can be used in many ways, kind of like lots of people say Shosha if they didn't hear you. And it's sort of like, it makes me think of like a Hogwarts professor saying, what? And it always made me laugh every time. And then there's Robin brought up the use of it as sort of like a what, like Shaw. So we were just vamping on that a bit.
That's
It's
cute,
the
though.
word for what?
There you go. Shda. Okay.
Yep.
For the shdo. All right.
Sh. So it's like a sh. So there's like, it's like, it looks like a W, like a kind of a square W, and
with
it's
the extra tail.
with the tail. Yeah. So without the tail, it's just sh, but it adds a sh, kind of like borscht.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, you guys. I don't know what on earth is happening on my TV right now, but I have to stop for a second because Tim Walsh's son is in tears applauding his dad, basically very moved and very touched by something that his dad just said in his nomination speech at the DNC. But this child, 17 years old, seriously, weeping and clapping and pointing at his dad, very moved. I have no clue what the man said, but that was incredible because it's making me tear up, and I have no clue what they said. It was just sweet. Anyway, sidetrack over. My apologies. I may actually watch this speech. I haven't watched any of them. All right. Hang on a second. I need to check one thing. Yeah, I have questions, Forrest. I have questions. All right. Russia as a second motherland for Ukrainians. No, I don't think so. We're just going to answer that as we go along here, okay? While the content of Russia's new Ukrainian language textbook for elementary schools was not available, we did manage to find a program approved by the Russian Ministry of Education in 2022 and prepared in Moscow by the Institute of Native Languages of the People of the Russian Federation. They're not people of the Russian Federation. I'm just going to say that right now. The explanatory note declares the aim of the program to make pupils aware of their ethnocultural and Russian civic identity. The Ukrainian language is described as part of the history and culture of Russia. Again, it is an open question.
I just threw up in my mouth.
Just a little?
No, like all of it, my whole dinner.
Oh,
I know it doesn't sound like it, but
yeah.
I'm pretty good at this.
Um,
Every time I hear Kremlin stuff, it happens.
Yeah.
So
well,
the last 2 years have been very
bulimic like?
yeah, no, indigestive.
There you go. All right. Again, it is an open question whether children can freely choose to study the Ukrainian language in the occupied territories, given Russia's overbearing propaganda insisting that these lands have always been Russian and the atmosphere of total suppression towards any pro-Ukrainian sentiment. Yeah, that makes sense. For example, in 2022, a woman named Olha, there we go. A woman named Olha from Crimea was reportedly arrested and prosecuted for having her nails painted blue and yellow. While in June 2024, a Russian pro-war blogger boasted about sending a Ukrainian woman to a torture chamber for speaking Ukrainian in Berdyansk. The idea that Russia is Ukraine, the idea that Russia is Ukraine's second motherland, was summarized by the deputy head of the State Duma Committee on Economic Policy, Stanislav Numov, in October of 2022. He stated, "Our position is similar to that of President Vladimir Putin regarding the Ukrainian language in new territories. It must be formulated this way. The Russian Federation is one of 2 states where Ukrainians live." Oh boy. There are many similar examples in world history. Germany and Austria, South and North Korea. Some Russian public figures, like film director Nikita Mikhalkov, I don't know, and member of the Moscow Duma Andrei Medvedev has spoken out categorically against such initiatives. Medvedev described it as a state showing bipolar behavior, arguing, "With one hand, we are fighting this Lenin-built Ukraine. With the other, we are strengthening it." Boy, the logic is lacking here, isn't it? Actions speak louder than words.
Well, I think it's a change in strategy, right? Our friend Will describes them as the Borg sometimes, and I think that's very apt. Look, I'm very Star Trekky tonight.
Just talk to me about Marina Sirtis, it'll all be fine.
When they can't destroy it, like the rhetoric for the first 2 years of the war was Ukraine doesn't exist, Ukrainian language doesn't exist, blah blah blah. And as we've discussed many times before, interest in the language and the culture is at an all-time historical high because of the actions of the genocidal Kremlin regime. And so therefore they I forget what I was going to, but they've shot themselves in the foot once again, but their strategy has changed from oh, it doesn't exist, to, oh, it's just always been us. It's just like the Southern version of us, right? So it could be viewed as a positive thing in that way, not on their front at all, but just like in terms of they realized they had to change the message because it's obviously false. Although that doesn't really stop them. So never mind anything I said.
Everyone ignore what Adam just said. I don't know what.
Strike it from the record.
Stricken from the record. All right. Actions speak louder than words. This article focuses mainly on official statements by Russian officials in order to understand their logic in flirting with the Ukrainian identity. Yeah. The real situation on the ground requires thorough research and separate text. However, in short, the clearest evidence of Russia's intentions towards Ukrainian language and culture comes from the fate of the territories which Russia occupied in 2014, where the Ukrainians' identity was virtually banned and eradicated. Russia is ready to see Ukraine only as subjugated territory with its language and culture confined to Moscow-approved box of decorative anacronyms.
Anachronism.
That's it. Sorry, anachronisms. I was getting there. As with the indigenous peoples of Russia or Lukashenko's Belarus, this policy amounts to a path towards the near extinction of the Ukrainian nationhood wherever Russia has control. Yep, pretty much. But I thought that was a pretty interesting article today.
Think of the ridiculousness of the statement, like of the idea of it on its own.
Yeah.
Like, you are a sovereign nation and a sovereign language. We're just going to tell you exactly how it's going to go and how it is.
Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah. Absolutely. So Adam, if you can give me about a minute and a half away from the screen or away from my keyboard, I would very much appreciate it.
Okay, well, maybe I should talk about Citizen Gunfighters, our latest fundraiser, folks. We've had very good success with it so far, and it's a movie. It's the sequel to a movie you may have all seen already. We discussed it for a month on Book Report while Robin was gone, and that is To the Zero Line. So he's making another film about Ukraine, and it's called Citizen Gunfighters. So it's going to be a lot more. So To the Zero Line was a lot of normal Ukrainians' reaction to this horrible war, and shows, great aspects of life and just civil society taking charge and doing what needs to be done for the war effort. But now, as you can probably guess from the name of this one, it's concentrating more on the fighters and the front line. So it's going to be very exciting. And the reason why Mriya Report as an organization has decided to take this on as a fundraising project is because where we are at the forefront of an information war. Every day that all of us spend on Twitter, we see massive amounts of Kremlin propaganda. And so it's important to have the story from our side, from the Ukrainian side, come out into the world. And what better way than through the magic of cinema? It's if you haven't watched To the Zero Line, please do. It's free on at To the Zero Line, all one word, all lowercase.com. So I'm going to read you guys some of the description here because it's going to be a lot better than what I'm saying. Citizen Gunfighters is a powerful journey into the heart of Ukraine's fight for survival. It showcases regular people picking up old rusty weapons and how they innovate new ones. Everyone listening knows the fight is against a barbaric invader with genocidal intent. Mriya Report listeners understand Russia's intent is to erase Ukraine's heritage, art, religion, and the future of Ukraine's children. The production crew is entirely Ukrainian, except for the director, our friend of the space, Ben Official, and faces financial hardships during the war. Your funding supports the project and provides critical aid to these families. By contributing, you help document this critical moment in history and support the brave individuals fighting for their nation's survival. So, folks, if you have a couple extra dollars, please send it our way. And I'm just looking. Oh, we had a crash right before we started. And 119 of you beautiful people have already come back to listen to us, but that's a little low. So while Prince is still
Oh, I'm
awake,
back.
I will ask you to retweet the space, quote tweet the space, or else Mockers will be mad when she wakes up. Here's TKD. So, Prince, are you talking to a closed mic?
No, I was guzzling something to drink. So yes, I was guzzling some electrolyte water. So there you go.
It's what plants crave.
It's what Brondo. It's what plants crave. Adam, you and I could go back and forth with one-liners. And the inappropriate ones that would come up if we were not on the space it would just be pretty amazing. I'm just gonna say that really clearly. I'm thinking of Richard.
I know which one I'm thinking of.
Are you thinking of a TV show from that movie?
Oh no, that's another good one. I was thinking about what his lawyer says to him the first time he stumbles into his place.
I'm thinking about what the lawyer was watching on TV when he crashed through his place. But anyway, the TKD, save us, because we're talking about really dumb movies that seem to be prophetic from years ago.
Okay, yeah, I'm not always too up on my movies, so I don't know what movie you're referring to. But I could perhaps suggest the platform formerly known as Twitter may be called X, but you should still exercise some caution and restraint with your one-liners, or perhaps leave those to the back channels. Did want to follow up on some of what Adam was saying earlier, because while I'm not necessarily up on a lot of movies, I'm almost all the way through to the Zero Line, and I have seen it and really appreciated it. It's just a spectacular. It's a work of art that also just does a beautiful job of documenting facts on the ground. So I'd like to second what Adam said. And one thing that we're happy to let you know here at Mriya Report is you may have heard us saying over the past few weeks that you cannot donate by PayPal, and beware of scams. We have some good news for you. And the good news is that we have gotten things squared away and figured out so that PayPal is now an option for you if you would like to make a donation. But there's something really important that you need to know. And that is, in order to be confident that your PayPal donation is actually going to Mriya Report, you should go to mriyareport.org or click through from our main Twitter file to our site. And as Will Teal says, smash that blue donate button. And you'll see that several different payment options come up at For a Good Cause. So just a reminder, right? We're not going to come to you. We might invite you to visit our webpage, but we're not going to DM you. We're not going to email you. But if you take the time to go to the Mriya Report proper Twitter page, or if you go to mriyareport.org and press the donate button, that's the way that you can get through to know that whether you use PayPal or credit card, Apple Pay, or Google Pay, any of the other options that we have there, that's how you'll know that it's is getting to the right place. We have enjoyed over the past few weeks having Ben official around to talk a little bit about the film. So I would encourage those of you that are listening, if you have any questions about how the first movie was made or what's going to be happening with the upcoming Citizen Gunfighters movie, keep an eye out for when he's around, because it's a lot of fun to ask questions of him. He's very focused, very detailed, very inspiring. And remember that an aggregate of $25 over the course of our fundraiser will allow you to have your name listed in the credits. There are also some additional tiers that will allow you to get IMDb listings as a producer. Was it maybe it was Alex Rakachevich the other day was mentioning that would be a good opportunity for somebody that's in film school. So it might not be a bad gift for somebody who's about to graduate. So just keep an eye out, because the first film was really great. We're looking toward the second one, and it's a rare opportunity to be able to help provide gainful employment for Ukrainian artists and their families, while making sure that accurate information about the war is free to viewers around the world, and also adequately archived in library and academic sources. Thanks. Back to you.
Well, there.
Did you have that written down?
No.
That was awesome. Wow. Can tell that you orate for a living.
You know, I don't know that it's so much that. It's that I think when you hear about something that you can believe in, and when you get to work with and build relationships with people that you trust, that just makes it an awful lot easier, I think, to talk about stuff. So if it came across as clear and well spoken, that's credit to Ben and to all of you who've been working here over the past few weeks, because it is easier, I think, to get to the important. I don't want to say bullet points because that's a different segment, but it is, I think, easier to get to the high points when you're excited and you have something that you can talk about that A, you really believe in, and that B, is accessible to so many people. Back to you.
Yeah, way to slough off that comment, buddy, but we'll take it, I guess. That compliment is what I meant to say, because you are a great orator. There's certain people who speechify much better than what I do.
All right, Adam. What do you got for us tonight?
What do I got?
Yep.
Oh boy. Should we? I've been holding on to this one from Ukrainer for a while, and just to break up the Ukraine world articles a little bit.
That's good. That's good. I'm good with that.
Okay. So this is from another one of our favorite websites, Ukrainer.net. They're making their own movie, but that's a whole other thing. It's a great sort of initiative of authors writing in multiple languages, getting the story of Ukraine out to the world. So this is part of their Initiatives for Victory section of their website. And the headline is How Volunteers from Zgraya Rescue People and Animals During the War. So it's just a little showcase on an awesome volunteer organization in Ukraine. The Ukrainian volunteer movement has become a large-scale phenomenon that united the entire country and helped the nation withstand the Russian invasion. Zgraya was among the organizations that brought together Ukrainians from different parts of the country. Founded in Kyiv during the Revolution of Dignity, it began operating systematically after the full-scale invasion, which turned volunteering into a matter of survival. Since then, its volunteers have been actively helping soldiers, civilians, hospitals, and even animals who are being rescued from the front lines and provided with new guardians. 2 years after the full-scale invasion broke out, Zgraya is not simply operating, but expanding its efforts. Since the release of our previous article featuring its efforts, this volunteer initiative has evolved into a full-fledged nonprofit, significantly increasing the amount of aid provided. Moreover, Zgraya has expanded in new directions, opening its own medical center in the Donetsk region, establishing a tailor shop at its headquarters and launching medical evacuations. Fulfilling military needs. The organization has several priority areas, one of which is supporting the military. Zgraya has prioritized this focus since 2014. According to the organization's co-founder, Yevhenia Talinovska, the military needs account for roughly 80% of Zgraya's total expenses. The organization does not confine itself to a single focus and strives to meet a wide range of requests, from food to expensive equipment. In particular, it provides the military with ammunition, tactical medicine, personal protective equipment, toiletries, clothing, gear, and more. Zgraya volunteers also procure drones, thermal images, and vehicles they transport from abroad. According to the latest published report by the NGO in early May 2024, its volunteers have supplied the military with over 100 drones, 60 thermal imagers and night vision devices, and over 400 communication devices, such as radios, headphones, and satellite phones. In spring 2024, Zgraya elaborated on opening a shop to paint the cars it donates to the military. During the war, cars are often considered expendable due to the risk of damage from shelling. Consumable. Yet they play a crucial role in safeguarding soldiers' lives and health. In order to reduce their visibility to the enemy, all vehicles are painted in colors and patterns that blend with the surrounding environment. In addition, Zgraya activates are closely linked to military. Zgraya activities are closely linked to the military medicine. After receiving the first ambulances, the organization's co-founder Alexei Yudkavich, along with other volunteers, headed to the Donetsk region to conduct medical evacuations and provide stabilization treatment for wounded soldiers. He managed to bring together a team of highly motivated people with backgrounds in general or military medicine, ready to enhance their skills and eventually provide assistance in evacuation ambulances or stabilization point. During their 6-month stay at the Bakhmut stabilization point, the Zgraya mobile team served as combat medics and evacuation crew, driving off-road vehicles into the most challenging frontline areas without medical equipment. For a while, Alexei has personally collaborated with a unit from the Special Operations Forces, a division of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, tasked with particularly high-risk operations, such as raids behind enemy lines or creating intelligence networks. As of August 2023, his mobile group has assisted in stabilizing and evacuating over 1,000 soldiers and civilians. One of Zgraya's latest projects is a tailoring workshop launched in the summer of 2022 at the initiative of the volunteer Alexei Sobchuk, who introduced the early samples of first aid kits. Since then, the first aid kits have gone through several rounds of revisions and testing until the first batch of finished products filled with tactical medicine was sent to Sloviansk, a frontline city in the Donetsk Oblast in the east of Ukraine, in late June 2022. Everything fits perfectly in it. The pharmacy bag is what he's speaking of. Nothing hangs around, Zgraya's head of medical department, Tasia, says, and our doctors have designed the perfect set of necessary fittings for it, shares Yevhenia Talinovska. Zgraya's first aid kits contain all the essentials that soldiers require. The volunteers equip each unit with a certified medical tourniquet, bleeding control products like homeostatic and Israeli bandages, and a decompression needle and occlusive dressing for chest wounds. A parapharyngeal airway with lubricant to restore airway agency,
Adam.
and more.
There we go. Adam, your
Yes.
audio keeps breaking up.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Yeah. So yeah. And this is the animal article. I might have lost you there for a second.
I think we're getting to the animals.
Okay. There we go.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
now I can hear you.
Oh man, my right AirPod is failing.
Oh no.
Okay, where was I?
Laryngeal is kind of go. The laryngeal.
Are you sure it just wasn't my bad pronunciation?
Yeah,
of
I'm pretty
things?
sure it wasn't such your bad pronunciation of things.
Parapharyngeal airway with lubricant to restore airway patency and more. Yevgenia points out that purchasing pharmacy kits is more expensive than sewing and equipping them in-house. The Zgraya kits are pretty spacious and do not concede to factory-made equivalents. Based on the feedback from soldiers, the kits are designed for a quick one-hand release, which is crucial to swiftly providing first aid in critical situations. In addition to first aid kits, the Zgraya Taylor shop manufactures helmet covers and various pouches, including models designed for carrying medical tourniquets, ammunitions, and grenades. All organizations' products continuously receive positive feedback from soldiers, the emergency service, and critical infrastructure workers. Volunteers have already sewn and equipped at least 550 first aid kits and produce approximately 420 covers for helmets and other gear. I'm just scrolling a bit here. Whew, she's long. Oh no, it just stops. I don't know if we're ever going to get to the cute animals. It might not be part of the article. But anyways, Prince, I will continue. So the next section is called Humanitarian Missions. How Zgraya helps civilians. Since the onset of the full-scale invasion, Zgraya has been actively providing civilians, primarily refugees and residents of frontline cities, with medicine, clothing, household appliances, and food. One of their first major initiatives was the evacuation mission in Chernihiv, which allowed them to safely relocate over 1,000 civilians out of the city. During the large-scale invasion, Chernihiv was among the first cities to be attacked and besieged by the Russian military. In March 2022, a humanitarian catastrophe struck the city. Water, electricity, and communication were cut off, and enemy attacks razed a significant portion of the city. Chernihiv residents were trapped in the city for a long time as the Russian troops blew up the bridge connecting it with the neighboring settlements, including Kyiv. Civilians lined up for evacuation, and the number of civilians seeking safety exceeded Zgraya's capacity by several times. The lack of resources compelled the organization to turn many people down. Yet, despite life-threatening circumstances, the volunteers continued coming to Chernihiv day after day to deliver humanitarian aid, evacuating as many women and children as they could. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, whose outskirts became a scene for heavy fighting early in the invasion, Zgraya launched an initiative assisting people with limited mobility. The team cooperated with volunteers to establish 10 district-based chat groups across Kyiv. Once a week, they delivered food packages, medicine, and hot meals to residents who couldn't go out shopping and prepare their meals. Yevgenia Talinovska recalls how Zgraya let the initiative live its own life. 1 second, Prince, sorry.
No problem. No problem. I would continue, but I lost track of where you were in the.
So Talinovska recalls Zgraya. Okay. We actually came up with it, the Neighborly Delivery Initiative. Not as a project, but as an idea long before the full-scale war. We wanted it to be a grassroots initiative, fostering good neighborly European values. When the situation in the country's north somewhat stabilized and the neighborly initiative started operating independently, Zgraya began to travel to the newly liberated frontline areas in Ukraine's south and east, delivering humanitarian aid. In total, the volunteers have visited more than 200 settlements. Well, moreover, during those missions, the volunteers found that as Russian troops began actively advancing in the Donetsk region, plenty of doctors had fled the area. Hence, the number of patients requiring medical assistance far exceeded the number of available specialists. That prompted the volunteers to mostly put military medical care on hold, prioritizing civilian needs. Realizing the great demand for medical care in the Donetsk region, in midsummer 2023, Zgraya opened several medical offices in the city hospital of Konstantinivka, located 15 kilometers from the front line. Alexei recalls that once the project was launched, the team encountered a challenge. Few doctors were willing to move closer to the front line and work there long term. If you happen to live in Konstantinivka and have health issues, and your family doctor hasn't yet left, you can call him and he would say, come back in 2 years. Nevertheless, the Zgraya team has found a solution, remote healthcare. This involves using technologies that allow doctors to consult, examine, and even treat patients remotely. So they don't really explain it too well, but they have an amazing picture of what looks to be like a giant satellite phone machine in a Pelican kind of case, with a an iPad kind of screen interface, and then a bunch of sensors and diagnostic devices. The young lady sitting next to it has the blood pressure cuff on, and she's getting her blood pressure taken remotely. Fancy. Ukrainians are so technologically awesome, Prince.
That is awesome. I am looking at that picture.
If you want to go ahead, I didn't retweet this article. Can you do that? And we can put it in the nest for the folks, because there are some nice pictures.
I only have a the link. I gotta find the give me a second to see if I can find it in a tweet.
Oh, I don't know where it would be in a tweet, but I don't need it right this second. You could also just tweet the article link and
Yeah,
say,
but
hey, here's this cool
but
thing.
why do I do that when I can, find
I'm not going to tell you how to conduct your business,
it's not all that long ago. I mean,
except when I do.
except when you do.
Yeah, it should be on their tweet, on their feed. So I'll continue here. Since Ukraine is just starting to advance in this area, the American startup Ziffy Care stepped in to assist Zgraya. The company has provided telemedicine stations. That sounds like what I was trying to describe. Suitcases with various medical tools to examine skin lesions, conduct blood exams, or perform ultrasounds. What? It does ultrasounds in the suitcase? This system enables doctors to see a patient from anywhere in the world. Alexei notes that many medical professionals treating Donetsk residents are originally from Ukraine and currently reside in Israel. The doctor is in Tel Aviv, the patient is in Konstantinivka, and there is a third person involved. We call them the doctor's hands. This person is a telemedicine system operator who may not have a medical degree, but is trained to work with the platform assisting the physician. At the medical center, individuals can receive free examinations, consultations, and medication. By the end of February 2024, over 700 soldiers and civilians have already received qualified medical care in Konstantinivka's medical offices. Additionally, the health center owns an ambulance to transport patients with limited mobility and those in serious condition to the hospital. According to Yevgenia, many elderly people in the next region need medical assistance but cannot reach the health center on their own. Hence, the ambulance takes patients to the city hospital for examination and then brings them back home. Next section is called The Reality of Ukrainian Volunteering and the Future of Zgraya. As the war continues, volunteers play a crucial role in strengthening Ukraine's defense capabilities, filling in the gaps the state apparatus cannot adequately fill. Over the 2 years of the large-scale invasion, the demands covered by charities and NGOs have only increased. The explanation is simple. The Ukrainian military is not only defending its positions, but also carrying out counteroffensive and engaging the Russian army in its rear. And the screen just did a crazy thing. Where'd it go?
You said armies in its rear? Sounds like a problem. Sorry.
Well, thanks for stalling for me. I just swiped up with 4 fingers or 3 fingers apparently, and then it went to 17 different things. I couldn't find where my page was. Love that. Fundraising through donations have become increasingly challenging due to the protracted nature of the war and the extensive needs of both soldiers and civilians. This is why Yapenia is considering expanding its audience by engaging people who are generally not interested in donations. How can this be achieved? According to Zgadaya's co-founder, the solution lies in creating competitive, high-quality product to appeal to donors. Anyway, so cool little article about Ukrainian this specific organization, but I just wanted to highlight it too because I really do believe that the civil society is what the Kremlin didn't expect, and why they made all these plans that seem so ridiculous now, because all the babas got together and sewed camo nets and poured Molotov cocktails and things that they're not doing in Kursk right now. And here's just a little example of one of the long-running organizations, like my friends at Lviv Volunteer Kitchen.
Like your friends at Lviv Volunteer Kitchen. How many volunteers do you usually have at once cutting, chopping up food?
It would vary a lot, but it was never less than 5 or 6, and not often more than 20.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
But it might be more now because of the different locations. There's 2 separate kitchens now because someone went and wired them and turned them on.
Really? I wonder who that could have been.
And about 1,000 other people did 1,000 other things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Adam, I love you, man, but anyway, so yeah, so it's just sorry.
Bro, I just talked for like 37 minutes.
Oh, you
straight.
did not. Oh, you did not. I'm sorry.
And you're like, oh, just a sec, folks. I gotta find something now.
No. I've got no. I was looking at something and debating. I know that Will talk about it, but it does seem to be. I sent it to Mockers. Secondary explosions happening at this Marinovka Air Base in Volgograd Oblast after a successful Ukrainian drone attack earlier. And it appears that there's a massive fireball rising over the Russian air base. So I find that very interesting.
It's the little things,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Oh, definitely. And I've been seeing this in more stuff. I've seen, pictures from the dark and pictures from now that it's getting light out. And so it's something that this is capturing my attention just a little bit. But yeah, no, I have other things that I can talk about because actually, there was actually a summary article that I pulled up here that for the battle for Ukraine, day 910, which was Wednesday, which it's still Wednesday where you are, and it's still Wednesday where I am, and it's still Wednesday where Karen is, and it's still Wednesday where Bearded Brit is. But in most of the rest of the world, it's tomorrow. So, but I still think that,
Yeah, we're the last of the hangers on.
yeah,
Pretty much. Maybe Hawaii.
that's where
Maybe.
Bearded Brit is.
Breer, you just said.
Bearded Brit, yep.
Sorry. I can't think of anyone else.
Yeah. All right. So some of the highlights from today. The RADA, as we have heard, and actually have some articles on this too. As a result of Makana RADA ratified the Rome Statute. That is actually some of the big things here. The RADA adopted the law on the ratification of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court and its amendments. The statute will enter into force for Ukraine on the first day of the month following the 60th day from the date of deposit of the instrument of ratification with the UN Secretary General. So what, it'll be 90 days or so? Sounds like it.
Until what?
Wait.
I missed the beginning.
Ratification of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court and its amendments. The statute will enter into force in Ukraine. Okay, sorry, my bad. On the first day of the month following the 60th day from the date of deposit of the instrument of ratification on at the UN Secretary General. Holy crap, that's confusing. So it gets deposited with the UN Secretary General, and then there's a 60-day waiting period, and then it starts the first of the month after that. That is confusing as all hell.
That sounds like the speed of the UN. Unless they got to get Roger Waters in the Security Council, then they could make that happen real quick.
Yeah, but there was an interesting article in Euromaidan, and I think it's a little long, but I still think it's worth talking about a little bit here. About Ukraine ratifying the Rome Statute, how it aids prosecuting Russian war crimes. After 2 decades of hesitation, Ukraine has finally ratified the Rome Statute, potentially unleashing a flood of war crime prosecutions against Russian perpetrators in the International Criminal Court. The brutal realities of Russia's war crimes in Ukraine are stark. Bodies exhumed from rubble, torture chambers echoing with pain, children forcibly displaced, and civilians enduring sleepless nights under relentless attacks. These atrocities are not faceless. They're orchestrated and executed by countless Russians. But the question looms, who will bring these perpetrators to justice for the horrors inflicted in places like Bucha and Mariupol? This is where the Rome Statute comes into play. For over 2 decades, Ukraine's hesitation to embrace this treaty fully, signed in 2000 but left unratified, it hindered Ukraine's legal alignment with the international standards and limited options for prosecuting Russian war crimes. This caution is understandable given that the war with Russia has persisted for a decade. Concerns lingered, including fears that the International Criminal Court might be manipulated by false Russian accusations against the Ukrainian military. The landscape shifted dramatically on August 15th, 2024, when President Zelensky submitted a ratification bill to Parliament. Just days later, on August 21st, lawmakers approved it. This pivotal move is expected to bolster Ukraine's international standing and enhance its ability to pursue justice for a staggering number of war crimes. Over 130,000 30,000 documented since 2022 alone. Euromaidan Press investigated why Ukraine finally ratified the Rome Statute and how it might help Kyiv punish Russian war crimes. Why the Rome Statute matters. This historic document adopted in 1998 in Rome defined the crimes committed in international conflicts and the responsibility for them, which led to the creation of the ICC. The same court, which found enough evidence to issue arrest warrants for Russian President Vladimir Putin and Russia's Commissioner for Children's Rights, Mriya Lvova, accusing them of unlawful deportation and transfer of children from occupied areas of Ukraine to Russia. The ICC prosecutes individuals for a plethora of crimes divided into 4 larger categories: genocide, killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a group, forcibly transferring children of a group to another group, etc. Crimes against humanity, extermination, enslavement, torture, rape, deportation, apartheid, etc. War crimes, willful killing, inhumane treatment, extensive destruction of property, taking hostages, etc. The crime of aggression, invasion of another state, bombardment, blockade of the ports or coasts, etc. 124 states that ratified the Rome Statute are obliged to arrest suspects related to any of these crimes, including Putin, and Lvova. Russia withdrew its signature from the Rome Statute in 2016 after the ICC classified Russia's annexation of Crimea as an international armed conflict, which Russia did not want to recognize officially. Other global powers, such as the US, China, and India, have not ratified the Rome Statute. The US, for example, fears that the ICC could prosecute American citizens, including high-ranking military personnel, for actions taken in their official duties, especially in conflicts in other countries. What took Ukraine so long to ratify the Rome Statute? Ukrainians used the same reason to postpone the statute's ratification as the US, and it was especially exacerbated by the full-scale Russian invasion of 2022. While Ukraine is defending itself, some soldiers and commanders still worry that they can be accused of war crimes and therefore sentenced by the ICC. High-ranking officials might feel the danger looming over them the most because the ICC focuses on convicting those in power and in influence to orchestrate the crimes, not minor cases. However, there haven't been any independently verified cases of large-scale crimes by the Ukrainian military in the war with Russia so far, except for staged propagandist news reports on Russian state-funded TV. Ukrainian military do not have a systemic practice of large-scale committing of international crimes, so this is quite a strange argument, but we encounter it at every step. Vladimir Yavorsky, program director of the Human Rights Organization Center for the Civil Liberties, told Euromaidan Press. He also believes that if some Ukrainian commanders actually feel guilty for causing massive intentional suffering or for the opposing party, they should face the legal consequences of their crimes instead of hiding under the excuses of self-defense. Furthermore, the Ukrainian government has already recognized the ICC's jurisdiction in 2014 and 2015 after Russia's annexation of Crimea, the war in Donbass, meaning that from that point, Ukrainian military personnel could theoretically have been prosecuted just like Russian citizens, Yurovsky explained. 7 years of impunity for potential war crimes. to smooth corners with the opponents of the ratification of who claim danger to soldiers. Yeah, who claim dangers to soldiers, Ukraine, including in the document a controversial amendment for a 7-year exemption from ICC prosecution for Ukrainians who committed war crimes. Yeah, that was the hinky part that was in there. This amendment found under Article 124 in the Rome Statute could be seen as promoting impunity and might even hinder the ICC's ability to investigate Russian war crimes in Ukraine. Article 124 of the Rome Statute was initially intended as a temporary measure to ease countries' concerns when joining the ICC. It was only used twice in 26 years, and 23 countries have already ratified an amendment to delete it. We cannot demand from one side, Russia, to not commit crimes, and the other side, and on the other hand, say that we will not punish our Ukrainian citizens in the case of they commit war crimes. This exemption will likely face strong international criticism for being unfair, as it creates a double standard. This is why I wanted to read the whole thing, because it is very interesting. Ari Mora, Advocacy and Communication Director for the NGO Ukrainian Legal Advisory Group, also argued that this article doesn't benefit Ukraine except to appease fears within certain military ranks. If we want justice, then we need to fully implement it. Indeed, the ratification of the Rome Statute during active hostilities is unprecedented, but this does not mean that we shouldn't do it, Mora told the Euromaidan press. He believes Ukraine should have ratified the Rome Statute without Article 124, as it potentially creates unnecessary risk. Even if some high-ranking military commanders fear prosecution, does this mean that the victims shouldn't get their justice? He suggested that the argument against ratification based on military concerns partly stems from Ukraine's unreadiness to take responsibility for its citizens' actions. He believes embracing the Rome Statute could be a step towards greater political maturity and alignment with values of justice and truth. How the Rome Statute empowers Ukraine, because that's an important part, right? One, it significantly enhances Ukraine's ability to bring Russian war crimes to justice. Actually, let me back up for a second. I am going to back up for just a second, because trying to protect themselves from Ukraine trying to protect itself from being prosecuted for war crimes, I think is rather ridiculous. I'm sorry to say that. And the reason I say that is why, Adam. Why do you think I say that? I say that because when you read reports that are investigating war crimes and the genocide that is happening in Ukraine, they will list out a handful of examples where Ukraine has it's done things they shouldn't have done. Really. They are isolated. They seem individual. They are not systemic. They are not by, entire units. They are very, very small in scale. And quite honestly, Ukraine will probably discover those things and hold the individual soldiers accountable, right? But
That's the plan.
Yep, but when
and that's the whole deal, right? It has to go both ways, or else
exactly. Where in the instance of Russia, we're talking about a systemic issue throughout their entire military, right? And you're not talking about a small number of things. You're talking about a huge number of things, right? And so there's the difference for you. The International Criminal Court isn't going to, I can't say that for sure because I don't know. But it is my impression and my thought that the International Criminal Court is not going to worry about the small numbers of isolated incidents that may happen that Ukraine's military perpetrates, right? What the International Criminal Court is going to worry about are these big, huge things that are systemic. Look at the things that they have already issued arrest warrants for. Lvova, Belova, and Putin were the kids. Two other boneheads whose names I can never remember for something else that they did related to commanding their troops, but higher ranking, like generals.
Yeah, they were involved. They were the commanding officers for two of the units in Bucha, I think, or maybe Irpin.
That could be it. And then Shoigu and Gerasimov. They're not going to go down and find the individual soldiers. Maybe they should, but they're not going to. They're focusing on the big fish. They're looking at the systemic issue, they're looking at the macro, not the micro. They're zoomed way out, not zoomed way in. You do see Ukraine naming individual soldiers and putting suspicion out for individual soldiers, right? Of the Russian military, which I would suspect that they will probably do for their own soldiers too. If you know, but that so I just wanted to add that. So anyway, I wanted to add that part. All right. So how the Rome Statute empowers Ukraine. It significantly enhances Ukraine's ability to bring Russian war criminals to justice. Since 2022, Ukraine has collected more than 130,000 criminal proceedings against Russians, which must be properly investigated according to international standards. However, Yavorsky noted that some of them could be resolved only in 20 to 30 years, possibly catching criminals after changes in Russia's government or when they travel abroad. He also drew a parallel to how Nazi war criminals are still being found decades after World War II. That's why Ukraine also needs legislation to support such long-term pursuits of justice. Ideally, we should be looking for these Russians who committed all of these crimes in the same way, even decades later, and for this legislation needs to require it. Unfortunately, our legislation is not quite in order yet. To this day, Ukraine's criminal code does not have a crimes against humanity, such as the kidnapping of civilians, torture of civilians, deportation of children. So this is a problem for qualifying and investigating large-scale number of crimes committed by Russians. Okay, I agree. Well, obviously he knows more than I do, but I do know that Ukraine does have a genocide in its criminal code, and it is pretty much identical to the Convention on Genocide. Give me just 1 second here to look something up. Yeah.
You're listening to Mriya Report, folks. Please, if you want to discuss anything that we are discussing or have any questions about what's going on in Ukraine, come up and join us, retweet the space, get your friends here, and your enemies as well.
All right. All right. It is a key requirement for joining the EU. All EU countries have ratified the Rome Statute, and Ukraine has committed to do this many times already. Now it's again on the agenda for the Ukraine-EU negotiations. Ratification would also allow Ukraine to participate more fully in ICC proceedings, including voting at member country assemblies, participating in budget formation, and nominating Ukrainian citizens for positions as judges. Ukraine's membership would make ICC more universal and increase its respect and support globally. And I think that's about all I'm going to go into. Oh, actually, it's really close to done, so let me just finish it, I guess. Except for I have to figure out where I just left off. No. There we go. Okay, so this proved effective when Putin didn't attend the 2023 BRICS summit in South Africa, because as a signatory to the Rome Statute and thus obligated to arrest him if he entered the country. In a recent case, Mexico, which recognizes the ICC's jurisdiction, invited Putin to the inauguration of President-elect Sheinbaum in October, despite the international arrest warrant. Mexico is obliged to arrest Putin if he visits the country, but their government rejected this appeal, while it still remains unclear if the Russian president would risk going there. This concern is particularly poignant given the experience of the investigating crimes related to the Euromaidan protests in 2014, where statutes of limitations have allowed some perpetrators to escape justice. As Ukraine continues its fight for sovereignty and justice against Russia, the ratification of the Rome Statute will improve a legal system internally and internationally for the prosecution of thousands of Russian war crimes. So I hope that brings some clarity to the Rome Statute and why it was important for Ukraine to pass that. And that was in Euromaidan. Very well worth the read, and I think well worth taking the time to go over that here. So anyway.
Karen, we're only taking questions on the Rome Statute at this time.
Yes,
So.
that's what I was just going.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was trolling you.
Okay.
That's what you're actually going to ask about.
Well,
Don't do that.
I have no questions. I just wanted to make a comment in that I wanted to add my approval to the ratification of the Rome Statute. Is that the correct way to say it? Ratification? I think that if Ukraine is going to be part of the EU, they need to have consistency in their code of justice and code of expected conduct. And even though Russia has been the big perpetrator of war crimes, and Ukraine has, I think, in many instances that I've read, very admirably restrained themselves from mistreating civilians and POWs, and they have gained the world's admiration by the way they have treated civilians in Kursk. But even in good countries, there can be an occasional bad apple. And having a consistency, think of the United States and Lieutenant Calley and the My Lai massacre back during the Vietnam War. I don't see anything like that happening in Ukraine, but who knows, a few decades from now, you need to have the laws in place, and it will show the rest of Europe that Ukraine supports European values and European code of conduct, and that they will fit in nicely. And that's good. That's really good. And it will also deepen the contrast between them and Russia and the way Russia has conducted itself, which they've been like barbarians. That's a kind way to put it. Bloodthirsty beasts. What can I say? Thank you.
All righty then. All right. So Adam, I feel like I've talked all night.
No, I've talked all night. Yo, my article's bigger. Well, it's not
Do
the
you have
size, it's how you read it.
Do you have a
Okay.
tale for us?
Oh, I don't have a tale. I have another a Ukraine World thing,
Okie dokie.
but I didn't get a tale. I could get one pretty quick if you want to tell people about citizen gunfighters.
Well, as we know, Citizen Gunfighters. Citizen Gunfighters is a is a Citizen Gunfighters. Ordinary people take arms against genocidal invader. From the makers of To the Zero Line, also known as our friend Ben. Citizen Gunfighters is a powerful journey into the heart of Ukraine's fight for survival. It showcases regular people picking up old, rusty weapons and how they innovate new ones. Everyone listening knows that the fight is against a barbaric invader with genocidal intent. Mriya Report listeners understand Russia's intent is to erase Ukraine's heritage, art, religion, and future of Ukrainian children. The production crew is entirely Ukrainian except for the director, Ben. Faces financial hardship due to the war. Your funding supports the project and provides critical aid to these families. By contributing, you help document this critical moment in history and support the brave individuals fighting for their nation's survival. In addition to that, you're also providing humanitarian aid for some units on the front lines, because those units that help to film this get donated humanitarian aid because they cannot accept money. Oh boy, lost the word there. Lost the word. So if you are able, donate 5, 10, 15, 1. Give 1,000. Give 5,000. Hey, that's the point, isn't it? If you give $25 or more, your name will be listed in the credits. $500 or more, you will get a producer credit and an entry in IMDb. $5,000 or more, you will get upgraded to executive producer and an entire page for yourself on IMDb. And my understanding is if anybody wants to get into the film industry, that is an extremely valuable thing to show that you have been executive producer on a film already. And we know how good Ben did with To the Zero Line. And I know Citizen Gunfighters is going to be amazing also. TKD, go ahead.
Hi, Heather. I think that's a really, really great description. And then the one thing I wanted to add is that it's not unusual to see Beneficial. I think his handle has been totally real. He is often around the space, and he has been incredibly gracious and very kind, even to somebody like me. My training is in music. I don't know a lot about film, but when other listeners or I have had questions about how he thinks about the film, how he puts it together, the practical steps that he's taking to make sure that his films are true to Ukrainian voices and the people that he is working with and interviewing and showing us in the film, that all of that comes through is true. When we've had questions about that, he's just been really, really super gracious about it. So I don't know how much longer our fundraiser is going to be running. I'm really, really glad that Ben is around. But if you do know somebody that is interested, maybe they're young, maybe they're interested in filmmaking, um, maybe they could watch a segment, even just a segment of To the Zero Line, or go back and listen to the podcasts of the film club that Adam and I forget who else was doing film club with. Was it James? Who else was doing film club with you, Adam, when Robin was over in Ukraine?
Yes, it was
But
James.
James.
it was James. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. So yeah, so Adam and James did film club with Ben for several weeks. They went chapter by chapter through the Zero Line. So if you have any friends or neighbors or family members who are film buffs and who would want to watch that and then have a chance to come here and see if Ben Totally Real is around and ask questions or make suggestions, this is a really special opportunity to do that, right? And Ben, I've heard Ben say before, even tiny amounts of money, $1, $2, $5 are going to count. It's going to go toward employing Ukrainian people. It's going to go toward supporting the soldiers on the front line. They can't pay the soldiers, but they can provide humanitarian aid and maybe let them keep a GoPro or something, which also means, by the way, that those soldiers in the front lines kind of have a lot of choice in the film that they're going to, in the footage that they're going to send back to Ben to use. But we have a real special opportunity here for anybody that's interested in learning about filmmaking from an award-making filmmaker, because To the Zero Line, right, which is the first film, that's already won a couple of awards. So this is a great opportunity. No amount is too small, but if you're curious and have questions or thoughts, please try to come up when Ben has been around, because I'm not so good with film, but like I said, he's been really great about communicating with us, and he is passionate not only about his craft but especially about his crew and their skills and the art and the people of Ukraine, and I guarantee you'll come away inspired. Back to you.
That's the truth. Ben is a great speaker, and he is so willing to share his trade. And what a great idea, TKD, because I remember, being young and very interested in certain artsy things and just being fascinated or just absolutely elated with even the possibility of talking to someone who plied my particular trade when I got the chance, and ask some questions that will embarrass you later in life, but are the things you need to know right now. Prince, I found a story.
That's cool. I got a hole in my lip. It just went down that my drink just went all down my shirt. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, perfect. That sounds like a reason for me to read the story. And TKD's still here for the bedtime story. We just have time for it. So this is called The Golden Wheat. Once upon a time, there lived a man and a woman. They were poor as church mice. They had so many children that sometimes they forgot even their names. The man used to cut wood in the forest and thus earned his bread. One day he was going to work when he heard some clamor. Someone was crying for help from the swamp. The poor man had a kind heart and went to rescue. In the swamp, he saw a golden coach stuck in the mud, and in it was a golden-haired little girl. She begged him to pull out the coach. The man succeeded in doing so. The girl thanked him, saying, "When the sun is setting, I'll bring a bag of gold to you at your home." The poor man said goodbye and went off into the forest. He worked as hard as two men. He sang and danced with happiness and kept looking into the sun. Holy what? Don't do that. The day was never as long to him. I feel like that's a translation issue, Vince. The day was never as long to him as it was that day. He barely managed to wait until lunch. He threw down his axe and hurried off home. When he was already near the house, he started to call his children so they should run to greet him. His wife also came out of the house and said to her husband angrily, "Why do you have to be greeted when you are coming home empty-handed?" "Not with empty hands, but with great news, because I'm bringing good fortune home," replied the man. Then he asked them all to sit around him, and he began to tell them how that morning, when he was going to work, he had gone to the aid of a little girl whose coach had stuck in the mud. He had promised to bring them a bag of gold when the sun was setting. Everyone became very happy to hear the news. The man then began to explain where he was going to put the money, what use he would make of it. "First of all, I'll build us a big house with a very pretty porch, and on the windowsills there will bloom all kinds of flowers the whole year round. Near the house I'll plant an orchard, and in it I'll make a bee garden that will provide herbal honey. Not far in the valley there will be a pool with all kinds of fish. My wife and daughter will be clothed in rich clothes, and I'll send my sons to school to get a higher education. Everyone will be engaged in doing his chosen work." All of them listened carefully with open mouths. When the sun had almost set, the father finished. The first to come to her senses was the woman, and she said it would have been better if the man had brought the coach home so that the girl would know that it was theirs. Otherwise, pardon me, it was like hunting for the wind in a field. It was time for the girl to bring the gold, and they had wasted the afternoon. Suddenly, she sprang at her husband, and the children came behind her. It almost came to a fight. But just at this moment, the coach stopped near their house. From it, there peeped a golden-haired little girl, who said that the man should come quickly to take the bag of gold. The children started to hop around, and the man stood on the spot like a post. He was so overcome. He only recovered himself when his wife poked him in the side. He had barely managed to take from the coach a tied-up bag. The coach disappeared in a wink, so fast that it seemed the wind had blown it away. The man carried the bag into the house. He untied it and saw in it were some large grains of wheat. Only then did the man find himself in a fix. He already couldn't stand any more the screams of his wife and the crying of his children. He took the bag on his shoulders and went off. When he had walked a bit from the house, he angrily scattered all the grains of wheat hither and yon, and he strode on to find work elsewhere. The following year, he returned home. When he started to approach his house, he noticed that the wheat had grown like a forest, and on every stalk there was a heavy spike that almost bent it, and all the stalks glistened in the sun. Then he realized that this was the gold that the little girl had given, and it was truly real gold. The man was overjoyed, and once more, as a year previously, he ran, calling that everyone should greet him. At first they didn't want to, then later they followed him. When they saw the golden spikes that glistened so beautifully in the sun, they were very happy. The children touched the spikes with their hands, stroked and kissed them, and couldn't decide what to do with them. The man said that first it was necessary to mow it carefully and then thoroughly grind it and gather all the gold in a sack. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm and cheerfulness. They didn't even leave one spike and picked up every grain. And so they came to love this work. Every year they sowed the golden wheat and gathered a good harvest. From that time they lived in prosperity, and they valued fair weather and a good harvest more than a bag of gold. Oh, that's nice.
That is a good story, Adam. That is a good story. Still, nothing tops the Christmas spider.
I don't know. Kozak Mamariga.
Oh, Cossack Mamariga. Cossack
And also Kirilo Kojumiak.
Margarita, or whatever. I can't remember now. Sorry. Mama Riga. Cossack Mama Riga. It had the humor. It had the humor factor. And then the discovery that this is like some and then
Say what? Lost
I
ya.
know my headphones. And then the discovery that this is some like iconic, Ukrainian figure. How could it get any better than that, Adam?
I feel like Mamariga was his weird cousin. Like Mamai shows up everywhere. He's iconic. He's a pretty chill dude. Mamariga was a bit of a spaz.
Just a little bit, but the trout helped.
The trout and the falcon or whatever.
The trout and the
awesome.
falcon and yeah.
But do you remember the first one I read?
I think so. Find it again and read it real
was
quick.
Kirilo the Tanner. Read it real quick. No, it's a long one. It's good though. I think we should read it again next week.
That's the one about a dragon, right? There's a dragon in that one.
Yeah. The guy, the Tanner, is the strongest guy in town.
Yes. Yes.
He saves the castle.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I remember it. And I thought, what is this Adam dude, man? All he wants to do is read fairy tales. I wonder if his wife reads him bedtime
right.
stories.
Yeah, right.
I didn't think that.
I wish.
Okay, so back on to more stuff here. We're going to give you a couple of quotes here. Dmitry Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine. This is just a quote here. Ukraine became the 125th member of the International Criminal Court. It was a long road, full of challenges, myths, and fears. None of them were true. And today we finally achieved the result. By taking the step, Ukraine demonstrates its unwavering commitment to strengthening international justice, which I thought was pretty good. Martin Jaeger, German ambassador to Ukraine. Russia's war against Ukraine is also a brutal attack on international law. Ukraine's ratification of the Rome Statute is an important signal that strengthens international law and the International Criminal Court. Welcome to the 125th state party. There you go. A couple of good quotes right there. And where was I going next? That one, not that one. Now I haven't found the interest. I have not found. There's not a link to this in the article that I'm reading, but I wonder if I can find it somewhere. The cabinet ministers made changes to the protocol for the mobilization of conscripts who care for or support sick or disabled persons. And that makes a whole lot of sense, I would think. I just don't know what the changes are. But when they say something like that, it makes me think that they have made it. Oh, look here we go. Found it. because that wasn't hard. So the government has simplified provisions for deferral for mobilization in case of caring for sick relatives. The cabinet ministers have amended the procedure for the mobilization of citizens liable for military service who care for or support sick or disabled persons. This was reported by the press service of the Ministry of Social Policy. Yeah. And what has changed? According to the resolution, the government has revised the documents for documents confirming the right to deferral for persons who support or provide permanent care for relatives. From now on, these two categories of people and the packages of documents confirming the fact of the dependency of the care are separated. In addition, persons liable for military service who are caring for a sick wife or husband, child, and or their father, mother no longer need to indicate in their application to the TCR the absence of any other able-bodied family members. Excuse me. As well as submit documents confirming the inability of other family members to provide care. The resolution states that only persons liable for military service who care for their wife's sick parents are required to provide such information. TCRs will check it against the data in state registers. In addition, persons liable for military service who have parents with disabilities of Group 1 or Group 2 no longer need to establish a fact of caregiving. Under the Ukrainian law, adult children with disabled parents are obliged to support them and are entitled to a deferral. I like that. Adult children of disabled parents are obliged to support them. I like that. The same resolution changed the mechanism for obtaining a certificate of permanent care regarding the procedure and time frame for its issuance. The resolution developed by the Ministry of Social Policy was adopted at the governmental meeting on the 16th of August. Earlier, it was reported by the Committee on National Security, Defense, and Intelligence of the Verkhovna Rada supported the draft law and on deferral for half brothers on the basis as a basis and in general. So I think this is a good thing, right? You don't want to as somebody who has been a 24/7 caregiver for her elderly father, I can tell you, even if I was sharing that responsibility with somebody, the fact that I was sharing that responsibility with somebody should, I think, in my personal humble opinion, if my husband or if I was married and my wife and I were caring for my elderly parents, then yeah, I think that we should get a deferment because we're doing it together. But boy howdy, is having somebody who can, stay at home with the person you're caring for while you go to the store, that makes a world of difference, trust me. Or just to go out for breakfast with a friend. You wouldn't believe what I had to do to be able to set myself up to go out of the house for a few hours. And then the awful looks I would get when I came back because I wasn't there to take care of them. Anyway, Makas.
Morning.
Morning, Makas.
Morning.
What's the scoop, Poop?
What?
I said, what's the scoop, Poop?
Oh, I get it.
Did you
I've got coffee.
Did you get a new litter box?
Oh, yeah. I might be bringing home some kittens on Monday.
You might be.
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
We've already talked about that.
we've already established and provided names and all of that. Yes, of course. Oh, you know
Yeah,
me.
I wasn't.
You tweeted it. You tweeted it, so we thought it was fair game.
Yeah, I just needed some more fur children in my life. You know how these things go. Yeah, poor Elmo's
Yeah.
lonely. He stood here like an idiot dumpling in the middle of the floor, going, "What's going on, Mum?" And I've got nothing for him. I mean, you know, I've got no flipping silly games I can play with him. Well, I have, but not quite the same, you know. Know what I mean? It's always better when your buddy's like smacking you around the head, isn't it? So yeah, he's a sad little boy. And so I'm going to get him some little friends, and then he'll be a horrified little boy because he'll be like, "What the flipping heck's going on here?" But hopefully, he's going to turn into a nice, benevolent uncle to these little ladies. Fingers crossed. He doesn't just beat them up.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see his response when you bring them home.
No, they were totally inoffensive, right? If he finds problems with them, it's because he's a big girl's blouse.
Big girl's blouse. Okay. And then what? And then what's gonna happen? They'll get used to each other. TKD.
Oh, yeah.
TKD has a way of bringing new animals into the house that I think is very extensive. But yeah, go ahead, TKD.
Yeah, so our kitties are going to be cousins. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting two, right? Because if they have high energy, they can wrestle with each other. But I am really glad to hear that you have company for Elmo, right? And that even if the introductions take time, like what you've described about him, I get the sense that that would be I just get the sense that that will be good for him to have both you and some other feline company around. And I don't think anyone should give you grief for attending to that so promptly. And I look forward to hearing the updates.
I'll be honest. Right, I had 4 cats, and I'm currently down to 1. Now, prior to having 4 cats, I did exactly this. My cat died, and I immediately went out and got 2 more. Why? Because I just can't live without having lots of small animals annoying me, apparently. So yeah, it's like a knee-jerk reaction, but I mean, I had them for what, 10 years more. So yeah, let's just say that I am horrified of myself for going for kittens as well. I was looking for something a bit bigger, if you remember. I said I wanted some leggy babies that had got, like, you know, the kitten out of them already. And guess what? I've got 2 tiny babies, and they're so cute.
With the razor sharp teeth, and you can't even be mad at them. What
Oh,
would
yeah.
tear you apart?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, one of them yesterday had a little tiny nibble at my finger, and I can tell. But it sat on my knee and purred, and it was like the size of a potato. Oh,
Don't accidentally cook it for dinner. I'm just kidding. Um, sorry, that was a bad taste joke. Sorry. It was a
Whoa,
joke.
man!
It was dark. I
Way to
know.
end the shift on a dark note.
TKD, go ahead.
But
Wait a second. TKD, go ahead.
Yes, this is the woman whose bird just took a bite out of her. The yesterday morning for those of us on my time zone and further east, and today for those of you in Adam's time zone and further west.
It hit
My-
it hit midnight for Adam now. He's now in your
Oh,
time.
is it?
He's now in your tomorrow.
No, he's 2 hours behind me. It's 11:06, right? 23:06, Adam.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, my bad.
correct.
Okay, that's what. Okay,
TKD is correct.
okay, that's what I thought, because I'm not always correct, and especially not at this hour of the night. But yes, my kittens here, they have razor sharp teeth, but they have not bitten me. They kind of nibble at me, but I've been giving them toys, and the only time any one of them has bitten me was when I gave them deworming medication. So, you know, a couple of good cat toys to shove in between there when they decide they want to play with you. And if you've got 2 of them that can wrestle with each other and they kind of work on bite inhibition, yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. but I'm really happy. I'm still sorry about Miss Kitty Mockers, and she just seemed like a real special girl. But I'm also happy that you've been provided new little kitten friends to keep you and Elmo company. And I would like to remind all our listeners here at Mriya Report that Mockers Cats provide a public service, because you see, I here am a night owl, and it's almost it's a little after 1, and I'm on my way to bed. But Mockers, God bless this woman, she gets up and starts co-hosting at 6 or 7 in the morning UK time every day, and her cats are on a team. Her cats help wake her up in the morning to make sure not only that they get their own food, but that she is ready to grab her coffee and co-hosts for the Mriya Report. So special shout out and thanks not only to Mockers, but also to her team of cats. Back to you.
Thank you. Well, Elmo's sat here in his usual post, so he gets to listen to me for a couple of hours, then he goes out for a couple of hours, and then he'll come back in and bop me in the face if I haven't fed him at tea time. So, yeah, bless him. Now then,
I love that your cats. I love that your cats have tea time. My cats have tea time, so I must feed them. Do they get milk then too?
Do they golf? So they golf on their own?
They get 11s, yeah. No, very good. Yes, Elmo has his own little golf bag. Yeah, he's got a buggy and everything. No,
that sounds expensive.
Yeah, no, he likes his. It's because we're British over here, and we say tea or dinner, and these are both the same things. Also, a cup of tea is totally different. Just go with it. So yeah.
I knew what you were talking about.
He'll come in and
make puns.
smack me in the face, and he'll go, "Do you realise it's my dinner time?" And I'm like, "Oh, bless you. Give me a moment, right?" So I ask him for a moment, and if I as much as take any other action other than getting myself ready to go towards his dinner bowl, he will smack me right in the nose usually, but this time with a teensy bit of a claw, just a teeny tiny one. Just enough to say, next time, you're going to notice that I've smacked you. Yeah. And so he's a right little cheeky devil, bless him. But even so, I've seen things blowing up. It appears to have been something happened. What's it called? What's it called? Explosions, airfields.
The Kremlin.
Yeah.
Explosions, airfields. Yes, that's the one. Sorry, my brain just switched off for a moment there. But we're all right now. Good, all good. Anyway, Adam, if you want to get to bed, I've got coffee and everything.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Have fun, everybody. Thanks for the great shift, Prince. And goodbye, Mriya Report.
Ta-ra!
Ta-ra!
And while I'm getting myself into position, go ahead, Karen.
Well, I wanted to ask if you were going to get a nice large bag of catnip to kind of use it as an icebreaker when you get the little kitties together with their uncle. Catnip often smooths a lot of social gatherings with felines that are strangers to each other.
Oh, Mockers knows the catnip very well, I think. I think Mockers has a special breed. Go ahead,
I think I just missed a co-host invite, asking for one. I went to ask for one, and when I came back, I saw it disappear off my screen. So, well,
it should. Doesn't it show up? Doesn't it show up on the bottom left-hand side of your screen if you miss it? It does for me.
Yeah, it shows up for a couple of moments, but then it disappeared again. Oh, there it is. It's come back. Right.
That's
okay, we're all good now.
Yeah. Go ahead,
yeah,
TKD.
That's a good idea, Karen. But from what Mockers just told me about the age of the kittens that are that she's getting, they may not be quite old enough for catnip yet. Sometimes cats have to be a little bit older before they react to it. Now, my kittens like some toys that have catnip in them, but I think they just like the toys for the toys' sake, and I am looking forward to seeing which of them are going to react to that. But yeah, sometimes when kittens are younger, they don't always they're not ready to go for the catnip yet. But yeah, I think that's a good idea, and maybe we should like take up a catnip collection or something for when they're older.
Well, it would certainly benefit the uncle. It would relax him and put him in a good mood. And if the kittens did turn out to like the catnip, which is, like you said, they may not, but if they did, at least kittens don't have to worry about getting carded.
That is true. Yes, you're been encouraging giving drugs to small children, in a way. But yes, isn't it weird, by the way, that we give dogs like toys and treats and everything lovely, and we give cats drugs? Yeah, I know, it's weird. So here I am. I've got in and everything. You know what? I'm going to tell you people that you need to retweet me, because if you don't, I'm just going to hold the numbers very close to my chest for another hour. Not that I don't already. I kind of forget to do. No, sorry. Anyway, what am I looking at? I'm looking at a bunch of airfields. One in Volgograd. Around 10 explosions in the airfield in Volgograd. Oh, thank you. Timeline. You know what? I literally just found something that I was going to read you with a little bit of in-depth information about what's going on Volgograd, and well, it disappeared. It kind of went, oh, by the way, I'm just going to refresh your feed now. Bye. See ya. What an absolute bar steward. Anyway, I can confirm, however, that this oil storage facility in Rostov that's burning. Well, it's still burning. What are we on day 4? So out of all the Russian oil depots that have burned, I've got to say this one is extremely lovely, because it just keeps exploding. Now, I've got to say, even if you take the inventory out of that, what's it called? Even if you take the inventory out of those tanks, there's still going to be traces in the tanks. In fact, there's going to be particles which are floating in the air, even inside the tanks, which will also not help with them exploding. So get them warm enough, and they're going to explode. Even if they emptied them, it would appear they're still exploding. Now, what is just brilliant about this whole thing is they keep trying to do something to contain it. I have seen that they keep trying to contain it, but you know exactly what's happening here, don't you? That they haven't got the skill, they haven't got the men, they haven't got the appliances in place, the fire engines themselves. So it's just getting out of control. And with each passing day, there's more explosions of tanks. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that looks like a lot of money. It's a lot of money to lose, but not just money. Fuel, precious diesel, which they should be using at the front. It's just super sexy. Wow, by the way. You know how Kyrgyzstan have recently stopped doing business with Russia? A lot of their banks. Well, would you believe, the only country that's tried to do something about slowing down their imports to Kyrgyzstan, and I do mean, you know, from almost nothing to like massive amounts. And then we've known about this for what, the last 12 months, and we've been told that we need to do something about it. And the only country that appears to have made any real effort to do anything about it is Poland. I mean, everybody else. Oh, well, I was going to say Italy's actually gone up, so they can't hold their heads up. Everybody else, it's gone down a fraction, tiny fraction. Spain's a bit better than the rest of us, although that is on an upward trend already. So yeah, only Poland seems to have actually stopped doing these increasing amounts of exports. That's the one to Kyrgyzstan, because obviously it just goes to Russia, doesn't it? However, this place, their banks have just recently stopped doing business with Russia. Not just one now, more than one. Seems to have started to catch, you know, like a virus. So almost all major banks in Kyrgyzstan now have stopped transfers to Russia, which is following the second one yesterday. All of a sudden, a load of others followed suit. And I could name them all, but I'm not going to. Mainly because some of them I can't say. Anyway, so 2 days ago, when M Bank, who was the first bank in Kyrgyzstan to stop doing these transfers, 2 days ago, the Russian experts said, won't bother us. It won't affect our transfers. It'll just be rerouted through other banks. Yeah, no problem. Stop worrying about it. Only, well, those other banks all took their name off the list too. So I think the question is, what other banks? Good question, hey? So they always like seem to think that, you know, it won't be a problem. But obviously, Mriya, or a representative of theirs, has been and had a little visit in Kyrgyzstan and said to their banks, well, either you do business with them or you do business with us and make your decision. And they still tell the lie to everyone that this doesn't hurt Russia. But I can assure you now, it does. Yeah, this is another precursor to, you know, possibility of collapse. You don't just collapse by mistake. Now then, just quickly, did you all see the oil refinery in Slavyansk on Kuban putting on its jacket? That's right. Tank farm coke cages have been erected, which are beautiful. Well, just a question, Prince. If you're building a large metal structure like that, how long will it take to get hit by lightning, do you think?
Oh my god, that's epic.
Well, and also, you know, they have had quite a lot of storms in Russia just recently, and also lightning tends to set things on fire, doesn't it? Just saying. Hey, good morning, Katinka.
Good morning, my dear co-hosts and listeners. You stopped talking about Volgograd, and I would have had a question about it because I read that the ammunition has exploded there, and then I read a disturbing sentence. There's been written that locals had been vaccinated and prepared for evacuation. Wow! Against what vaccinated? Has there been biological weapons or what? Do you know anything more, or do I stay in this cloud of unknowing anything? Thank you.
So this is the Volgograd Airfield, that one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
right. Well, I've not seen a massive amount about that, but you know what? They might cause a panic just to get people to stay away. That's something. You know what I mean? They might say something like this to ensure that nobody wants to go near it. Now, it may be that they've stored some sort of chlorine weapon or something like that there. I wouldn't be very surprised. Absolutely would not be surprised if that was the case. But, well, you know, it's up to them where they store their stuff, and they make it dangerous for the public. So, don't know what vaccinations are about. I think it's fear mongering, that bit. But I do think that they want people to stay away, and this is a good way to keep them from even wanting to go near it, isn't it? To say, oh, it's really dangerous to your health. But knowing Russia, it probably is.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, I sent you in a DM the tweet from Military Use UA. They posted it.
Well, I will have oh dear, sorry. Someone's having an argument which I thought was funny, and it turns out it's not. Oh, I've got another fake soldier wanting to be my friend. Hello, I'm happy for all the support for Ukraine, for all you do. It feels so good that there are people out there that don't hide and openly support this. I am sorry, my English is not good. Yes, mate, that's because you're probably a Nigerian prince. I'm so sorry. I get a lot of these, and folks, you know what you do with them? You delete them, every last one, because there is no guarantee that's a real person. And I'll be honest, he had a profile picture which I've already seen before, so it's shocking, isn't it? Yeah. Where am I now? Right. So Volgograd. Let's have a little look at what they've said. Okay, Katinka. So, after ammunition detonated, locals are being vaccinated. Now, I wonder if that is actually a bad translation.
I would wonder
Um,
about that also. And,
Yeah.
and realistically, I mean, it wouldn't be, if it was vaccinated, we'd be talking about some seriously deadly disease that would mean it would be a biological weapon. It couldn't be something. I can't imagine any. Where's Dr. Dave? Paging Dr. Dave. I can't imagine anything like chlorine or anything like that that could be vaccinated against. Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking you might be able to. You know, like they give out iodine tablets to people, which actually is not actually that good a thing to do unless you
Yeah.
really need to.
Exactly. And the iodine tablets, iodine, damn you. Oh, excuse my language. The iodine tablets, that's for the radiation though. And I still don't think that there would be
Yeah.
the iodine just stimulates the activity of the thyroid or something.
Yeah, it keeps your thyroid busy so it doesn't collect radiation instead, basically. It's what I believe it's one of the ways of if you're being poisoned, if you get absolutely blind drunk, it can save your life because your kidneys start processing the alcohol instead of the poison and flushes the poison out your system because it keeps your kidneys busy. I know that much. But I don't like getting blind drunk. But I've seen it happen to a cat. A cat that was poisoned, was given pure vodka, was drunk as a skunk for 2 days, lived. Wendy.
Wow, that's really interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I was going to say about the airfield. I did see a post that said that they were talking to local people about evacuating because there were a lot of secondary detonations. You know, there's a lot of ammo exploding. So that was a post that I
see
saw
another
about that.
translation. I see a new translation, and it says preparing for evacuation.
Yeah.
I think it's a shitty translation. I think that's all it is.
Okay.
Cheers. Katinka, did you want to come back on that?
I just thought about anthrax. There is a vaccination against it, for example, and there are some other biological weapons where you can vaccinate it.
Yeah, be honest.
So-
Something like that, I think they would keep in a secure, remote location if they were having anything like that. I mean, they apparently do have some biological weapons, and they're kept way, way away from anyone else on an island somewhere. So I don't think they've had anything like that there. I think it's just a mistranslation, but it does say preparing for evacuation, which I think is more what it was trying to mean. Alex, welcome back.
Hey, thank you. So the conversation about the chemical biological warfare is a little bit that I can add to, but I did not catch the very first part as to where we were talking about to start.
Oh, Volgograd Airport. There was it said here, the local population is being vaccinated, preparing for evacuation, but it's not that. It says the local population is being prepared for evacuation. So I've got two translations of the same thing, and one says it and one doesn't. So I'm saying it was just a bad translation. Does that help?
Fair enough. Thank you. I'm going to check the notes and see if there's anything around Volgograd that might be relevant.
Yeah. Cheers, Medea. But yes, it's good to see actually. This chap, he's driving around, he's doing a video from some distance away, so you can see that it's, you know, it's definitely there's a big plume of smoke gone in almost every direction from this place. Yeah, massive amount of smoke gathered in the air around it. Lovely. And well, you can see at least two locations on the ground where there is smoke coming from, which suggests that there was a number of hits. That's really nice. Thanks. There was also a lovely picture overnight, which I'll just repost, which shows well, plenty of glowing on the horizon there, which tells me all we need to do is just wait for the satellite images. Oh, sorry. People keep sending me funny things in the background. I've just been sent a picture of a very grumpy looking cat. What the heck is this? Unknown technology indeed. Like so many other things in Russia, they've built themselves some sort of vehicle. It's a motorbike that looks like the sidecar got taken off it at some point. Yeah, it's got like a sidecar frame on it, and it looks really like it's going to topple over at any minute. Like really like it's going to topple over at any minute. They're both having to lean to keep it from. Oh dear. So let's have a look at Marinovka Airport properly. So, struck by Ukraine more than once overnight, the airport is 440 kilometers from the front line, and Russia must know that there is no security there. And it appears there is no security there. Sorry, I can't believe they leave these things, you know, like this. So here we go. Locals have reported at least 12 explosions. Multiple strikes appear to have hit the actual airfield itself. Smoke and flames rising from at least two locations. Lovely. Well, that's awful, isn't it? And it's day 109 and 9/11. So 911. Wonder if Russia will be calling that today. So here we go.
You guys don't even call 911. You guys call 999. Alex put his hand up
We
again.
do. Oh, Alex, go ahead. Alex, are you away from the mic or are you muted? This is always the tough thing, isn't it? You just wonder if you're like, yeah, he's died somewhere now. He's just laid on the floor, dead. You know.
Nah, I don't think
Never
so.
speak to him again. No, I don't think so either. But let's talk to Karen while we're waiting for him.
Well, back on the 19th, you remember that we heard about Olenia Air Base, and this is up in very far up north. So just south of the Kola Peninsula in the Murmansk Oblast. Okay. Well, I just read an article in the Bering Sea, no, not Bering, that's Alaska, Barents Sea Observer, which is a Norwegian publication, that Murmansk is under drone attack. And this article is dated the 21st. So that implies to me that the attack is still going on. It didn't end. It's still going. And I can remember feeling some consternation before when Russia had attacked Ukraine with planes coming out of that airbase way up north. You know, they would attack south and then they would disappear into an area that they thought that would be out of range. And the first time it got hit, Olenia Air Base got hit, was back in July. But it wasn't real serious. But this is more serious. And
I don't think that Olenia is getting hit right now. Murmansk has been hit.
Okay. I'm going to send you the article, and if I've misread anything, you can correct it. It does say that it has been hit, and that it is not the first time that Olenia has been attacked. In late July, a Ukrainian drone managed to hit the airbase located as much as 1,800 kilometers north of.
We're talking about the Murmansk in Volgorod region, not way up there.
No, there are two airfields.
Okay, not
Bear with
Murmansk
me, Karen.
Oblast.
Bear with
Okay.
me, Karen.
Well, I'm talking about more.
No, I mean, bear with me, as in I'll explain to Prince. Right, so, Prince, there is Volgograd Airfield, which has been hit, but
yes,
Murmansk, way up there, right, has been being attacked. Olenia Airfield has been being targeted by Ukraine for the last 4 days. Yes,
I haven't seen that news.
Well, there was a number of drones seen being shot down over there. Now it's some 2,000 kilometers away from Ukraine, over by the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, it's closer to Karen's house. Karen, why don't you take your sniper rifle out there and see if you can take a peek and look and see what they're doing?
You're on the that's on the other side of the globe. It's too far away from Alaska, but I would if I could, but but anyway, I will DM you the article, Prince. It's from a Norwegian publication that I like to check called the Barents Observer, and they don't have a lot of articles, but when they do, it's usually stuff that is very good, very informative. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mockers, for sorting that out.
No worries. No worries. You see, there's so many airfields that Ukraine keeps smacking, Prince, that we get confused. I'm not surprised we're all a bit discombobulated. But yes, this apparently, they've been sending drones there for the last 4 days and nobody bothered to tell us. Rude, eh? Either way, somebody said, I wonder how Norway feels. And I thought, I bet you Norway's like, yay, can we see it from here? Can we get like a long lens out and,
They
you know?
probably can. Yeah, they can see Russia from their house.
Exactly. I feel as though, yeah, someone was like, how's Norway going to feel? They're, Russia are a nuclear state. And someone put, yeah, no, Norway is going to be watching like, yay! Alex, are you back, my friend?
I am, and I've done a little bit of looking at my research, and Volgograd's actually a pretty big hotspot from the Soviet Union for biowarfare. So there was 5 anti-plague institutes operating in that area, which were supposedly research institutes devoted to dealing with fungal and bacterial infections. But what they really were production of plague and anthrax in weaponized quantities. And there was also included in the region storage for both airdrop bombs and artillery pieces loaded with both plague and anthrax stored in bunkers in that area that as late as 2019 were still being destroyed. So population being vaccinated after it hit at an airport, plausible.
And also slightly terrifying, eh?
A little bit, yeah.
Wow. Well, bless those people and their long-suffering children, is all I can say.
My bet would be on anthrax, where the spores can actually be stored for a long period of time. Plague's a lot trickier and requires a lot more work to use. But anthrax spores are basically indestructible, so they may have had some anthrax munitions there, and that tracks with vaccinations and prophylactic antibiotics.
Delightful. Well, I can only hope that those people do not come down with that their terrible affliction.
No,
Goodness.
hopefully not. There's it's a pretty nasty thing to use in war. It infects in 3 ways with anthrax. The least dangerous is in skin, and anywhere in cracks or wounds will cause a localized infection that can be very painful, but is generally not super dangerous beyond potentially amputation. Then it can also get in your gastrointestinal system, which can be pretty bad, can kill you. But where it's really, really nasty is if you inhale the spores and it gets in your lungs, and that is almost universally fatal without high quality treatment. But it's not transmissible person to person. It tends to be a use it, kill everyone in an area, and leave it as an area of effect denial weapon, where it's not so much used as a like something that'll spread through populations. So bad in that area, the same way, a big radiation leak would be in that area, but not a danger to the whole world.
Noted. Well, thank you for doing the research and coming back and telling us, because yeah.
You're welcome.
It was,
I don't have everything in my head. I have to look at my notes.
Well, it's something to keep a note of, isn't it? That I would have thought that they would have never stored anything like that anywhere where it could bother their people. I really was convinced that they wouldn't be quite so,
Oh no, the
giving off
Soviet
it.
Union with their biowarfare program were just as competent as the modern day Russian army is.
Lovely. Well, that's horrifying. Horrifying. Goodness. So we have some numbers, but I'm just going to say, give us one more share, and I'll think about coming back to them. So this airfield that is currently on fire is the Oktyabrskoye airfield. Oktyabrskoye. That one. Now, there were at least 12 explosions. There was a video from the also from the Kalachevsky district, which was subject to a large drone attack. So let's see what we've got here. Ukrainian armed forces attempted to attack an airfield in the city of Kalachnadonu in the Volgograd region at approximately 3:30 a.m. There were 12 explosions heard in the area of the vicinity. Air defense worked on at least 2 drones. Round of applause, chaps. No other information as yet. It is noted Ukrainian UAVs are also attempting to attack Voronezh and Rostov regions. So then there was quite a lot of flames rising from Oktyabrskoye air base, and later quite a lot of smoke. But you know, nothing got hit there. I'm sure it was all shot down. It was just a bit of a grass fire. Yeah. All right. Well, beautiful news. We'd like to see those things happening. Now, also, did something happen in Bryansk yesterday by any chance? Because the Russians went berserk, absolutely berserk, saying that Ukraine were rolling into Bryansk. Did we hear much more?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I wonder if they just had a little fight along the border there, and the Russians got very scared, because they are basically just waiting for Ukraine to make the next move of kicking their ass. I also saw a lovely video that was released yesterday of 2 big lines of tanks waiting to go somewhere. I don't know when that video was from, but it was definitely Ukrainians in 2 big lines of tanks looking as though they were ready to go somewhere. Just saying that it looked quite sweet. Now, would you like some tale of woe as to what's been going on in the Kursk region? That they're hating it, Prince. They hate it.
2 words right there that make me, just want to say, woe and curse.
Yes. So, we saw the destruction of some pontoon bridges yesterday, didn't we? Very, I've got to say, accurate and effective destruction of these two pontoons, at least. So, following the destruction of the bridges, they began to hit the pontoons. Obviously, the main reason is to completely control the sky. The enemy quite effectively organised attacks on our air defence systems, as a result of which winged drones now constantly hover over the area, identifying our positions and crossings. At the same time, the enemy is attacking in the direction of Malaya Lochnia. In general, for the future, if we want to prevent new incursions into our territory, amongst other activities, we must organise groups to hunt for HIMARS, which they have at their disposal all the necessary means, from intelligence data to ground online video footage from winged drones. And also, we need to assign Iskander duty crews directly to them. This hunt must be carried out continuously. 2 years have passed since the mass use of HIMARS, and a hunt for them has not yet been launched, despite the fact that this is their second most effective means of isolating combat areas after FPV drones. The second only because there are many, many more drones. And you will find the most important drones are allocated for the use of the HIMARS. We must also stop grinding down our assault troops against unnecessary villages on the map and move to a harmonious fighting fist. Oh, mate, I know you want to, but can you? No, you can't. Sorry. The invasion of the Kursk region showed that only battle-hardened units can fight. The rest are actually incapable of combat. That's right, mate. And your government sent you there, incapable of combat. Beautiful. The idea of erasing assaults and recruiting again practically from scratch turns into big problems, especially in places where the enemy can beat us tactically and deprives us of our numerical advantage. Well, it does seem that they're having a bad time, doesn't it? And you know what happens when you blow up Russian stuff? That they go away. Yeah, I know. I noticed that. Bridges blew up. Pontoon bridges blew up, and guess what the Russians did? They moved away. Because they don't like exploding. I know. Amazing, isn't it? So more of that to come. Now, I've got a little funny story for you before we do the numbers, Prince.
Yay, funny story.
Yes, you know the two majors. You've heard of two majors, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You heard they got scammed.
Oh, what happened?
So apparently, Ukrainian bloggers scammed them, or Ukrainian slang scammed them. So two majors announced a collection for fighters in the Kursk area for 7 Mavics, a total of 1,800,000 rubles. Ukrainian team contacted the fund and convinced them that they could promptly deliver the Mavics, but advance payment was required. On the 13th of August, two majors, with over 1 million followers on Telegram, transferred almost 1 million rubles to the account of the fictitious company Digital ARS RUS. Digital Ars Rus. Yes. On August the 20th, a unit of the Armed Forces of Ukraine recorded a video with words of gratitude for purchased equipment that they had used this money for. Now, that's about $11,000, so that's pretty cool. And how is that for a nice piece of trolling? Hey, two majors, thanks so much for buying us some stuff. Really kind of you for that donation. Just the cheek of it, the absolute cheek of it. And the trolling afterwards to, you know, like just, oh, by the way, ha ha ha, thanks. So I promised you numbers, and you know, I always do that and then forget to do them, so I'm going to remember to do them today. Woohoo! I know, clever me. I've remembered. Oh, I'm getting hiccups though, so bear with me. Right. Don't laugh at me. We have
whatever.
1,000. Whatever. We have 1,130 liquidated personnel. Still quite high, that figure, isn't it? 7 tanks, a bit better than yesterday. 25 armoured personnel vehicles. And again, that's quite a lot. They've taken out a lot of those over the last 3 days. I've noticed. They've been up in the 20s for the last 3 days. Saying something, I'm sure. I wonder if they're convoy. Part of convoys. 46 artillery systems. But, oh, what is this? 3 anti-aircraft systems. We do love a multiple, don't we? Make up your own jokes. 96 UAVs shot down yesterday. 96. My God. They were busy yesterday, weren't they? I mean, you know, sometimes you just don't hear about how busy they are, but goodness gracious me. 1 cruise missile also shot down. 59 vehicles and fuel tanks. Again, cracking on with that. Just no let up, is there? There is no let up to how harshly they're being battered in their logistics. And, oh, gosh, another 17 special equipment. So I thought they'd run out of it yesterday when there was only 2, but no, apparently they found some more and destroyed that too. So again, a big whack of special equipment, taking it to a total of 2,904 items, which is a lot of special stuff to be missing, isn't it? Gosh, I can't. The numbers that they come out with absolutely astound me, just because they have these numbers to lose. I mean, it's just bonkers. Um, sorry, just laugh at that. Right, okay. Retweeted that because it's funny. Now, also, it's worth noting that Russian channels were claiming yesterday that 2 Ka-52 helicopters disappeared over the Kursk region. Now, I don't know if they're referring to the 2 helicopters that we know were definitely shot down, but one was an Mi-28, so where the second Ka-52 has come from, I'm not sure. So it says here, judging by the posts I've seen, there were at least 3 successful drone strikes on helicopters. Well, we did see 2, didn't we? Successful strikes on helicopters. Apparently, there was a 3rd. So, just to note that that's terribly fun. Now, while things are happening over in the east area there, it is worth noting that Ukraine are not just sitting back on their laurels in Ukraine. No, a Russian ammunition and fuel depot on the Kimburn Spit appears to have been located and dealt with very recently. Video's very nice. It's amazing how they find these places, isn't it? Just so much intelligence going on. That's what gets me. The level of intelligence gathering and the use of it is just beautiful. Oh, I'm just looking at a new video, a new picture, sorry, of a whole bunch of people surrendering in the Kursk region. And judging by the badges, guess what? It was another group of Kadyrovites, the Akhmat TikTok Brigade. Goodness me, those guys are really good at surrendering, aren't they? Now, did we see one of Putin's doubles go and watch Kadyrov's son do some shooting yesterday? Did you see that, Prince?
Yeah.
I've got to comment on this because what was he doing with them headphones?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that.
Yeah, I'm just. He put his headphones on upside down, right? And not a single person dared to tell him, but they all looked at him like, "What on earth are you doing?" You know. And he was just like so confident in these upside down earphones that they were just like, yeah, we're not going to mention that. We're just not going to mention that. Even though there were a number of people around him wearing them the correct way. What the actual heck was going on with that? Is everyone too scared of him to tell him to wear them the correct way, or does he think that looks better? What an absolute no. Now, I know it still works, technically, holding it upside down like that. Maybe he's taking the pee out of Kadyrovites and pretending to have a beard. I don't know. But either way, it just looks like he, it looks like he's got a cowboy hat on backwards, you know what I mean? It just looks an idiot. Anywho. What am I having a look at here? The US is apparently found 20 MiG-29s. They bought them from Moldova in 1997, and they've done them up. And they're handing them over to Ukraine. When did that happen? No idea when this happened, but
Wow.
it says here, some of them are not airworthy. Some of them were already transferred to Ukraine for parts. Hulks were sent for parts. But there is apparently still some which are usable. And it looks as though the US have done them up. So it says, when will they transfer them? Well, we don't know that. But that is coming from a source which is usually okay. So it does look as though some of them have already been transferred as parts, though, because they were wrecks. But whatever's been left over might be useful. Well, you know what? They've been using those MiGs really, really well. And the only problem with them is they're coming to the end of their life and they're not very modern. Now, what they did do to modernize some of them was they got them to shoot more modern weapons, didn't they? So I'm just thinking, if the US has been tinkering with them, perhaps they managed to make some a little bit more suitable for modern weapons. You never know. They figured it out, didn't they, anyway? So, hopefully, if any new MiG-29s are going to turn up, they will turn up fully fitted out and ready to go. Or at least they should do at this point. Come on, we've had long enough, haven't we? And I suppose, you know, in a way, that is, it's quick for Ukraine to just pick them up and use them as well. Plug and play. No, nobody needs speciality training that takes like 1.5 to 2 years to get in these MiGs. So that also sounds like a good thing. I'll keep an eye on that because, like I say, we know they exist. We know that Ukraine probably had some for parts previously. And what happened to the rest of them? Well, it sounds as though we might have found out. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. So I'm just having a look here. Oh dear, the ammunition depot at Marinovka Airport was detonating half the night.
Yes, it
People are,
was.
yes,
It was
people
pretty.
are being, yes, people are being prepared for evacuation. Firm's data suggests that not only the ammunition store, but also various locations on the actual runway appear to be on fire, which suggests that there could also be aircraft burning. Now, a satellite image from August the 19th showed that there were 14 Su-24 and 15 Su-34 aircraft at the site. Now, if there were a whole bunch of aircraft lined up, that would certainly, you know, give you a useful target. Now, I've got to say, that picture of this airfield, these things are tucked in next to one another like they're all best buddies. And I think there's only two. Yeah, there's two which are out by themselves, like away from the rest of them. But the rest of them are all tucked up neatly in one little space all together, which seems a silly thing to do. Now, some of them, I was going to say, might be painted on the ground, but I don't think they are. I think they're all actual aircraft then. Oh, and also, a lot of their missile storage appears to be just there, just outdoors. There's a couple of buildings here, and then there's a load of white things laid on the ground, which appear to be missiles. Either that or they've got some big white poles for no good reason, but no, they appear to be, oh yeah, racks and racks and racks of them, all outside. Now, they do have some sort of concrete base that they're stood on, but that's not going to stop them from exploding, is it? And the building that they're stood right next to, well, I'm going to say that that place would disappear the second they started exploding. And there's another building a bit further away from it, which also appears to have a lot of large boxes stored outside, which suggests again more outside storage of ammunition. Just, you know, just loose, just around. So yeah, I think that they have probably lost thought of that. I mean, we do have to give them credit for something, don't we? Planes, tanks, air bases, ammo dumps. They all just look beautiful when they're burning. So the Russians have achieved something. Art. There you go. So these special military operation that they began some time ago, it's become very special, hasn't it? So much so that the armed forces of Ukraine are still taking towns and villages that I don't recognize in in Kursk. So what have we got here? Vetrino, Zhelobovka, and Durovka, apparently. Not a clue where they are, but it is a nice little blue triangle now that's appeared on the map again. So just more and more of these places are being nibbled up, and the whole time I'm seeing what are they, the POWs captures, and not just one or two at a time, loads. And I'm just going to say this might be a day for mass surrenders in certain areas, especially those that are trapped on the wrong side of the river. Yeah, and unless they're good swimmers, it might just be a good idea to surrender. So there was also a Russian sabotage and reconnaissance group that were tracked down and captured in the Kursk region. And he says, so who are you from? We're from the 810th Brigade. So what's this 810th? The Ukrainian asks. We are Marines. We are based in Sevastopol. So they've sent these guys from Sevastopol. And that just goes to show, doesn't it, that that's where they're sending them from. Here, there, and everywhere. Now, I'm just checking out another satellite image from this Volgograd air base. So August the 19th, there were 29 aircraft there of varying types, but they were spread out a bit better than that original picture, actually. So let me just see. They seem to be in groups of threes, however. So there's like three, and there's like a big gap, and then there's three more, and then there's a gap, and then there's three more. Well, taking out three at the time, 3 for 1. I'd do that. Cool. Just check our hands. Right. So let's have a little look at a few things which interest me. You know me. You'd be glad to know that the Russians have put out a report on the Bank of Russia's anti-crisis measures. Yes. I'm not quite sure how this is going to be helpful to them, but Prune has stated that she thinks, based on a particular number of on the particular dates that they've given, she can easily identify all the causes of Russia's listed financial crises. So, contents of this document are: Part 1, crises and the lessons learned. So they have ongoing crises by the looks of things. So 2008 to 2009 crisis. Then they had 2014 to the 2015 crisis. Then the 2020 crisis, and now the 2022 crisis. And I think, again, you can probably also figure out that there's probably some good reasons for that. However, knowing what the reasons are, the Russian central bank and Prune only agree with the cause of one of the listed crises when she's looked through it, which might explain part of the reason why they keep making the same mistakes over and over, because they just don't recognise what their problems are. However, they're going to have a 2023 to 2024 crisis with 20% interest rates and export bans on sugar and gasoline. Business as usual, not a crisis, that. It was this. This is the funny thing here. Key lessons if learned from the crisis. Sorry, key lessons if learned from the crisis. So that does just basically mean did we learn anything, folks, from this? Did we? Now that they should have learned that they're not going to beat Ukraine by now, but well, maybe that still needs punching into them. No.
Did you just read my message and say,
yes?
Huh?
Yes, I just read your message.
Yeah. That's just yeah, just gonna be waiting. That's all.
Right. Well, let's just say, folks, there's a baby on the way, and Prince is very excited about it. And when the baby has arrived, the person whose baby it is will no doubt be very proud to tell us all. But we're just waiting on some news. So exciting. Let me just have a little look at what's been going on here in the past, like, not so long. Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Agency attacked Savasilikia, that one, airfield, and destroyed a MiG-31K, 2 IL-76, and it was confirmed that there were also damage to 5 other aircraft at that base. Nice. In Rostov, the Armed Forces of Ukraine struck an S-300 system. And then, as I was going to bed last night, there were explosions in Moscow, Kursk, Bryansk, Belgorod, Rostov, and Murmansk. I mean, just what the what? And also that place in Rostov that's still burning, the tank count is like, well, it made 10 additional tanks the last 2 days. And each day it made another additional 10 tanks on fire. And, well, I'm just going to say that the whole situation ain't looking good. They can't put it out at this point. They just can't. They've just got to try and minimize the damage. However, minimize the damage. It all depends on which way the wind blows, and that's not something that you should be, you should be relying on as a firefighter, really. I'm just going to pop up into the space what we know so far, what we know for sure. So, Russian oil tank bingo at the Rostov base. I can't like this. Bricktop has very kindly confirmed which ones are absolutely, definitely destroyed, which ones he thinks are not yet destroyed, and which ones are identified but unknown at this time, just because you can't see them because of all the smoke. But if you look at this picture and you look at the very top left, there are 8 tanks there, and they are different to a lot of the other tanks. They're different made, and we think that they contain aviation fuel. And but let's just say that if they get over there, if the flames get over there, the explosions will be something to behold. They will rock your world, baby. Yeah, big explosions if that's the case. Even if they're quite empty, there will still be enough in there to create a big boom. So fire has now jumped across to the 3rd row of tanks over quite a wide space that should have prevented it. However, the wind had other ideas. And despite there being 3 foam fire suppressor units, apparently per tank, that were paid for when the place was built, guess what? They were never fully installed. What a surprise. What a shock. So there are a number of tanks which haven't set on fire, which you thought would have done. Now, it's possible that they did de-inventory those tanks very quickly, and that's why those ones are not currently on fire. But it doesn't mean that the tanks themselves can't get damaged. Now, oh my goodness, somebody said that there was a suggestion of using airdropped water on this site. But luckily for the Russians, somebody was possessing of enough brains to say, please don't do that, because that would definitely spread the fire. I do like the fact that it's like a bingo card, though, and we can sort of cross them off as we go. So we know for a fact that all that sort of right-hand side is pretty much destroyed, and the flames are moving along towards the left just because of the wind. I know. And someone says it looks more like a Connect 4 game, but I'll go with the flow. And there's not a full line yet. That's the only thing. It's not a full line yet. But just to note that the firm's data from 9 hours ago definitely prove that they don't yet have it under control. I mean, it's insanely hot. Unless they absolutely empty all the rest, they're going to lose everything that's in them. And also, even if they do empty all the tanks themselves are flammable once they get set on fire. So we heard that it was so hot that the tanks were actually melting. I mean, just what a mess. What a mess. But you know, it's in Russia, so what do you expect? Most of those tanks that have been confirmed to be taken out as well are diesel. Well, I'm pretty sure that the Russian armed forces use a lot of that right now. And this was one of their, you know, rainy day storage places, especially right now, because they're doing some absolutely essential maintenance on refineries, you know, the ones that are still working. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did not know, but there was a video came out at Alenia Airfield, or near Alenia Airfield, showing 5 Tu-95Ms had to take off, and the reason for the redeployment of the planes is then shown on the video, because there's what appears to be one of these Liuti drones. Just well, actually, no, I'm not sure if it is a Liuti drone. It's got a different tail on it. Actually, it looks like a miniature helicopter, but with a wing instead of, you know, a rotor. And it's quite big, this drone, and they do shoot it down. It is flying in, rather lovely, you know, just minding its own business there, and it does explode in the air, but it almost looks like one of them mini planes again, you know, like a little aircraft. Oh, also, it's worth noting that the Russians did suspend an awful lot of air traffic last night. An awful lot of air traffic. Now, I don't know if they knew something was coming, or they were feeling nervous about the whole situation, or what, but all of a sudden, there were an awful lot of grounded aircraft in Russia last night. So I wonder if they'd had a bit of a warning that something was coming. They didn't know what, but they thought they'd best get out of the way. Let's see, because it was noticeable that a lot of aircraft disappeared in Russia yesterday, and everybody was like, why? Has there been a problem? It might have been this, that they were expecting something to happen. Now, I'd just like to add something extra that, you know, all the worst people seem to be getting a good dose of finding out recently. So we've had that Kim.com idiot. He's been sent off to meet his fate. And you know, these lovely Tate people. Well, Andrew Tate's house in Romania has been raided for a second time. Now, in this case, they gained access through the roof. And it seems as though they know something. They were looking for something very specific, shall we say. And they went to the roof to find it. They didn't bother going in the front door. So I'm like, They did open a door later in order to let other people in. Yeah. Also, I'd like to point out that his home in Romania is pretty grim. It's like a big shed. It's like a warehouse that was transferred into a house. Just breeze block, basically, painted breeze block. Just, you know, don't look like a nice place. Anywho, I'd just like to say all the worst people keep finding out. And I think that's particularly nice. So I've got a few bits. You know me. I've always got bits. Now, it has been noted by Intel Schizo that there was a significant reduction recently in rail activity in the Kursk, the Gov, and Belgorod regions, and virtually no rail activity at all in Voronezh. However, one place that's very busy at the moment is Stary Oskol, which, well, I'm going to say might be a place where you might see some Ukrainian fires very shortly. So, Ukrainian forces have done quite the number on Russian logistics in this area by entering into Kursk. For the last couple of weeks, Russian rail movements have been forced to significantly decrease in the depots that they've been using the most for efficient and timely supply of their forces on the front. This is particularly interesting because in occupied Ukraine, Russian rail regularly operates 12 to 34 miles or 19 to 54 kilometers from the front. However, Ukraine's not hitting them there. They're hitting them further back to stop that in the country and keep it stuck in Russia. And, well, lovely stuff. You carry on, guys. Doing a good job as far as I can tell. They seem to be doing a fantastic job. And it's interesting to note that they have indeed caused a massive logistics problem to Russia by doing this. And this, I would say, is likely to be one of their main objectives, to wreck Russia's logistics and also terrify them, keep them on the toes, show them that Ukrainians are very much not the scumbags that unfortunately the Russians have proved themselves to be. And in the meantime, while they're getting their butts absolutely kicked in Kherson, you know what they're doing? They're doing non-stop attacks of drone drops on civilians in Kherson. Wall-to-wall terrorist attacks. That's the only thing they're showing. Look, we're murdering civilians while they go about their business with surprising them with drone drops in Kherson. And that they're proud of that, they are. They're proud of that. And they're using that anyway as a smokescreen for the fact that they're being absolutely kicked in the backside. So yeah, just remember that. Now then, there was a lady in Kursk went up to a Ukrainian soldier and she said, "I want you to understand that I am a civilian." And he replied, "You know what? I was a civilian in 2014 when your country invaded us. But do you need food?" And he gave her bread. Now, honestly, the very fact that, you know, he didn't just give her a piece of his mind, the very fact that he just very calmly said, "Yeah, well, I used to be a civilian too. Now, aid, would you like some food?" Just so typical of Ukrainians, that, isn't it? No point screaming and shouting at her, I suppose. It might make him feel a bit better, but instead of that, he offers her food. And I just feel that that's a very strong view of who these different people are. She comes running up saying, "I'm a civilian, don't shoot me." And he's like, "Well, so was I until you guys invaded us. But I had no intention of shooting you. In fact, I brought food." Yeah, just a very different outlook on everything, I think. My coffee's gone cold, so we're going to have to make a new one. But according to Russian sources, Ukraine is now pushing even more strongly than before towards Grushkovo. Glushkovo, that one. After taking out the bridge over the same river, movement was reported with an intention to force any remaining Russian forces still south of the river out one way or another. And we expected this after seeing them take out those pontoon bridges and the bridges themselves, that, you know, this entire area ends up being a bit cut off. And so they're going to exploit that as much as possible, take as much land as they can. And in this way, by cutting off the Russians and forcing them to flee, there is less need to actually fight for this land. You know, just the Russians will clear themselves out of it. Fingers crossed, because, you know, they probably don't appreciate being killed quite so easily. So yeah, hopefully they won't even have to fight for most of this. They'll just roll on in and the Russians will roll on out. Because when it comes down to it, inherently, they are massive cowards. And if they get their butts kicked, they leave. So, you know, we have to keep this in mind all the time, that if you're determined and you make it very, very clear to them that they're not welcome, they do get the message in the end. So, you know, just keep in mind that eventually, I'm you know, it takes a while. They're a bit slow-like, but eventually, I'm sure that they do actually get the message. Right, guys, I have 300 pairs of black socks, right? Can I find a pair, actual pair, that match? No.
It doesn't matter if your socks. Oh, you got to go to work today, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. But no, it doesn't really matter. But even so, I'm just like, why do I have 300 pairs of black socks? But like, they're all slightly different colour, slightly different length. I'm like, I'll just choose two that are similar. That'll do. Yeah. So anyway, the whole time, Russia keeps going, oh no, we've stopped them now. And the only slowdown I've seen is where they've made an operational pause. Hello. Are you hot micing on me there, Prince?
Not anymore.
Yes,
I
you are.
apologize.
That's all right. I love the fact that, yeah, she hot mic'd on me yesterday, right? And I said to her, "You're hot micing there," and it just went off. And so I thought, okay, that's fine. And I carried on with what I was talking. But apparently, she apologised profusely to me as well.
I did.
With a closed mic.
Yep, into a muted mic.
Yeah. So, shall we have a little look at something else that happened to Russia yesterday, which, well, I feel as though this was all their own fault. So there was a huge, yeah, exactly. There was a huge outage in their interwebs connectivity yesterday. Massive complaints. Hundreds of users lost their home internet service. Telegram failed. People were unable to use the desktop or the mobile version. Hundreds of complaints were going in to Rostelecom about the fact that they were, you know, not upholding their responsibilities, shall we say. Lots of rude customers. So the entire internet in Russia was affected, not just Telegram. There were piles of complaints for Steam, Discord, Dota 2, Roblox, Rostelecom, and something called Beeline. And the large-scale failure of internet services, well, they claimed that it was connected to a DDoS attack. However, folks, I'm telling you now, it was not. Now, it is impossible to organise a DDoS attack on 2,000 Russian operators at the same time. Now, how could you organise such an attack to stop all those operators working at once? Whatever's happening, that particular narrative is a lie. However, they have been trying to break off their internet from the rest of the world. And this is something that they keep experimenting at. And they keep turning things on and off a little bit willy-nilly. And then realizing that that's not working out for them. Tomato or chicken? What do you recommend? So I'm choosing my dinner. Chicken. I'm going with chicken today.
You going with chicken today?
Yeah,
What
because
were
I
the
don't
other
have
options?
to buy sour cream to go in it. Tomato.
Chicken or tomato?
Yeah.
What's wrong with chicken and tomato?
Well, the two different tins of soup, so you know. I don't want to
Oh
carry
yeah,
two.
that would make a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. It's heavier, you see, if you take them both. So anyway.
Oh, you're taking it to work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I've got to eat sometime, haven't I?
You got to eat it. You're gonna eat dinner at work. What the hell? How late do you freaking work?
What?
Oh, you mean
We have a dinner
lunch?
room.
You
We
mean
have a
lunch?
dinner room and a kitchen and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You mean lunch?
Well, dinner for me is the middle of the day and tea is the end of the day because I live in the north. Now, people who live
You
in the
just
south of the
earlier
UK
said tea and
think
dinner
I'm
are the
weird.
same. You just earlier today said tea and dinner are the same thing.
Well, you see, people in the south of the country say dinner for their main meal at night and say lunch for lunchtime. But you see, up in the north, we're a bit weird. And we say dinner for lunch and tea for main meal at night. I know.
Okay, but then
You
what
just have to be different. All right.
what about the people down there who have tea? I mean, you have tea with the queen or king.
They have cups of tea. Yeah, they don't do tea as a meal. Whereas us up north, we're a bit uneducated and we do.
You do tea as a meal. Okay.
The word, not the drink. Anyway, would you like to hear what they're being taught in school? In
Sure.
Russia, this is nice, yes. So, Russian children are being taught about self-sacrifice. Yes, that's right. The new academic year, the Russian language lessons for Russian school children will be exclusively patriotism through vocabulary work, forming in them concepts of devotion, fidelity, duty, service, and fiat. This is stated in the guidelines of the Institution for Educational Development. Basically, brainwashing. That's what that is, all encompassed in one word, brainwashing. Oh my goodness. The recommendation for primary school teachers emphasise that they should, first of all, form the basis for personal development in young Russians, and only then begin to engage in the education in accordance with the school curriculum. In this regard, this work should be structured so that children from a very early age begin to experience pride in the greatness of their country and the historic pages of its, in my head, completely made up history. Yes. Oh, and these lessons, of course, are mandatory. It will be mandatory to introduce such lessons to younger students to provide the concepts that characterize the moral qualities and feelings: patriotism, justice, heroism, humanism, and self-sacrifice. Oh, those poor kids. I just hope that somebody doesn't implement this and just, Anyway, gosh. The Russian Federation really just needs to go away, doesn't it? It's just horrible, right through to its core. If it would just go away and just leave these people, like just as a little autonomous region in a sea of other autonomous regions, I think they'd get on so much better. I just do. So, anywho, I'm sure that will go down really well. I don't know, in the UK, where we have freedom of speech and all that palaver, if a teacher teaches your child something you don't want them to learn, most parents go in and shout at that teacher, or at least question them as to why their child is saying certain things, and stuff like that. You can turn around and say, "What's this about? Can you please explain?" And in most cases, it's all perfectly legitimate. However, in Russia, you can't tell them not to teach your kids to be slaves, apparently. So, yeah. Just saying that that is a very small form of freedom of speech, that, you know, you can go to your teacher and you can say, can you please advise me what you're teaching my child? And they will tell you. And usually it's all fine. But still, you can't do that in Russia because, well, you dare question that and you're questioning the state. Gosh, you could even get into trouble. You just never know. So you have no choice but to have your children thoroughly indoctrinated. But of course, you may also be indoctrinated, so it probably doesn't matter. It's just, it's sad situation all the way along. Anyway, the Moscovich plant, you'll be glad to know. You know, the place that makes larders. Well, this could be one of the reasons why they've stopped giving out larders to, you know, mothers who've lost their children and ladies who've lost their husbands, because, well, they cannot produce cars from Russian steel. You see, there's a problem with Russian steel. In order to produce cars from Russian steel at the plant, there is a lack of equipment for stamping steel. Now, this must be a particular type of making of steel that makes it strong in a way or something like that. I don't know. But currently, all stamped steel in the world is made in South Korea. The lightest stamp, so this is a piece of equipment, weighs about 200 tons. I think they stamp it into flat pieces. I think that's what it's all about. So now we're faced with the question as to where to get a stamp, because otherwise you can't make steel of that quality and thickness by the sounds of things. Oh dear. So they don't actually have something that will make the steel that's used to build cars. That's quite funny. So they say the only place they can get one would be South Korea. And they're faced with the question as to how to get it, how to bring it. It is very strange that our country imports steel products, because this also entails further and serious logistics costs. Transporting unprocessed steel by sea is not the best option. It's not, is it? But that's their own fault, isn't it? Who did that to them? Oh, that would be you guys. You guys did that to yourselves. Yeah, not surprised, not shocked. Good. I'm glad. I hope it hurts. So yeah, they're so chuffed that they could build their own cars, and actually can't. This is why they're not building their own cars, because they can't even produce the metal to build their own cars out of. I bet you South Korea would be really happy to sell them one. No, maybe not. Now then, this is horrifying. And because it is, I had to light my smoke first. Police officers in the Kirov region are being promised a 10,000 ruble bonus for each detainee who signs a contract with the Ministry of Defense. The money is only paid when the detainee is taken to his military unit. It is noted, however, that all police officers will now have a priority of getting people to sign a contract rather than send them to court. Which, I mean, it cuts out the middleman, doesn't it? Because a lot of people were going to court and then saying, can I please go to war instead? So this cuts out the middleman. It will get the police to do it. But of course, anybody who wants their day in court will get the absolute 7 colours kicked out of them until they sign the contract, yeah? Yeah. So, bless them. But now they are literally just probably going to start beating people until they, sign the contract. And the day they get dragged off on the bus is the day that it all, that they'll get paid. Honest. Oh yeah, that payment will be along, don't you worry. Yeah, end of the month. Oh, you haven't received it yet? Gosh, terrible. There must be an administration error. I'll sort it right out. You know, that sort of situation. Oh, jeepers creepers. Prince, you send me the most interesting things. That
Isn't that
seems
something?
quite emotional, doesn't it?
It
Goodness.
does. He
The-
had an emotional moment.
Phew. Well, I wonder if this man had come back from the war. You see, at
Or was it trying,
Sheremetyevo,
or was trying to avoid going to the war.
well, there is that too. But yes, at Sheremetyevo Airport, a man decided to cut his own throat and then jumped from the top floor in front of everyone. He broke a bottle at the airport, climbed over railings, and then decided to commit this act with a shard of glass. Eyewitnesses tried to stop him, but were unsuccessful. And I've got to say, he was obviously quite distressed. Oh yeah, he fell like down a big stairwell thing. Oh right, I see, got it. Oh, that's a mess. So yeah, I'm just there's a sign on the wall that says departure. So I'm just wondering if maybe
He took
was
them up
not
on.
allowed on his plane. You what?
I said he took them up on the departure.
Oh God, he sure did. Yeah, I'm just wondering if he wasn't able to get on his aircraft or something like that, and just decided that was it. That was it. I'm going to die in the war. I might as well die now. Yeah, people did grab him and try and stop him from falling, but he was already fully committed, shall we say? And what gets me is he lands on the ground with a splat, right? And there's a couple of guys just walking past with some, bags and stuff, and they kind of look at him and they just carry on walking. Absolutely, utterly unimpressed. And I was just like, wow, that's I don't know. If I saw something like that, I'd be a little bit surprised, Prince. I wouldn't just carry on like just moseying and, not even shrug. And I'd just be a little bit surprised. But apparently they weren't. Oh. I see this headline. The US are investigating Americans who worked with Russian state television. Oh, hello, Scott Ritter. Hello. There's another guy, isn't there? What's he called? Jackson Hinkle. Doesn't he do stuff with Russian telly? What about that Tucker Carlson bloke? Anyway. So, new FBI raids were carried out on a fellow called Dimitri Simes, who is part of a broader DOJ investigation and is a Russian. And Scott Ritter. And they also went in Andrew Tate's house again. I don't know. I just feel as though, all the bad people are getting all the whatever. And can we please have streaming coverage on the future raids? Because we'd love to know. Also, it's nice to know that Scott Ritter seems to realise how absolutely screwed he is. Let me see what he said. The only reason why I can believe they're doing this is if there's a national security interest, where they believe somehow I am actively conspiring with Russia against the interests of the United States. Yes, mate, that's actually bang on it. And that they believe I am more than just a propagandist, that I have become something like, a weapon of disinformation. Well, he seems very pleased with that. So, yeah, he is certainly a weapon of some kind. Not in a good way. But yeah, he seemed a tiny bit proud of that then. So I think, though, he has hit the nail on the head with exactly how F he is. So I just love it when bad things happen to bad people, when they get their comeuppance. And it looks as though his comeuppance is coming for him at a pace. Lovely. Oh, here we go. So these guys south of the same river in Kursk, it's been confirmed that there is a portion of Russian troops that are nearly completely encircled, according to Ukraine's Center for Countering Disinformation head, Andriy Kovalenko. So Akhmat, commander, however, says, none of us guys are there. Don't you worry. Now, he has a habit of disowning anybody who gets picked up as a surrender or a POW. So he's right. No Akhmat are there because he's already disowned them. But there have been quite a few picked up. Oh, he also claimed that an M1A1 Abrams tank was destroyed in the Kursk region. If you say so, mate. We'll wait for the video on that. But you know, he does make things up quite a lot. He's told us 7 times now, 7 times that it's completely under control. So yeah, just completely under control. But not. Oh no, we do eat supper in the UK as well, but that's like well after your tea. That well after the tea. I mean, you know, that's like snacks before bed, basically. So yeah, we are a little bit like hobbits, aren't we? We've got like loads of different, you know, loads of different times for eating. And you know what? I use one of them a day, I think. Sometimes 2. Sometimes 2. No, amazing. I'm just seeing a new video from another vehicle near the Oktябрьский, that one, airfield in Voronezh. Seems to be more smoke this time. Wasn't that thick, and yet this seems to be a later video, which suggests that there might be something else still a bit flamby over there. Ooh. So the airbase that was hit last night, by the way, have hangars blowing up, though, does it? Right, where? Oh, there was there was a tank that Russians were intending to use to break through Ukrainian positions. I think this must be in the Donetsk area somewhere, and it looks as though they had it all prepared and ready. And the next thing, it's on fire because they were preparing it in a place which was visible from drones. They really should think about these things, shouldn't they? So Solovyov had a rant last night, as always, Prince Heather. But I like this one because he sort of realised something. Now, even though he's actually telling the truth here and telling everybody to stop bloody lying, do you think he's shouting into the void? It's just, he says here, everyone who has been saying the enemy is weak, demoralized, and doesn't have any equipment needs to stop lying now. To win now is not a problem. We just need to understand. We have overwhelming superiority in everything, especially new types of weapons. Now, that was then. Now, everyone who says our enemy is weak, demoralized, and doesn't have equipment needs to stop lying. We can show as much as we want, but at the same time, we are losing land in Kursk, and they bring enough people into the army. It turns out that they are very strong. So, yeah, they were talking about easily taking Kyiv, and how their assault groups would be weak and fall away. And, well, their assault groups did sort of disappear into the bushes, but came back to ambush them. And that bit they didn't expect. Mm. So let's have a look what we've got here. Beyond the same river, the infamous 155th Naval Infantry Brigade appears to be stuck in an area between Komarovka and Glushkoko city. Now, this area is full of complicated streams. It's a landscape that, well, Ukraine's got to find some way of controlling this landscape, which is quite marshy due to the fact that it's covered in a lot of rivers at one side. It's not the easiest to cross just over there, and this is why the Russians are in the position that, you know, if they can swim, they'd probably be okay and get out of there, but they won't be able to take any of their equipment with them. So Ukrainians are obviously really well stocked with drones, it would appear. And so they're apparently using a lot of drones in this particular area because it's much easier than using your vehicles because they sink. And it does look as though they are in an almost encirclement there now. And remember the 155th. Let's just say they've been destroyed over and over and over already and reconstituted, and I expect them to be destroyed again. So yeah, that's just what I need. Now, there is another person here who's been caught, a Russian soldier, and it says, before anyone shouts abuse, Captain Underpants here was caught only wearing his underpants. And you can see somebody has quite clearly put a t-shirt over his shoulders because he was running around just in his pants. Perhaps he was trying his best to get out of, soldier uniform and find some other things to wear, and was caught in the middle of his quick change. I love the fact that he was Captain Underpants, though. They have nicknamed him Captain Underpants. Now, what's worse, getting captured in your pants or getting shot and carried off to hospital in your pants? I think if you're shot, you don't care as much, do you? But if you're captured and you're wandering around in your pants, that's more embarrassing, I think. Anyway, you'll be quite clear to see as well that that they are not abusing him in any way. He's not bleeding. He does look as though he sat down generally quite comfortably, apart from the fact that he's in his pants and socks. But somebody has rammed a t-shirt down over his shoulders, so at least he's not freezing. But I do think that's funny. That there was somebody banding this picture around saying, look, they're abusing prisoners. And they said, no, Captain Underpants here was found in this state. So that's all joyous. Now then. Oh, this is the sort of stuff that I wanted to hear about. Shells that are loaded onto the aircraft are all exploding. The residents from the Karachevsky district in the Volgograd region report the detonation and continuation of detonation of ammunition at the Marinkovka military airfield after a UAV attack. We have been told to collect our personal documents as there may be an evacuation, one of the local residents said. Now, the reason for this evacuation would indeed be the fact that there are large shells exploding nearby. And you never know, you see, because those things have a lot of fuel in them and they're supposed to, be fired over long distances. So they might just decide to fire themselves into a neighbouring village. These things do happen. So just to note that it's very possible that they would be evacuated for that reason alone, that it's a bit embarrassing for the local government if you know, your village gets hit and the little old lady that everybody looks after in the village is killed by it, and then you have to explain that, yes, I'm sorry, we just didn't evacuate you because we didn't care. So I think that it's worth it's worth them doing so, just to at least show willing, eh? Now the oh yes, yeah. So I'm just seeing confirmation that the Merinivka airfield, I will get it right eventually. Ammunition is exploding with regular booms. Oh, lovely. Satellite images also show a fire in the parking area for aircraft. Now, I keep seeing two names being bandied around. One is this Marinovka, and one is it begins with an S. Are these the same place? I'd love it if somebody knew. Karen, perhaps you know.
No, I don't, but I will. I see Will Teal has his hand up, and he might have an answer for you.
Go!
No, they're different airfields. The one in Volgograd that you're talking about today, was hit with a drone swarm overnight. Don't you love saying that, mockers? Try it out. Say it.
Oh yeah,
Drone
swarm.
Yeah, it was hit with a drone swarm. Multiple drones across that airfield at night that caused it to burn, smolder and burn until morning, which was perfect. Very good timing. The smoldering turned into a secondary explosion at a ammunition, I would imagine, and caused a nice big boom for us while the sun was up, so we could look at it really good. The other airfield you're talking about, where MiG 31s and Aleutian 76s were damaged, was, remember the airfield in Nizhny Novgorod about a week and a half ago, before the Kursk invasion happened, where we saw a strike there. On the same day, there was a strike at another airfield.
Yeah.
And we looked at that on the day, and I couldn't tell what damage was there. But the GUR has followed on with another source and provided information that today, that's why you're hearing about it today, like War Translated's post. He's talking about the one in Nizhny Novgorod province or oblast that was hit before, and they reckon multiple MiG-31s and 2 Aleutian 76. Those are just big transport aircraft, but remember, they're kind of running out of Aleutian 76s. There were 6 of those, 3 damaged and 3 killed at Pskov. We've seen multiple others being shot down, and it looks like a couple more on the ground. So here, in this case, they've also found some. Well, they flew some 2 Aleutian 76s down to try to put out the depot fire in what's it called? Oh, the big depot fire that's been going for 5 days, that I've forgotten the name of. 2 Aleutians have flown down there too. But so these are aircraft that can be used for. They can be used for water bombers. They can be used for transporting VDV troops everywhere. That's what the ones in Pskov got done, and they're just massive transport aircraft. So you'd think, oh, MiG-31s got damaged. Great. But which they are great for them to get damaged because they carry Kinzhal missiles in particular. But the transport aircraft could almost be as big a deal going forward as the MiGs if they keep knocking them out.
Oh yeah, they're certainly going after all the missiles that they're firing at Ukraine, and I think this is brilliant. Actually, a brilliant way round the problem of hitting the airfields. But if you hit all the magazines at the airfields, that's also going to take out some of those missiles, isn't it? So, it's another innovative solution by Ukraine. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I have been kind of listening for some news about General Alexander Lapin, and that is spelled Lapin. I'm looking for news about him having some kind of unfortunate accident. And the reason I am looking for that is because he was Moscow's new military appointee overseeing security in the Kursk province, and he dismantled a council there that was especially tasked with protecting this vulnerable border region. And he said the military alone had enough strength and resources to protect Russia's border. So he dismantled this task force that, whose only job was secure the Kursk border. And I thought, oh my. And apparently, this is not the first time he screwed up. He made mistakes earlier in 2022 that I'll have to look up, but I understand that he did. And, it seems like generals who do these kind of things usually don't stay around very long, or they have accidents. And I just wondered if you heard of him doing that. And it says here, I'm reading this out of the Wall Street Journal. It said he wasn't alone in opening the gates to the first foreign invasion of Russian territory since World War II. This particular general was faced with a critical shortage of men. So all the more reason it was a idiot idea to disband that council. But his misstep is characteristic of top brass, often out of touch with battlefield realities, which now plagues Moscow as it seeks to oust Ukrainian forces from its territory. And so, can you tell me any news about General Lapin?
The rabbit. Will, go ahead. You popped your hand up there.
Yeah, what the hell? I'll have a stab. General Lapin was made the head of this new Northern Army in that they were building in the Kursk and Bryansk areas earlier in the war when he got appointed to that position. You said he's previously also served in Bryansk and Kursk, because when the Freedom of Russia Legion made its first two incursions into Russian territory, you'll remember that. Remember when they dropped the Su-27s, dropped the parachute bombs on the folks invading the first time, Ted Kino. This was General Lapin was the guy who was out on the ground, running around trying to show he was, directly in charge of the defense, and made that statement. Well, he, I'm a guy on the ground. I'm taking care of it. And then, he made some bold statements about how ready and willing they were to protect the border that turned out to be fluff, basically. And I haven't seen any really competent command of Lapin to note. I think the Freedom of Russia Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps kind of made their way out of Russia previously, kind of when they ran out of bullets, when their job was done, and making those sort of like recon moves into Russia. Not that General Lapin put together a huge force and drove them out. So I don't think I'm not sure he's that much to worry about. He's a career apparatchik type general. Nothing. I've never noted anything masterful about him in his in reports of him militarily, unlike Toplinsky and Popov, who had some actual skill. I haven't heard much about Lapin recently, other than to know where he's been located for the course of this war and where he's been appointed. But I think he probably got appointed in the north to be head of this new Northern Army because he was probably available. and up in the north already. But and probably loyal as a dog, but would have obviously clearly, as you said, oversold the readiness. So I don't know what happens to him now. I think if Putin's going to start getting rid of generals, he's probably going to start right at the top with Gerasimov.
Yeah. There was another article too about the same thing in Newsweek, and like you said, it said that he was criticized for handling the Kremlin's war effort in 2022, although it didn't talk about the incursion to Belgorod. But that's an interesting story. I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't know that. But funny that you have mentioned Gerasimov again, because it says here in the Wall Street Journal that Gerasimov has not made any public appearances since the incursion. So, I'm just wondering if I'm not worried about General Lapin. I'm wondering when we're going to hear that he met with an unfortunate accident, and I'm kind of looking at for Gerasimov too. Let's see. I'm scanning this article to see if there's anything else here that I missed that was worth mentioning. That's all I mentioned now.
There is an argument to be made for maintaining the current level of incompetence, however.
Absolutely. I hope they keep doing that.
Well, that's right. That Lapin guy appears to consistently be useless. So I kind of hope he stays on for a while. Talking of which, I've got to get going because I've got to get to work, which is awful. So I'm going to swap with the delightful Will, and I will catch you all in a bit.
Hasta la vista. Sorry, I should have said hasta mañana.
Hasta and bye-bye. So, how are you guys this morning, Will and Ming?
Can't complain. Nobody listens.
Well, yeah.
Same here. Same here.
There is that. There is that. There is that. Are you boys both ready to go?
Well, I'm in already. No, I'm not in already. Yeah,
No,
Tim.
you're not. I'm sorry. I've had a cranking headache, and so Mockers has been talking, and my cranking headache hasn't gone away. I can feel exactly where it is, but yeah. I tell you one thing: if you have the opportunity to watch one thing, if you give a rat's about it, Tim Walz's speech tonight at the Democratic National Convention is just, he's one of us. He's one of us. He is, yeah. And I tell you what, his family's reaction said a lot, I think. His son just totally lost it and stood up in the middle of it, just crying and pointing as if that's my dad. He was very proud of his dad. And anyway.
Probably all got a little bit too touchy-feely for me, though.
I don't know. I mean, there was a big, huge man hug when the kid got on stage with his dad. So it was a big, huge man hug. So anyway. All right.
Well, I mean, good on him. He's from Minnesota, right? You probably never would have figured he was going to be a vice president, or his old man was. So it's probably a big deal.
I don't think he ever had. I really get the impression this family did not have aspirations. I mean, even when he ran for Congress, it sounded like it was at the encouragement of others. And yeah. So anyway. Enough about American politics, because I know people get tired of that real damn fast, and I don't blame them one bit. So, yeah, I am going to evacuate for the night, and I will see you people all tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Haram Slava, Haram Slava, and have a good rest. Get rid of that headache. So, yeah, it's going to be me and Ming the Merciless, which we haven't had a co-host together in a while. Ming, last time we had a really good co-host together probably was when we took down that Vatnik from Long Beach, California. That was a good day. That's a good memory, that one. Let's see. So first thing I'm going to do is tell you everybody that we've got a current fundraiser on. I think we finished our matching of the money yesterday, but you can always make a donation still for a couple more weeks. I think we're raising as much money as we can to defer the costs for Beneficial's new movie, Citizen Gunfighters. You probably heard Ben on here talking periodically about answering questions about filmmaking and all that sort of stuff. About the first movie, To the Zero Line, which you can see online forever at tothezeroline.com. The second film won't be so much a sequel as that, but continue to tell the story of ordinary people that have to go to war in Ukraine. Citizen Gunfighters will be, and he's putting it all together in Ukraine. So he's going to be the only foreigner over there doing it, and he's all of his crew, all his editors, all of his everybody, caterers, you name it, all the people that work on a film will all be Ukrainian, and many of them gave up that type of work because there just isn't a bunch of that on during wartime, and are doing something else, possibly even sometimes being soldiers, which obviously will feature in the film, right? So it's going to be a really interesting movie. I'm looking very much forward to it, and if you have the opportunity to, you can go over to MriyaReport.org, or the first tweet in the nest, smash the big blue button in the upper right-hand corner and go make a donation of any size by like 4 different methods you can use to make payment. Now even PayPal's back on. And your donation, if you're an American citizen, what are you doing up, I guess, is the big question. But if you're an American citizen, you can get a tax credit for it. And if you're anywhere in the world, you can get credits in the film. A $25 donation to this movie will get you listed in the credits of the film, so you can be one of those geeks like me that sits and watches the whole film till the credits are over, and then gets disappointed that there are no outtakes at the end of it. Well, just before where you'll be disappointed about the outtakes will be your name scrolling up the screen with lots of others that help contribute to make the film. And if you happen to be like in film school or something, and you really want a boost for yourself, apparently this is like one of the best hacks I've heard of in a long time. If you were going to film school, one of the things that you can do is everybody wants to know what your credits are before. Well, if you donate $500 and you're an aspiring filmmaker, say, you can get listed as a producer in the IMDb listings, which essentially is a credit to you that you can just buy. That seems strange to me, but yet you can buy a credit as a producer in the film, and pad your CV with that if that's what does it for you. But regardless of what does it for you, we encourage you to make a donation to this very worthy cause. It's a nonprofit. It's going to be the second really good film that he's made about the war in Ukraine, and it's a fantastic way to keep the message of why Ukraine's worth saving in the fronts of everybody's minds everywhere in the world, because they're really well-made films. Hey, Jorn, how are you? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, well, I'm good. Trying to keep track of things going on. So I decided to sleep tonight, so I'm not really caught up, but I'm trying to find some information, because before I went to bed, there were rumors about Ukrainian incursions in both Bryansk and Belgorod. Are there any news from that? Were they just testing at the border, or have they actually sent in some forces there?
I don't know. I've heard the same things you have, and given the fact that they haven't developed into anything solid from multiple sources, I would say they are aspirational or just just testing probably at best, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm concluding as well. I guess there would have been more information if they had actually broken through and sent some substantial force in.
Indeed, but the door is rapidly closing for anybody south of the same river to escape. That that to me, I think, is the big news militarily up there in Kursk. That there's only a couple kilometer corridor open between where Ukraine has advanced into what is the name of that place? There's all these places to remember the name of course, aren't they? So the second place is Kamarovka. They've pushed out as far as Kamarovka and been confirmed there. So between there and the Glushkova Bridge, which is where the river passes around and turns north up there, that's only a couple kilometer corridor that's open now to get out of the area south of that river if Russia needs to leg it with anybody, because if they stand and fight, they aren't going to be able to get any supplies, I would think. So, I think that Ukraine should probably keep pushing there, close that door, and then I guess they'll decide whether or not they want to clear, or if they want to just starve those people out until they try a breakout and then destroy them that way, or they might surrender. Who knows? And I can't tell which units those are in there. It might be part of the 155th, which would be nice to trap in a trap, given their current behavior with regard to war crimes. It'd be nice to trap them in a kettle. And then the other unit that I would think would flee would be the VKS infantry unit that's been formed and has been helping to try to hold the line over to the west by Koronovo. So I don't know which units it are there, but I think they're about to be trapped if they don't make an exit. And if they're poking into other areas of Belgorod and Bryansk, it's probably to try to firm up, a band, a buffer zone band all the way along the border of Sumy, right down to the Kharkiv border, and into Belgorod over on the other side. So yeah, no bad developments, Jorn, that I've seen, and these positive sounding things, but we haven't confirmed any additional movements of Ukraine yet today.
Yeah, there is a lot of good news, but I'm greedy, and that incursion in Belgorod would have been really good because that could threaten the area behind the Russian Kharkiv offensive, and if we could get them on the run, that would be massive. They would leave a lot of equipment, and I think they would get a lot of people either killed or captured if those units that are in Kharkiv now route and try to get out because they're afraid of encirclement.
Right. That if they could push in from Sumy to the east into Belgorod and take the same sort of land that they have over in the north of Sumy, the first and second line of trenches of Russia that they built along there, the first and second line of trenches can become the second and then first line of trenches for Ukraine to try to hold that whole border area if they wanted to try to do that as well. It's a reasonable thing to assume they might try to do. And if they do that, and are able to spend special operators out to the east of there, extend their reach rather than what they're holding, the folks in Belgorod could start to feel very, very uncomfortable, yes. And I'll note that the droning activity in Shebkino and Belgorod yesterday was quite severe as well. So, yeah, who knows? They might be softening them up for a bit more work, or forcing Russia to try to move again. They have not moved Russia has not moved a significant, massive size force yet from Pokrovsk or anywhere down south that we can see yet. That's important because that was one of the things we were expecting might happen as a result of this Kursk incursion. But it would appear that Putin is trying to play the game of keeping up, racing for whatever he can take in Pokrovsk, and the activity is still quite high down there. As before the problems in Kursk get too big for him to have to ignore and move some troops down. So what we're waiting to see is whether or not there's a significant force of Rosguardia mixed with a whole bunch of MOD troops that would be stationed elsewhere, like these 2 units that have moved in from Murmansk that have a significant component of them is conscripts. I personally am reveling in the thought of Rosguardia from central parts of Russia that are, maintaining order there. And probably the toughest thing they've ever taken on is a sign holder. So I'm really relishing the fact that if they put mixed groups of conscripts and Rosguardia into Kursk to try to drive Russia out, knowing the experience and skill of the demonstrated, the recent past skill demonstrated by the Ukrainian troops there, I think that would be a very, very unfair fight. And I love an unfair fight, Jorn.
Yeah, and what's also interesting, if they do that, if they start to empty out their home security forces to stop the incursion into Kursk, is that it opens up for groupings in Bashkortostan or Dagestan or other areas in Russia that could be tired of being part of the Russian Federation and would strive for more autonomy or even their own independence. So this is a house of cards that could suddenly start falling.
Indeed. It's the sort of thing where it's the kind of pressure cooker that would make a government fall, almost, you might say. And I see Ming has also joined us. How are you, Ming?
I'm pretty good, Will. Hey, Will, question for you about the same river, right? So obviously taking out the bridges and whatnot is to prevent the Russians from either retreating and or reinforcing. But does it not also tell us how far the Ukrainians plan to go in the Kursk region?
I think what I think it does is I think it tells us how much they want to hold. If they were to able to take move in and occupy the position south of the Sam River, they would then have a river with no bridges across it, and the fortifications south of the river that Russia built to hold the area as their second line of defense. That would form, I think, an impenetrable barrier from which Ukraine could launch additional attacks if they wanted to. But what it really does is makes an impenetrable barrier that Russia will not be able to bring a large force down, punch around that area, and flank the main incursion into Kursk. They can continue, if they take up to this river, they can be relatively confident that they can move out of Koronova to the north and east without their left flank being under risk at all. And they could also use that positions to hold and make further presses north to the risk area, because the fortifications that Russia's built along the Highway 38 up there, risk over to Kurochevo and the nuclear plant, those fortifications kind of end there at risk. They haven't extended out more. So they could literally, if they had a large enough maneuver force, they could flank the fortifications at risk at some point, go around them to the left and get behind Russia's lines and turn their lines and come down them, which would be, kind of the nightmare scenario. But I think you have to have a lot more cattle to do that. So that would be a real aspirational thing to try to do. But the best part is they can hold that land with a high level of confidence that Russia will not get through there, and they can more lightly man it. and provide more effort that they can put to the north and east out of Suja and over to the east in Girli and Ozerki to try to get as far over to the east as possible, potentially Bel Air or someplace like that. That's what I think they're up to now, and it looks like they're doing okay. They're moving into areas that they weren't. We're getting contact reports from places where they weren't, and they are still capturing smaller but still numbers of prisoners, which is all good news. So yeah, I don't have any bad news for you in Kerch as of today, really.
So in my morning catch up, one of the things I do, I read Sargrad TV. Sargrad TV have a handy little, the main things of the special military operation from yesterday. And it's always quite entertaining. So today, the main things, according to them, was that, first of all, Kiev has back to its old ways. They attacked Moscow. So this is about the drone attack. And of course, this is all planned by NATO, that the overseers, the masters of the Kiev regime are behind this. So that's first item. Next, they've apparently intercepted some Ukrainian troops talking on the radio, and they tie this to Kursk, but it's not at all clear that this is in the Kursk region, but this is set against the background of Apti Aladinov having noted that our army has not only stopped the enemy's offensive, but has also begun to push back its troops to Ukraine. Well, apparently this has created a sense of the Ukrainians are now overwhelmed by panic fear. Next, apparently the whole grounds for the Kursk offensive was to provide cover for Zelensky to flee. So former advisor to Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma, Ole Suskin, he's obviously someone who's fled to Russia, is now claiming that Zelensky is preparing to flee the country disguised by the adventure of attacking the Kursk region. So next, there's a whole discussion about how the Ukrainians are one step away from disaster on the Eastern Front. As I said, this is in the Donetsk region. Apparently, due to the flight of 150,000 soldiers, which leads them to have 3 or 4 soldiers defending a kilometer of front line, which kind of begs the question: why have the Russians not managed to break through? So anyway, that's the Sargrad TV take.
So Sargrad TVs for once go ahead and they might be over-egging it a little bit, but we'll see. Because Budanov himself has confirmed that Ukraine did send about 50 drones in recent attacks on Moscow and other regions, including one of those little Cessna-looking microlight drones was shot down headed for Alina Air Base and not far from it. So, but they did get that with a Pantsir missile, it looks like, and 50 drones did attack the Moscow area, but it wasn't like the city. Budanov named specific facilities they were going for in their military and technology capabilities, radar and stuff like that. So they were going after the design institutes that they've identified there. No information on damage yet. I suspect Moscow probably has, conservatively, Moscow probably has shot all those down. But Budanov just put out his statement to clarify, the numbers, and to clarify what they were targeting to counter the Russian misinformation about the targeting of Moscow area, because it's not a terror attack like Russia does. They were after some specific facilities that just happen to be located in Moscow.
Yeah, one of the piece I found particularly amusing was the idea that they have 3 or 4 soldiers defending a kilometre of front in the Donetsk area, and these Ukrainians have got to be absolute supermen or something, because how on earth are the Russians taking so long to overcome them?
Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? We can talk about the 100 meters of gains made by Russia today down in Pokrovsk, Touretsk, and near New York. You know, you can do that, but when's the last time you heard about any movement in Chasiv Yar? It's been more than a week. Tiny little bit of movement down by Mala Tokmachka yesterday, but that's it. I mean, if you're talking about area, I'm never a person to talk about the map so much as, you know, that it's a big deal moving the line forward, that backward, stuff like that. In that massive attritional battle down there, you know, Kursk is different. That's maneuver warfare. They're taking significant swaths at one time through brilliance, whereas it's just the slow grind every day. And I'll note that the trolls that were on yesterday and the information yesterday from Russia focused exactly on that gloom and doom down in Pokrovsk about how you know, they can't hold out and that everything's horrible, which I'm sure it's no picnic. It's no picnic because Ukraine has obviously marshaled a bunch of resources and is committed to its activity in Kursk. But I will note that Russia is playing out in Pokrovsk exactly like they did Avdiivka and Chasiv Yar and Bakhmut before them. They are not going to move that fast, and they don't. If it's a race between getting Ukraine out of Kursk and taking Pokrovsk, you can expect to be about right here, you know, in another month. They're really not moving in leaps and bounds as they claim to be doing. And Ukraine has held out. Ukraine's probably is because they're firing lots of rounds down in Pokrovsk. But I don't think they're out of bullets like they were back in the October to April period when the United States had shut off aid, basically. So I don't think it's that bad. Russia is really selling it as terrible, horrible, can't withstand another day, yet, and how they're greatly outnumbering. But as you say, if they're so weak and pathetic, why don't you push through, Russia? Bring it. But they're not. And the gains made by Ukraine in comparison in Kursk are phenomenal. What more than more territory taken already than Russia has taken in eight months. And once they secure the area south of the same river, it'll be something like more territory than Russia's taken in 18 months. So I think things are looking okay, but boy, do we need to see a lot more aid flowing into Ukraine, not only to reinforce all the areas down in the south and east, which are in, you know, serious need of replenishment, of rotation, of additional equipment, of replacement equipment. Always need more ammunition. You can never have a pile of bullets that's big enough. So there's a lot needed. I'm not sanguine about what's going on, but things aren't dire in Pokrovsk as is compared to the absolute brewing shitstorm that Kursk is causing inside Russia. You've even the propagandists are very dour, not liking it, in disbelief, and the families of those conscripts, once they're informed that their kids won't be coming back because they've been killed or captured, are going to be phenomenally upset about. And that's a lot of families that didn't expect to hear that their kids weren't coming back or they're taken captured, and it would appear from communications in Moscow between the different bodies, that they're actually planning to try to stem the Kursk incursion with more conscripts because they don't want to do a mobilization. So they're going to try to do it with conscripts. And as I say, I'm I don't think that will go well for them at all. But please proceed, Vladimir.
So I was just reading, going back to Jörn's question. I'm just reading. This is a Russian source, but this is reported in the Moscow Times. So Bryansk region governor reports attempted breakthrough from Ukraine in the Bryansk Oblast. So this was the night of the 21st, so last night, yeah. And according to him, a sabotage reconnaissance group planned to penetrate into Klimovsky district. But according to this, 8 border guards and 10 fighters. Oh, and this is reported by the Dva Mayora, the 2 majors Telegram channel. The Akhmat special forces and wipe them all out, apparently. So I don't know. Akhmat seem all over the place. Aren't they fully engaged in Kursk? What are they doing in Bryansk too?
I mean, that other report you made, Alexander, was over south and east of Suja. So I wouldn't expect to see them all the way over in Bryansk at the same time. No, unless they're breaking them up, and maybe they're the Supermen they send everywhere, Meng, to solve problems.
Yeah, as they say, their reputation precedes them, so they spread them around as thinly as possible.
Oh, yeah, everybody wants a TikTok video made near them. So, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the one of those? No, it was Belgorod. I was thinking one of the oblasts or one of the regions in Bryansk might have also been evacuated prematurely, as a precursor. But no, that was over in Krasnaya Yaruga, wasn't it? So, and we have that contact down there in Belgorod is now. Oh no, they destroyed they destroyed a remote listening device down there, a Mriya system today. So yeah, that's the activity that's going down along Belgorod area, and we've seen previously groups that have come across the border down there as well, a little farther south, but nothing permanent. Yeah, like I said to Jorn, I think these are just testing the line other places, and I haven't seen a serious follow-up activity. But the good news is, if you like barbecues, that tank farm in that depot is now burning for the 5th day. They've started the 5th day there, and wow, I think the number of confirmed tanks lost now. Bricktop's just added it up. The total number destroyed are. He says 14 destroyed, 4 partially destroyed. So an entire row of tanks destroyed, probably the diesel tanks. And the ones that we saw blowing up in the next compartment over of tanks, the next bunded area, looked like gasoline. So it looks like a couple of, 3 of the gasoline tanks are affected. And I'm not sure if the ones in the next row are diesel fuel or gasoline, or maybe aviation gas, because this is being a reserve for all these fuels of Russia. They would probably have diesel, high octane and low octane gasoline, jet fuel, probably kerosene, and maybe heating oil in those places, or bunker for railroad trains if they needed it. So yeah, that a third of that facility is now burned down, and they still don't have it out. We saw another tank explode overnight, and they're just not showing a capability. As I said, they've moved some elution. They said they're sending some elutions. They're sending a whole bunch of more fire apparatus. I did see them trying to apply some foam to one of the pool fires to suppress it and try to contain the creep of that fire in the facility. but the main thing they sent was a couple of priests to sort it out.
So
Did you
when
see
you say
the?
they're sending illusions, Will, what are we talking about? Aerial water bombs? What's the plan
Yeah,
there?
it looks like they might try to water bomb it.
Is that to cool down the bits of it that aren't on fire? Because dumping water on a fuel fire is pretty stupid, isn't it?
Well, what it does is they're trying to smother. If they're dumping water, they'll be dumping fire retardant water. So it's also got like a foam type thing in it, an AFFF or some suppressant, and it's meant to hit the whole area, cause a massive amount of cooling, and also smother a fire kind of quickly in an area to, and then leave residue behind that should keep might keep the fire from re-spreading based on how hot it is and how big the pool fire is. Yeah, it's a cowboy type move to try to put out a fire that they should have been putting out on day one through application of cooling water, inventorying the tank that is on fire, and then de-inventorying not the tanks adjacent to it right away, but the tanks behind that. A serious effort to get all the fuel out of all the tanks that are within 2 or 3, probably. If the fire was started down in the second row, I would have inventoried all the tanks in the clusters that are to the east and west of it, and then immediately then tried to get the thing smothered and whilst also cooling the tanks that are adjacent to it with a lot of water. But they didn't do any of that. They what they did do is have a fight on the internet about whether or not the drones got shot down or not, and whether it was debris that caused those fires or the drones striking them that caused those fires. But neither of that argument was satisfactory in putting out any fires. So it's good. They're applying all their energies to the right things, man.
Yeah, and I had a question about this place. So I saw that this place is described as a Ross Reserve facility. I looked up Ross Reserve. They seem to be a Russian federal government agency responsible for, not just keeping a food bank, for example, for rainy days, and I guess obviously a fuel bank too. Is this their equivalent of the U.S. Strategic Oil Reserve?
Yes, kind of. Yes, kind of. It is. These facilities would be built under contract, probably in private ownership, because it's a great place for graft. But they're probably privately owned, but contracted for 30 or 50 years to hold government reserves of different fuel products. In this case, for the military, so it's truly for a strategic military purpose reserve. The ones in the United States are, held in large tanks for strategic reserve for emergencies, but they aren't held by the military. They're held in private hands. This one looks like it's a facility that's dedicated just to the military.
Interesting.
And pretty new,
a bit
too.
awkward when your strategic fuel reserves have gone up in smoke.
Yes, indeed it is, especially when you're trying to carry out some activities just west of there that are very high fuel consumption activities. It's it's just another case, Ming, where I thought they would have demonstrated a lot more competency and urgency in containing and then putting out this fire. So getting up and watching it for the 5th day is very entertaining.
So there's an interesting report, and this is going back to Kursk now. The interesting report from the Kiev Post. They're reporting on a report from Medusa, so that's an independent opposition Russian source, saying that the situation in Kursk, apparently the Kremlin have instructed Russian propagandists to describe the Kursk situation as the new normal. as opposed to a temporary or shocking or dangerous occupation. And this kind of undermines basically General Apti Audinov, doesn't it? Because he's claiming that the Ukrainians are being crushed in Kursk. So basically,
and they're trying to pacify their own population here so that they have more time in Pokrovsk, right? They're saying Putin coming out and saying, I want them, a decree that they'll all be out of there by October 1st. So he set a date on it, but now he's telling the population and the propagandists, we've set a date, don't talk about it until the date. So he gets himself a breathing room window. But I don't think that's going to work because the excitement that's going to come out of the Kursk invasion, the Kursk operation, is going to just be too much for him to hide, I think, as time goes on. But yeah, they're definitely saying nothing to see here, just normalize it, which I kind of am too, because I call Kursk Ukraine regularly these days. Ukraine kind of rolls off the lips. So this new normal that they're trying to establish here is a normal that's going to be like a really painful, massive contusion that somebody comes along and pokes every day and just goes, "How's that feel, Ming? How's that feeling these days?" I think Kursk is going to be a massive problem for Putin because it shows how weak he is. It shows the incapability of the Russian military. It's probably going to expose them to the loss of lots more conscripts, which is going to be a massive political problem. And yeah, he has a social and economic problems as a result of it as well. You can't believe how much these families of these conscripts are going to be once they get informed that their children are now prisoners of war. Or dead. That it's going to go off like a bomb in Russian society, because they haven't prepared for this one, Ming. When the wives and mothers of the Afghanistan people drove them out of the war in Afghanistan after 10,000 were killed, those uprisings, when those were attempted to be repeated this time, they quickly infiltrated those groups and bought them off, or pressured them off, or intimidated them from expanding their protests. But I don't think they've got the plan ready to how to deal with all these conscript families, and so it's a ticking time bomb, I think, for them. And economically, we know the impact on the rail system, where Belarus can't now move goods out for a period of time. Several of these lines are affected down here already, and the Belgorod line is even affected, even though it's not under fire control or significant threat yet from Ukraine. It's been shut down, probably due to effects on other parts of the line, or that Ukraine has an inside their system for their rail network. So all the signaling and indications and monitoring systems of the Russian railway system are now available. They have essentially a port into that because they hold the Suja facility, train facility, and they're looks like they're in a couple of days probably going to hold the one in Koronova. So economic, social, political. I think this is doing huge damage to Putin, and it's also doing damage to him in the outside world, because the outside world, looking at him from the diplomatic perspective, also knows that his red lines are bullshit, and he's piss weak. And everybody, whether they knew it about it or not, or were supportive of it or not, or just quietly acknowledging and quietly supporting Ukraine's actions appropriately, and rightly saying, when they ask them in Washington or London or whoever, whoa, what's going on in Kursk, they defer them to the Ukrainian military headquarters press office, which is the exact right thing to do. Don't ask us. It's not our war. The same thing, they should keep up that, but keep up that quietly and get the aid moving. We really need to see a lot more armored fighting vehicles delivered to Ukraine through an innovative means that gets them quicker than just pulling them out of the desert and refurbishing them. But we also need to see that.
Is that what's taking the time, the refurbishment, Will? Is that
No,
something?
it's not happened yet. It's not even started. It's not even started. The Red River storage facility in Texas is the main storage base for tanks and Bradleys and Strikers and everything. They haven't even started moving stuff out for refurbishment. They've still got a contract open, and they're cutting some up for scrap metal. Yeah, they are. They've got a contract to do that, but they don't have a contract, and they're not pulling shit out to refurbish it to send to Ukraine yet. And that's why I continue to be quite disturbed about that, because we know what needs to be done here, and Ukraine's showing us exactly what can be done with what needs to be done, but the what needs to be done just isn't happening yet. We need to see Australia placing a big order for Bushmasters. And as they roll off the factory floor, they ought to go on a boat. In fact, we ought to send them a bunch of hours on a boat and then write a contract for replacement of those. We ought to see the same thing in all the Swedish companies. We need to see more stuff coming out of Bulgaria. We need to see more stuff coming out of Europe in general. We need more of everything, and we're not seeing it yet. And how is Ukraine supposed to finish Russia off if we don't give them another $100 billion worth of army surplus? Especially when the United States has appropriations in hand right now, excluding providing them bullets all through the year for the next 2 years. They can provide the aid in ammunition that is currently going on now for 2 full more years and still have $55 billion in outstanding appropriations that the president can make to refurbish equipment and hand it over to Russia or hand it over to Ukraine. And you know what? From the analysis that's been done since that time, since they gave the 31 Abrams, I don't think it has to be Abrams. I think they could pull the M60 tanks that the Marines gave up using, the old tanks from America, right? Old ones. After Vietnam, but before the M1 Abrams came out, the Marines were using those in Iraq, and quite proficient at knocking off these older Soviet style tanks, because it's a better piece of kit from that contemporary period of time. So, and if I don't care how they do it, they just need to start doing it, because if we don't see the equipment start flowing out of reserve now and being refurbished, it's not going to be in the hands of Ukraine in 13 to 15 months when they'll need it to do a serious, another decisive blow themselves. And if it starts flowing now, it can flow in and assist reinforcing areas like Pokrovsk and Zaporizhia, where there are incremental gains being made by Russia. And it'd be nice to slow those down at the same time they're exploiting opportunities for themselves in Kursk. But they can't do that with good intentions. So I'm told in the background too. Now I said that they would put fire retardant in the water in those Aleutians before they dumped it on those fires to try to put it out. But Ioana tells me they're not doing that. They're just going to dump water from the lake without retardant in it. And I'm thinking that's going to be less effective. That's going to be like what you said, Meg. Do you ever throw a bucket of boiling water on a grease fire in your kitchen?
Well, no, right? That's the last thing you do.
Yeah, that might be what Russia's going to do.
Well, that's why I was asking. I was thinking that maybe we plan to use that or to cool down things that were close to the fire but weren't burning yet. That would be vaguely sensible, I suspect.
Right, it would be, but I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to use it that way, and they're pumping water out of that lake now to try to cool some of the stuff down. I mean, they are making some attempts now, but the attempts that they're making in the last 12 hours that I've seen pictures of is stuff that you should have been doing on the first day.
And when you say Illusions, are we talking Illusion 76s? I don't think they've got.
Yes, Illusion 76s, which, you know, technically could be converted to be water bombers, but I wouldn't think they'd have any. They might have some that are converted as water bombers already.
They do. But their main water bomber is the Beriev 200, which is an amphibious plane that scoops it up from the water and then dumps it.
Ioana's coming up. She might be ready to tell us. Maybe she knows what they're using those Illusions for. Maybe they're just moving more fire equipment in with it. But I understood they were sending 2 Illusions down that direction to fight that fire. And the only way you can use an Illusion to fight a fire would be to use the dump water. But yeah, you're right. A Beriev would probably be the plane you'd want to see for that. Those are probably all out fighting fires in Yakutia.
Oh, and speak of the devil, here's Genesis Man. He can probably tell us if it's sensible to use water bombers on this fire.
I think it's
Hey,
one of the best. Well, sorry.
go ahead, Genesis Man. No, you're right. Go ahead. Have you ever? I've only seen water bombers used on forest fires, bush fires. I've never seen one used on an industrial facility.
No, me too, Will. And you're absolutely right. Always with a fire retardant additive of some form. People that don't know, when you put water into a fuel fire, the water sinks below the surface of the fuel, goes to the bottom of the tank, and would expand with an expansion ratio of 1600 to 1. So it's going to go pop. They're just going to spread the fire, Will. That's all they're going to do.
Because any of the water that hits that burning oil, that is, if it's in large quantity enough and cold enough, it'll plunge through it, like you say, and then heat up, expand, and boil and produce, spread the fire. And then the splash of all the fuel that they'll spread around too. I just don't think it's, if they had a whole bunch of retardant in it that could mat cover an area with it, like they do in forest fires, maybe. But I don't know. I just think there's too many obstructions. It's not likely to get good coverage. It's just something I've never seen used on an industrial facility.
No, me either. And I can't think that it's going to work. But you know, the Russians will try anything. They're desperate now, aren't they? They have no idea how to put this fire out. Absolutely not a Scooby Doo.
Ioana, what do you know about this fire?
Yeah, so they are not saying very much about the illusion, just that they were brought in to drop water, and they give this information that is water from the lake. So not without not with an additive or fire retardant or whatever. So now the number of injured firefighters increased to 47. 15 were hospitalized. Apparently, 5 are in serious condition. In addition to the 2 illusions, they have like 2 fire trains, but I don't see them in the photos. Also, yesterday, apparently, they tried to extinguish the fire with some foam. I've seen the video, and maybe I'll send it to you, because there were like 2 firefighters with a hose, but the foam was like kind of arching and dropping 10 meters in front of them, very far away from the tanker. So for me, it was just a waste of foam. But anyway, you forget about the most serious and good weapon against the fire. They brought in 2 priests to say some prayers for the fire to extinguish. But sadly enough, immediately after they brought them, there was another tank explode. So yeah, that's pretty much all they say. There is an article this morning. They are just reporting on the number of firefighters injured. But there is another fire in Volgograd. A drone fell into a Russian Defense Ministry facility, and I don't have pictures. I have just the article from Kommersant and the fact that the airport in Volgograd was closed.
Oh yeah, and we've got in the nest a nice bunch of information on that strike on the airbase as well. So yeah, I've got the map up there about the pocket, the area south of the Sam Rivers up there. There's the second one is about the drone swarm that attacked the airbase bomber base near Volgograd. It's and a lot of the firm's data is there, the videos. Obviously, those drone strikes of swarm of drones caused some fires overnight. That you can see they happened probably 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Multiple fires spread across that facility, and it in the morning, some of those smoldering fires. One of them blew up with some large secondaries of tan white smoke. So I think they've also managed to knock out the weapons storage dump at the ammunition dump at that air base. Would look like. Joanna.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I'll look all this information about Volgograd. It interests me. They report 28 drones, but I don't know if just in Volgograd, because they say also in Volgograd and Bryansk, something like this. And what do you think? Faith can extinguish a fire or not? Anyway, I have another question about this swarm of drones, because we are using this term, and I don't think it's like properly what is understood by a swarm of drones, because a swarm should have a significant number of drones and significant autonomy. But I've seen since like last year that the Ukrainians were training to use multiple drones in a proto swarm way, like multiple drones with a sole operator, for example, or multiple drones coordinated in order to attack a certain target. And I think this is the beginning of the true swarms of drones. This is like they are using these kind of attacks to test the functioning of a swarm. The problem with swarms is that you really have to have a significant bandwidth or other type of communication between the drones and significant AI capabilities in order for those to coordinate. But Ukrainians are using a strategy that is precursory to a real storm, and I really like this, and I think that in a few months maybe we will see real swarms.
Yeah, I just love that word drone swarm though. So I just use you're right. This is more of a pack of drones than a swarm of drones because there's no central controller. When they describe the drone swarms, it talks about how they move in harmony with each other. Whereas I think each of these large packs of drones, they call them, mass drone attacks. But yeah, that does get confused, and we call it swarms. But in fact, they're not swarms controlled and functioning together. They're a large pack that are all independently targeted on the airfield. So that's what they used on the Volgograd air base, and they also used a pack of, they say, 50 to deploy on the airbase near so they said they attacked the intelligence center near Moscow, the airport in the Moscow region called Ostavyevo, and the some carried on and went up to the airbase up in Alina, but the one up in Alina, well up by Murmansk, I saw one shot down. So I don't think the one made it to Alina, and we don't know if there was any damage on the intelligence collection facilities or the airport or the airbase near Moscow. So we're waiting for some of that. But essentially, what Budanov has come out and said is that what they've targeted with these massive drones, this pack of drones, to try to head off the disinformation that's being put out by Moscow about them attacking civilian facilities, because Budanov noted which precise facilities they were after, and they're definitely military facilities. So, yeah, I think that's why they talked about that attack, even though there's no information that it was successful right now. But the one in Volgograd now, definitely successful. There are multiple fires that were burning at night, and one of those detonated in secondary explosions just after dawn. So definitely some damage done in that airbase. And that airbase, have a look through that thread on that airbase. You'll see that it has a lot of MiGs on it, and so it's got a bunch of MiG-34s. It's got MiG-31s. It's got some Su-20. Sorry, not MiG-34. There's Su-24s and Su-34s. All at that air base. It's a huge bomber base. It was renovated in the last year to provide better coverage and more coverage for everything. And it does have an ammunition facility or an ammunition dump right on site, as adjacent to the fuel dump. So maybe they set both on fire. That would be nice. It did look like the smoke started burning quite much more black from it after the detonation that you can see in the video. That's up in that thread in the overhead there in the nest. That secondary explosion you see that happens, and there's a lot of other burning going on around the facility behind it that you can see is kind of smoldering out. But this one blew up, big, massive white, brown, and tan and white cloud, which normally means ammunition. That facility is very near the fuel storage area that's just south and east of it. And the video that you see later in the day that Igor Shishko put out shows a lot of black smoke rolling out of that area, which is conducive to suggesting it might be a fuel fire after the ammunition fire. So it's all good. It's all good. Ioana, how are you? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to bother you. So I guess in a few days we will find out what happened in Volgograd. I've seen yesterday, I believe, some reports about Savasleika, the strike on the airport, and apparently at least one MiG-31 was damaged, and two Ilyushin 76, and they don't have more of those. Do you know more about Savasleika? Maybe there is more like more other MiGs were damaged or something like this?
Yeah. So Dmitry, War Translated, has provided an article based on some discussions he had with a group called Suspilny, another reporting group, and Suspilny has said that they have contacts in the GUR.
Did we lose Will, or was it just me?
Might be just you. Ioana, can you hear me?
I can hear Will. I can hear Will.
Okay, I have a problem.
Dope, Houston. We have a Ming down. Well, we'll get him back. So Suspilny has said that their contacts in the GUR had said that Savasleika was hit on the 16th of August. Now, we reported on the day, the 14th of August, that it was hit. So I'm unsure, and we reported on the day that it looked like the strikes on the 14th occurred in a place where it might have damaged one MiG-31 on that day. But what his information from the GUR is that on August 16th, maybe the date's wrong, but he says on August 16th, the Ukrainian Defense Force destroyed a MiG-31K, two IL-76, and damaged about 5 other aircraft, possibly also MiG-31s, which is what was at that base. So, and we saw from the fireball on the 14th, that fireball occur in a location that had the tail wing, the rudder and rear section of an IL-76 was standing up not far from where that explosion occurred. So I think they the thing about those is once you throw that hot shrapnel through them, it doesn't maybe look like it's done much damage, but it can actually destroy the plane, even though they don't look like, or they haven't burned out. They don't have to burn out in order to be destroyed, but burning out's better. So yeah, I'm still trying to find out if there were 2 strikes or 1 on Suskina or Savas-Leka, but they report 5 MiG-31s damaged, 1 destroyed, and 2 IL-76 also damaged. Now I still see Ming sitting next to me. I wonder if he's got a ghost.
No, so I worked out a way to get my sound back. I just flipped between Wi-Fi and data, and the situation is stable.
That's a nice workaround. I'll have to remember that one. Now, what else is happening? So we've got fires in depots, fires and in an airbase. We've got also the the bridges issue that's happened in Kursk, where they've taken out all 3 of those bridges and both of the pontoon bridges that were put up to try to provide them an out. So now there's no out. There is no out for the Russian troops that are south of the same river unless they get out through the corridor that is between Karamnova and Glushkiva, which looks to be closing fast. I think the Ukrainians are moving well out to the west of there, toward the same river from where it makes the bend up north, and I hope they reach that and can cut off any troops that are down in that area so that they can't escape. Because the important thing is, like Jorn said before when he was up, it's not so much the people, because those people are very likely to be conscripts. But if they can get conscripts to abandon all of their equipment, that's good. That's very good. But obviously, surrendering and getting the equipment and the conscripts would be the best of all. Hey, Oyvind.
Yeah, good morning. I see a report that there is a blackout in Moscow due to failure on a gas turbine in a thermal power plant. Do you have more information about that?
I do not. You've caught me out. I have not heard about a blackout caused by a thermal power plant going out.
What they say is that there is require for a maintenance on a gas turbine, and the report say foreign gas turbine, so they don't have the parts.
Yeah, that'd be one of the GEs or the Siemens that they can't get parts for anymore.
Yeah, and this report is 4 hour old. So, and it show it's from Jürgen Naudit, German guy. Moscow remained dark due to severe electrical shortage. Ross ZMI. It's probably the power company. The reason is difficulties in servicing foreign turbine at the Russian thermal power plants due to Western sanctions.
Nice. Yeah, I hadn't seen. I missed that one. I was looking at all these other exploding things and missed that one. But Jurgen's usually a pretty good reporter of that stuff, and that makes total sense. That you, if they're running either a GE or Siemens turbine, both of those, they should not be able to get any parts for it these days, and that's good. And I'm seeing stuff coming in from Russia. They're they're building up a total reinforcement line. They've got a lot of concrete shelters. Those concrete shelters they built and installed precast things. And they've got a bunch of those that they're now going to install in the trenches that they've dug along that line from Risk over toward Kurchatov. So clearly Russia's trying to set themselves up to defend a line right along that highway. And they're spending a lot of money. Well, I mean, they're spending a lot of time building fortifications right there, but we still don't know where the people who are going to man them are going to come from. Because, like I say, I suspect those might be conscripts, and if they're conscripts, I don't like their chances defending or attacking. Sure, they could put them in fortifications along that line south of the highway, the 38. But if they try to advance out of there to the south and take on the Russians and push them, take on the Ukrainians and push them out, they're not going to be very lucky doing that.
Yeah, so would it be fair, Will? So I've seen this said that one of the aims of the Ukrainian operation in Kursk was that they pull people out. The Russians pulled people out of the Donetsk front to reinforce Kursk, and that potentially the Russians haven't actually done this. They're just using conscripts in Kursk, with the Chechens as blocking troops to make sure the conscripts don't run away.
Right, the mixed bag of troops that's in there right now, that's exactly what I heard that they're going to do. But what surprises me is that they're not only going to use the conscripts that they've moved in there, but they're also going to put a bunch more in rather than move significant units from Donetsk and Luhansk in over there. And that's well, I just don't think it's going to work.
Fog Tyrants, go ahead.
Good morning, Ming and Will. Today and yesterday, I was looking into the UK government, which they are celebrating the Ukrainian Independence Day, which is on the 24th of August. And in doing so, they're asking everyone on multiple different accounts from Twitter, official websites of the government. They're asking people to make noise for Ukraine. They are hoping to generate enough noise to bring support to Ukraine and bring the focus to Ukraine a little bit more. So they're using the Independence Day to do so. They're running with a hashtag, Make Noise for Ukraine. I've posted a link to the official UK government website on the purple peel. So
Me too. It's the 8th item in the nest.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So I thought to spread this word, yeah, let's make some noise.
Yeah, exactly. Great idea. I think everybody ought to find a way to use that make some noise campaign, hashtag everything as we come up to the Independence Day, which is coming up on the 24th. Is that right, Fuck Tyrants? I think it's the 24th.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so it's a good video. 8th item up there in the nest. Check that out, and I hope we'll all find a way to use that hashtag and do that because Independence Day really means something in the last several years in Ukraine. That is for sure. So I also saw the discussion now from the government, from the Ukraine military, about the numbers of rockets that have been launched since the beginning of the whole war on Ukraine, and the the number that they've been able to shoot down on those. And they're given the fact that this goes right from the very beginning of the overall invasion. it's a pretty impressive shoot down record, obviously driven by the numbers most recently, but it bears out what we've been talking about all along, that the Kinzhals are hard to shoot down, but not impossible to shoot down if you've got Patriot and SAM-T ammunition in hand. The Caliber cruise missiles are about half of those are capable of being shot down, or just over, about half, which does, and they've gotten better at shooting all those down. Some of these missiles that they launch, like the KR 101s and the 555s, those older cruise missiles, 1441 of 1845 shot down. So they've been very good at shooting those down from the very beginning, as have they gotten very, very good at shooting down Shaheds and Lancets are shot down regularly. Harder to hit are the KAR, the X-25s, and the one that I've always found most problematic. Iskanders are also hard, but the one I've always found very problematic, because it's clearly a war crime, is the use of the short range use of the S-300 and 400. Those S-300 and 400 missiles, those are air defense missiles, and they're about 6-ton missiles. They're massive, huge things with a big fragmentation warhead on the head of them, so they blow up near the planes that they're meant to shoot down and just shred everything as their means of shooting down the plane. They've got a proximity fuse, so they don't have to hit anything directly. They just go for a near miss, so that they can do all the shrapnel damage. But the problem with those is when they use them in land attack mode, like they had been doing up in Belgorod area, and I'll just note that they haven't done any S-300 or S-400 attacks in Kharkiv for quite a while now, since this incursion and before, when they were allowed to strike those weapons inside Belgorod with the HIMARS. But only 19 of 3,008 of those missiles have been shot down, meaning that 2,000 or nearly 3,000 of those missiles fired in ground attack mode, which had about, something like 5 or 7 minutes travel time once they're shot in Belgorod, or over in Kursk, and they land on Sumy, or they land on Kharkiv. Those things basically are impossible to shoot down, because they're a ballistic missile fired at such a short range with a flat trajectory that they basically can't be hit, and you don't have enough time to react. But when they come into those cities, not only can they not be targeted accurately, but they're a huge stonk and explosion. Just the missile itself, a 6-ton missile flying into the side of a building, will cause a massive hole, and then of course they explode when they on contact too. So that big shrapnel bomb that's meant to shoot down planes causes a big explosion where they hit, because they can't. Well, they're a weapon that's meant to shoot down airplanes, so using them on ground targets means they're very inaccurate. And when you're trying to shoot a weapon like that into a civilian area, there's no real way you could ever claim that you're trying to target a military facility inside that area in the city, because they're just so inaccurate. So they're, by definition, indiscriminate use of large weapons on civilian targets. So each one of those fired into a Kharkiv and Sumy, Poltava, those are war crimes. So right there, you're enumerated in this list of missiles fired and shot down, nearly 3,000 war crimes right there, just by their very use on cities. Is a war crime in and of itself. So I thought I'd note that as well, because Budanov talked about it earlier today as well. Meng, what do you got for us?
Yes, so there's an interesting report in Kommersant. TASS have done an interview with the head of Rostec. So Rostec are a big sort of conglomerates covering all sorts of, you know, both military and civilian production. They make, for instance, the aircraft like the Sukhoi Superjet, you know, Ilyushin, Yakovlev, etc., etc. And in the course of the interview, Sergei Chemezov was talking about the problems his industry faces. Now, as we all know, you know, the Russians are busy doing import substitution on their civilian aircraft, and you know, they've done a series of downgrades of, firstly, the delivery dates for these aircraft, and also the most recent one was saying they downgraded the number of aircraft they intended to deliver by 2030 because apparently the 1,000 aircraft they planned to build by 2030 weren't economically justified by demand. Well, frankly, I don't quite believe that. I mean, obviously these long-range forecasts can be off, but you know, aircraft demand tends to be on an ever upward trajectory, and if you're downgrading your forecast, there's probably something else going on. But anyway, turns out there's another problem. So Chemezov says the labor shortage affects all of Russia, and we are no exception. The high demand for personnel certainly affects us, and perhaps the highest demand for personnel today is in aircraft manufacturing. So I don't know, he's found another excuse, perhaps, why, although we do know, and it's interesting, we do know that there is a big labor shortage across Russia, not least because of the constant demand for bodies at the front. But you know, it's interesting to see someone like Rostec saying it out loud.
It is interesting to see them saying that out loud, because you know, it's shocking how much time. Have they even got the Superjet, any of those delivered? Didn't they show that in an air show and say it was going to be delivered in like 2022, and they still aren't delivering any of those?
No. So the Superjet, I mean, they've got a couple of, I think, test airframes with Russian engines on them, but none of them are delivered.
And does Rostec also make the engines for the Tupolev 22 and the Tupolev 160, the strategic bombers, because of the engine problems that we've known those have had just recently as well?
I don't know who makes the military engines. I will look that up, actually, Will. That's a good question. I suspect there is that will be what do they call the perm motor works, but whether they're part of Rostec or not, I simply don't know.
Fair enough. Well, let's see. We've got a big pool of people here, but nobody's talking to us. I don't know if anybody's got a question or a comment, or you found anything interesting today you want to bring up to the attention, or ask any questions. Please come up, ask for the microphone, and you can ask your question or make your statement about what's going on in the war in Ukraine. It looks like there's I'll also dig up the international news here in a second, but it's if anybody has any questions about anything that's gone on, please feel free to come up and ask. Sorry, I was just adding a speaker there and had to get a drink, Ming.
No worries. I'm just looking at so it's a Kuznetsov NK32 that goes on the Tu-160. Doesn't say who makes it. So let's see. Manufacturer Kuznetsov Design Bureau. What are they? Are they part of Rostec or not? Again, can't tell looking it up quickly. David, go ahead.
First, want to thank Will for liking a couple of my tweets. That was very nice. Thank you. Second, what do you think is some of the possible scenarios if, and this is just hypothetical, but I was thinking about it. So if the Ukrainians, as they go north, cut off the rail line to Belarus, do you think Belarus would be ballsy enough or upset enough to join the war, or do you think they'll just like be so scared of the economic damage that they're kind of worried about a revolution themselves from like the Chechens that are in the Ukrainian army, or because I don't know how loyal their army is, so I don't know. And we all know that dictatorships rely on the military to keep power, so I'd like your opinion on that if you got any.
So, I mean, you're right. The line from Belarus has been, or they stopped accepting trains from Belarus about a week ago, temporarily because of the problems that they were going to have in using all the rail load. So the problem Belarus has is that's their main shipment line for stuff anything that goes to China has to go out across the Trans-Siberian from that direction, and a temporary shutdown is one thing. But you're right. If Ukraine moved up close enough to the north, they could cut off the line, the railroad line to Belarus too, and that you would think would be a very big deal, permanently losing that line from Belarus. Would they enter the war? Well, technically, David, they entered the war on day one when they allowed their territory to be used for attacks on Ukraine. So under the laws of armed conflict, they're already a combatant in this war. But would they commit any troops is a big question, right? There was some rumor mill type stuff that they'd already sent some troops into Russia to help defend against the Kursk incursion. I haven't heard any of that confirmed. But I would look. I think you're spot on. He's stolen 2 elections in a row, and after the second stealing of the election, I wasn't sure he wasn't going to get toppled then, because there's a significant portion of the Belarusian military that I think very well could side with somebody else, the person that's been elected president, or military coup, something like that. So I don't think things are so placid in Belarus that he is going to want to send large contingents of his army over to fight in Russia, because he's worried about his own border. Hell, he regularly moves his troops down closer to the border of Ukraine to try to puff himself up, so that they to defend any attacks down there. I don't think Lukashenko's got the heart to stay in this. Some of his statements in the past year have been, very ambiguous of his level of support and commitment to Russia. He's obviously doing well off Russia's loss of things like their refining capacity, because he's selling like Belarus has massive refineries, but no serious amount of oil production themselves. So they've always served as sort of a contract refiner for Russia to get fuel, value add to sell. So they're supplying a lot of fuel back now to Russia to meet their gasoline and diesel demand because of the refinery strikes inside Russia. But he's doing that. He's talking tough on the military, but I don't know. I'm not a good read on Belarus, but I'm not thinking Lukashenko is going to commit actual forces, because if he did commit any actual forces, he would definitely. He's already open, as I say, since his territory was used to attack Ukraine. He could be considered a combatant now, but if he actually commits any forces to it, he's going to then face counterattacks in Belarus as well, as he rightly should. David?
Well, okay, so that you bring up a good point. So if there are refineries and Belarus needs all that money from the refinery, from the oil, and Ukraine, can they cut off the oil supply to Belarus? And how far north
would you think, would they go up parallel to their current border with Belarus in Kursk? Like, would they go push that line up past the river to where their border with Belarus matches where they're going to in Russia, to kind of do like a bubble that's pointing northeast into Russia, so that maybe I don't know. I'm not going to judge what they might do because I don't want to give anything away in what's going on in my head. But I'm just wondering, from a point of view that you brought up there with the refineries, I'm just thinking, well, what if they cut off the oil supply there because they're hitting oil everywhere else for Russia?
I don't think that Ukraine will hit the oil refineries in Belarus unless Belarus got directly involved in the war.
That wasn't my question. I didn't think they were going to do that.
Oh.
Mine was about, like, if they're getting oil from Russia, would they cut off the supply to Belarus of the oil, not the refined products back?
Oh no, I think Belarus draws that out of a pipeline, not on rail. But I'll have a check and see if they could. But eliminating their capability to move finished products is probably a bigger deal. Fox Tyrants, do you know if that Belarus is? I think it's got a pipeline.
I'm not too sure. I think it is a pipeline, but the idea of them doing that, it's a clear provocation, and it could also trigger some backlash, right? So that's the last thing that Ukraine would want, to open another front somewhere else where it doesn't need to. So it would stretch his army in places where it doesn't need to be. So for the time being, they're better off to keep it as it is. There's no threat there at the moment. There's no need to do anything with Belarus itself. Whereas Belarus is between two worlds, right? They fear mostly a revolution there. There was some politicians when Ukraine war happened that they were starting to make noise to make Belarus have a revolution sort of thing and topple the dictator there, Lukashenko. So yeah, I think it would be unwise to open a front or start anything there.
Talking about attacking Belarus directly. I'm talking about going north in Kursk and whatever's north province-wise, where that they control like a pumping station, like similar to they did. Like if they cut it, like if Ukraine is targeting refineries to stop the oil, would Ukraine see going north to cut the pipeline in Russia, not in Belarus? A strategic
and the train
goal
line, right?
as a strategic goal to stop the refining capacity of coming back with the fuel. That's the kind of question you made me go up in my head and go,
Yeah. I mean, so what you're talking about is pushing north to cut that highway, the Highway 38, and the rail line that goes into Belarus there. I don't know if they could impact the pipeline or not, but so it's the kind of thing with Russia building a large chain of defenses from basically Risk over toward Kurachova, right, toward the nuclear power plant. They're clearly drawing a line south of that highway that makes it clear that they don't want Ukraine to get past that line. That would be, if they're building the line there, they think what's behind it's very important, and that by definition makes it important to Russia, which makes it a target for something that's behind that line for Ukraine. And the key here is, does Ukraine have a large enough force to be able to try to put together an assault north? Because if they could move north far enough, they could actually turn the corner behind that line of defenses, cross the T-38 east of or west of Risk, between there and the Belarusian border, and then flank that line and move down what they call turning their lines and going back down the line from Risk toward Kurchatov, but north of that highway. that obviously would be a big problem for Russia, given the fact that they've built a big defensive line south of there that they don't want them to cross. The problem is, I think Ukraine would need way too much bigger force to be able to do that than they've got now. And it's a big, risky move to make a big, swinging, flanking move. Look at the area that they've taken in Kursk now, and consider what you're talking about is a flanking maneuver that would. Now, it'd be a good base to start from, right? If they take the area south of the Sem and they're able to push up north from there, they could turn the flank of the defensive lines at risk. But you're talking about 30 kilometers north, so big, massive, risky move to try to move. You definitely want to have the forces to make that swing and the forces to cover your fortifications down south at the same time, because you wouldn't want Russia coming from the north while you're trying to get, swing around like a yin and yang. You wouldn't want to have them coming south and west while you were going north and east.
That
But
river is a
it's
very good defensive line for the future.
Sorry, what's the question?
It was a comment, just that the river there going east-west that they've just cut off the forces up there is a very good defensive line if they want to build a defense on that.
Yeah, phenomenally good way to do that, because then there's no way Russia can come down and flank the major part of their incursion for Koronova north and east. Yeah, I think it's a brilliant move, taking that river and the area behind it.
Okay, well, that's all I got. Unless you want to talk more about oil refineries and airplanes blowing up. Jeez, I was looking at one of the tweets earlier that there was like 30 or 40 that they might have hit because of how they were parked and stuff. I think I tweeted it to you.
Well, so they did have a lot of planes there, no doubt about it. We'll wait and see what the battle damage assessment says, but there is an absolute, I think the technical term is shit ton of MiG-31s, Su-34s, and Su-25s there. It's a big bomber base. Yeah.
I heard they hit a big airfield up north where bombers up in near, like as far as Murmansk, that which I remember from my World War II.
So I think they missed Murmansk, right? Alina Air Base.
But they did try to hit it though,
didn't
they?
Yeah, they did try to hit it. Yep, they absolutely tried to hit it, but I saw it was one of those big ultralight drones that looks like a little Cessna, like a half-size Cessna filled with explosives. I saw them shoot one of those down. So I don't think they made Alina. I think Russia might have got its shit together with regard to air defense up there. And we don't hear any reports of actual damage inside Moscow area where they attacked an intelligence facility and an airfield there, but no reports of damage there. I'm seeing that the strikes, the air alerts in Crimea of a couple hours ago, it looks like they may be attacking the Oktobersk airfield, which is northwest of Simferopol. So there might be. They've got these little air bases dotted all over the place. This one's about halfway between Zhankoy and Baalbek, and it might be the place they've moved to with some planes, since they probably aren't using Baalbek and Zhankoy nearly as much because they get pummeled so much. But we'll have to see what comes in on this. This Oktobersk is a relatively disused air base that they may have been doing some work on to make it suitable to get people away from Sevastopol. And Zhankoy is probably just way too close for comfort for them these days.
Okay, so does that now, because they're in Crimea, they can use the missiles and the scalps and all those freely, right?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
Okay, just thanks. Okay, I think that's it for me. I'll leave it to the next people. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks very much, David. Come up anytime. Fuck tyrants.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. They're better suited, probably, to go through Belgorod first, and then go around the back of Luhansk, to open the defensive lines of Russia there, to break through there, around the back. So I would have thought that might be more logical thing to do than go towards Belarus. But I suppose it's some kind of distraction or trying to move the Russian army around a bit, and perhaps they'll do that at some point.
I don't know, but I would guess that it would be probably more advantageous for Ukraine to know rather than try to attack north out of toward Risk or some area like that. And along that Belarusian border to take more land there. That doesn't seem advantageous to me, unless in fact, unless of course they're intending to try to go make a massive deep penetration into Russia or surround and take the Risk Lagov area. But so I don't really see that. But what I do see is with that river holding, that there's no way Russia can flank the major portion of the incursion to the left, which means Ukraine is now with that area consolidated to their left flank, that is relatively impenetrable because of the river and the fortifications that they'll hold. That frees up attacks that Ukraine can make. They could attack up north of there, but why would they? Why wouldn't they keep attacking up toward Logov and toward Kursk and the other finger that they've got going, and also continue to push out to the east, because there is a band of fortifications along the border between Belgorod and Sumy that if they were to occupy all those fortifications, much like looks like they'll be able to south of the river Sem, if they occupy a swath of land along the border of Belgorod, extending into Kursk Oblast, then it seems to me that the line of control that they've got isn't appreciably, it's not incredibly longer than the original border was, but they'll be holding 1,000, 15, they'll be holding about 2,300 square kilometers of Russia, which has got to sound good. And they'll have a buffer, right? They'll have a buffer zone along their original border, using the first and second line of defenses that were built by Russia for free to protect their own border, rather than have to do any fighting inside Ukraine up here in the north anymore. And if they're able to push in to the east of Sumy into Belgorod Oblast, the Russians themselves has said how uncomfortable that would make them in relation to Belgorod. They've said they don't fancy being able to be attacked from the south and from the northwest at the same time. So that would be a problem. But I don't see, here again, because they don't have a massive army, I don't see Ukraine pushing out of Sumy toward Belgorod to the east and then carrying on down, making a big swooping roundabout attack on Luhansk from behind. If they had, a 1,000,000-man army, they might be able to try something like that. I just don't think they've got the cattle to try it, nor do they have the equipment to arm those cattle with, nor do they have all the ammunition they need. I just think it's too big of an effort. I think they're doing a great job here securing land along this border, because every day they hold land inside Russia is a real thorn in the side of Russia, and it's causing some other real problems too that Putin will have to deal with sooner or later. And I hope he deals with it wrong. I really do hope. Well, I do hope Putin's spies aren't listening to him, and he's not listening to me, because I think it's a massive error to use conscripts to try to take on Ukraine in Kursk. But please proceed, sir. Please proceed. Mr. Barron, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm hanging in there. Thank you, Will. How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Wonderful.
You're up early.
I am from the home of the Wright brothers here in Dayton, Ohio. I don't sleep very well. Anyway, I have had a question, and I hope I can get it out right properly. The plan to win the war. Ukraine needs a plan to win, a strategy. I understand that and all. I'm not sure I understand why the United States has to have a plan for Ukraine to win. My thought was that Ukraine needs the United States backing and needs to know what they can count on in the way of material and whatnot. But if you could help me. Oh, and I just saw where there was a bill passed, law, that in the United States, in DC, that ordered President Biden to produce a plan of winning or something like that, and he is errant in getting that done. But that aside, I don't help me understand why the United States has to have a plan for Ukraine to win, please.
Well, I don't think the United States has to have a tactical and a plan for Ukraine to win, but it's definitely in America's strategic interest for Ukraine to win. So you would think that the United States would have a strategic plan of its own that would include countering Russian interests in Ukraine, but that plan wouldn't extend to anything operational. It should simply extend to planning for the kind of resources and information and cooperation that they're going to give Ukraine, much like what is written into the National Defense Authorization Act, the supplemental for the $61 billion that was approved in April, and that's the act you're talking about that required the United States to develop a strategic plan. I think it requires it to develop a strategic plan in relation to Ukraine, not for Ukraine, because Ukraine should formulate its own strategic plans to win the war. But obviously, those plans would be significantly resourced by America and its other allies. And so their plans should reflect, and you would assume Ukraine is going to share their strategic plan to win the war with the United States. But until the United States does produce that plan, that the president was required to produce. This was once again the subject of a letter that several former generals sent to the White House last weekend. So about a week ago, they sent them a letter saying, "Yeah, look, where is this plan, the strategic plan in relation to Ukraine that's required by law, and here's our ideas for what that plan should include, because it shouldn't include things like restrictions on the use of weapons provided to Ukraine. It should just further detail the weapons that the United States feels that Ukraine needs to get in order to satisfy Ukraine's operational plan for winning the war, and commit the United States to production of whatever it needs to fit into that plan, along with all the other European and Asian partners that are going to also provide equipment to Ukraine, and how much ammunition production they'll need to do. The kind of plans the United States ought to make is how fast can they refurbish armored fighting vehicles? Which armored fighting vehicles are they going to provide Ukraine more of out of storage? And how who's going to do the work, how they're going to get the contracts in place. Is their current ammunition production capacity satisfactory to meet the United States needs and the needs that Ukraine will have, given the current equipment they've got and the planned additional equipment they're going to get, and the timing for production of all that, that fits in line with the National Defense Authorization Act and the revenue that's been allocated for the United States. That's the sort of strategic plan that Ben Hodges and the others have been looking for. That you're correct that the Biden administration has not produced that plan yet, and it is sorely needed, especially given the fact that the funding for at least part of that strategic plan was approved back in April, and it's the end of August. So I would have, as I've said here many times, and will again, I would have expected to see Bradleys, tanks, Strikers, M113s, whatever, Humvees, anything that Ukraine needs in the numbers that Ukraine defines as needed would be starting to be pulled out of storage in the United States already for refurbishment and provision to Ukraine. And then a statement, I would expect in that strategic plan, a statement about what sort of risk that poses to the United States. If they think that taking 1,000, let's say Bradleys, if they took 1,000 Bradleys out of storage in America, they'd have about 700 remaining in storage in America with no plans to use them. But with no plans to use them doesn't mean they're still useful. And is the United States happy to live with just 700 Bradleys remaining in storage that could be pulled out and refurbished as a strategic reserve? Is that too much for America to bear? I don't think it is, but it's not my decision to make. It's the United States Defense Department, National Security Agency, and presidents to make. But it beggars belief that the United States, who's already got a planning and contracting in place to produce the replacement vehicle for the Bradley, and has all these things in storage, that they wouldn't be willing to live with just 700 remaining in storage if they gave, say, 1,000 to Ukraine. So yeah, the plan they need strategically is a strategic plan to support Ukraine, not to go take on anything directly in Ukraine. Bill?
Aha, very good. That was the clarification I needed. I have David Deeb has a space, and he was posting some stuff and showing the pictures of those Bradleys in storage, and it's a ding dang crime, and the electronics in them are going bad because you can't do that to sophisticated equipment. It's ridiculous. Okay, senior moment here. There was one more point I wanted to ask you about concerning Bradleys and moving them and plans. It is such a incredible, complex, and sometimes upside down world as to what is going to happen and how it is going to happen. And it would sure be cool if if things would just go to pot completely, and there would be a major change in Moscow, and they would throw the towel in and say, we're not doing this anymore. I almost had it. I apologize. Give me a second, please. Let me see if I can remember this other
No worries,
point.
Bill.
All right, I'll be right back.
Not a problem. Ming, have you got anything you want to bring up?
Yeah. Do you want to hear a tale from a Absurdistan, Will?
You know I do.
This is basically an opinion piece from Sargrad TV, and just basically mainly talking about the main bastards. So apparently, the West is far from monolithic it's a conglomerate of countries with different interests, and so included in these different interests, there's an ongoing battle between Britain and the US focused on Ukraine. So apparently Britain is some sort of like slavering attack dog that the US is trying to hold back from implementing its insane plans in Ukraine. And amongst these insane plans is missile strikes on both the Kursk and the Zaporizhia nuclear power plants. And this is something that apparently British intelligence services have been pushing for. So whether this is a missile strike or a dirty bomb, because then it goes on to talk about how the British have apparently provided the Ukrainians with dirty bombs to make it look like they hit the nuclear power plants at both Kursk and Zaporizhia. So, it's all a bit vague on how the British want to pull this off. But the people holding back the British from doing this, implementing this evil plan, is apparently BlackRock, since they've bought half of the arable land in Ukraine, and they don't really want it radioactively contaminated. It's just so bizarre how this soup of conspiracy thinking goes into one enormous pot that doesn't add up. And then
I love the little nuggets that they throw into it of fact, right? Because BlackRock does not, in fact, own anywhere near that much arable land in Ukraine, but they did contribute $500 million to a Ukraine reinvestment fund alongside some other big investors a year and a half ago. So, yeah, that's the little nugget of truth inside that.
And then they go on, and it's just like, it's more like a prism into the Russian mindset than anything close to reality, because apparently Britain's game hasn't changed since the 19th century. It's still divide and conquer, and according to this article, Britain would welcome a Russian victory in Ukraine because that then means that everybody across the continent of Europe is weakened, and that's exactly the way Britain wants everybody, apparently.
Yeah, it sounds jokey and humorous, but for 3 days in a row now, I've heard things from the various propaganda outlets in Russia that has one disturbing element to it, because this is meant for internal consumption. The normalization of talking about using nuclear weapons is a problem for me a bit. That they're essentially trying to make their public comfortable with use of nuclear weapons as a preparatory, even telling them incredible lies about how, Russia could use its strategic nuclear forces and wipe out all their enemies in the world, and Russia would remain a paradise because it's so big, right, and vast, and you couldn't nuke it all. And I find it very, very troubling, irresponsible, and also another piece of evidence that shows that Russia has no business being a permanent member of the Security Council when it is, making these sorts of statements to its public to get them ready for a nuclear war, a strategic nuclear war, as if it's survivable. I find that irresponsible and beyond the pale, frankly. And that none of those outlets do that without the acknowledgement and consent of the top at the Kremlin.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to say that this article strikes me less. It doesn't strike me as the aim of the article is to kind of normalize the concept of nuclear conflict, because they're not actually talking about using any nuclear weapons at all here, unless you count a dirty bomb as a nuclear weapon, which obviously it can be a deadly bomb could be biological or it could be nuclear, right? But it's a nuclear fizzle as opposed to a proper nuclear explosion. I just find it fascinating that they've this old divide and conquer mindset that the great powers used to have back in the 19th century is applied to modern Britain. It's just so so literally they say here, Britain does not want its NATO partners to become stronger, and traditionally tries to use them as its own sword on the continent. It expects that the conflict will weaken both sides as much as possible, both Russia and Europe with the United States. I mean, this might have been true perhaps in the late 18th century, perhaps even in up until the 1860s, 1870s. But this sort of thinking is just so foreign these days in UK kind of policy circles.
Well, you are the main bastards. And yeah, I didn't mean this specifically normalizing use of nuclear weapons, but they're getting their public ready. Britain and Ukraine are going to attack both of the nuclear power plants when Russia is the only one that's ever put a nuclear power plant under threat in this war. Is here again just irresponsible. I think they're getting their population ready for an atrocity or a nuclear incident or a nuclear war, as if it won't be that bad. And I think that's just really irresponsible. It's also, well, I mean, it's classic irresponsibility to say that your enemy is going to attack nuclear power plants when the only person who's ever put nuclear power plants under threat in this war is Russia.
Speaking of which, did we get any more detail on who might have been? I mean, look, it's pretty obvious who's behind it, but the cooling tower at Zaporozhye, has anything more come to light on that? The big black smoke cloud that came out of it, what was it, like a week ago?
Yeah, nothing more. No reported damage. The IAEA was in there and said they couldn't determine the source of the fire, which has got to be bullshit. But they said that there's no threat, and they basically didn't take the bait that what Russia was trying to put there, that somebody else a drone strike. They poo-pooed any external cause, but failed to notice the cause right in front of them, which is Russia committing sabotage acts inside the cooling tower, like by burning tires, basically. And they said that the fire didn't result on the ground. But they closed it there. It's like, so of course, okay, so the fire wasn't on a tire fire at the base of the tower, but they didn't go up and say, but Russia piled a bunch of tires on the heat exchanger packs and lit them on fire up there, right? It was no insight into it all what the source of the fire was, other than to say it wasn't a drone from Ukraine, which I suppose is about as good as you're going to get. They don't want to involve themselves in whatever Russia's doing there.
Joanna, go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to comment on your discussion about, Russia's strategic goals or something like this. The problem is that for Russia, everything is a zero-sum game. There has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. They look at their relations with the West, and they see the West winning, and they have to do something to undermine this, to say that the West is evil, the West is bad, and we are the real winners. And this is in all their propaganda lines. Everybody else is bad. Russia is exceptional. Russia is, as you said, the paradise. For example, they apply this to the monkeypox pandemic threat. They said that Russia will be protected by its traditional values, as if traditional values can protect you from a virus. So yeah, everything is a zero-sum game. They cannot understand that cooperation can lead to a better, future for everyone. Even if, the socialist ideas were like this, even if the communist ideas were like this, no, there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. And Russia wants to be the winner, but complains every time that the others are against it. And for example, there was a statement yesterday accusing the NATO countries of participating in preparation of the attack in Kursk region. They accuse US, UK, and Polish intelligence services and so on. Because of course, Ukraine couldn't have done it itself, and there has to be something from the other side. There has to be some help from the other side because the big Russia confronted with a much smaller Ukraine, 3 times smaller in terms of population, but much smaller in terms of land, can't achieve a victory, can't portray itself as a winner, even if they are saying that everything is going well, even if uh, if they have problems, they say it's nothing, they try to minimize and so on. They don't have a victory, and I think this is what Putin fears most, the fact that he cannot present a victory. That's why they are pushing in Donbass. That's why he wanted Bakhmut, a victory no matter the cost, and it's a victory a la Pyrrhus, but it doesn't matter because they can say, look, we are the winner. And that's why Russia must lose, because they have to learn a lesson. There has to be a reckoning, and there has to be an understanding.
Yeah, fair enough. They have to justify everything because it's got to fit. It's got to fit some weird bullshit propaganda construct that they can sell back home as a win. But I'll just note that wasn't it? Didn't Putin say that they were going to conquer Chasiv Yar by the May 8th parade?
Yeah, something like this. And Chasiv Yar is still standing. Chasiv Yar holds. And for Bakhmut, it was at least 10 months, if not more, because the preparation for Bakhmut started before. And the losses for the Russian side are estimated up to 100,000. So this might include the injured. The figures are really different according to sources, but we know that at least for the Wagner group, it was 20 to 30,000, and it wasn't just the Wagner group. So what they are doing now in Pokrovsk, advancing with their tactics, like destroying everything ahead with artillery, using the gliding bombs, and then occupying something that it isn't worth keeping, actually, because everything is destroyed. They do the same thing that they did in Bakhmut. And they might achieve a victory there, and it's sad that the more land will go to the Russians. But what use for that land? Yeah, so Bakhmut wasn't a victory for the Russians. There are some that they say, yeah, but they took Bakhmut. They took what? They are doing what with Bakhmut? And as you said, Chasiv Yar still holds.
Yeah, only and become a little bit quiescent, I must say, since the Kursk offensive started. They still may be pressing as hard as they ever were down in Pokrovsk area with 50. So there were 139 attacks. Stratcom says 134 combat clashes. Easily more than a third of them took place down in Pokrovsk and the areas near there, of course. So of 134, the amount down in Pokrovsk is 53, and there are also 13 near Touretsk and 16 down in Pobyeda, in Kharkiv. So those three main areas that are close to each other made up like more than half of all the attacks. So clearly they're trying to press as hard as they can in Pokrovsk, but activity has fallen away in other areas for sure, such as Chasiv Yar, where I say only 8 attacks took place in the area, including Hiravrika and Chasiv Yar and Predtecheny. So sleepy almost in there. 6 attacks in the Kharkiv area, Vovchansk, Lipsy. 16 attacks in Kupiansk area, all the way from Petropavlivka, Sinivka, Stelmakivka, Berestova, and Andriivka. So not many attacks up in that area either. 19 in Liman, near Torsky, Makivka, Grekova, and Serkivka. So not much in the southern end of that line from Kupiansk down to Liman. Not many. One assault in the Seversky area near Spirny. Kramatorsk 8 times, but that's Chasiv Yar, that's Harivka and Berdacheny. So Chasiv Yar, that many. 13, 53, and 30 and 16 down in the main area of Axis, and then virtually nothing. Twice down in Vojdani, west of Vuhledar, and not carried out any activity at all in Gulyapil, Orkiv, and Dnieper. So nothing, all the way down to nothing in Kherson and Orkiv axis. So this Russia has basically decided, it seems to me, that they're either going to break through in Pokrovsk and hold out doing anything on their part. Don't try to take anything back in Kursk. It's no big deal. Let's keep pressing on Pokrovsk and hope it falls. But the problem is, like you read out with the numbers there, when you look at the numbers it took to take Bakhmut, then Avdiivka, how many they've lost in Chasiv Yar. It's basically each of those campaigns cost them somewhere near 100,000 lives, right? It happened all over the place. But while that campaign was going on, if you look at the numbers where we went from 100 to 200,000, 300,000, because we reached 600,000 the other day, the thing I noted on the dates when those milestones were crossed were essentially the milestones were ticking off as milestones of 100,000 were ticking off basically as cities like Bakhmut and Avdiivka fell. And I just don't believe that's sustainable for Russia at all. And even if it is sustainable, Pokrovsk is going to be taken at this rate in about another year. So does anybody think that Russia is going to be able to put up with Ukrainians on their territory in Kursk, regardless of how far they get? Are they going to be able to put up with that for a full year while they take Pokrovsk? Because the rate that they take things is pretty well set, and based on the distance they've got to go, and I'm sure Pokrovsk is also reinforced, it's going to be another year. I don't think they've got another year. It would be my point, and their losses and problems in Kursk are going to be a big problem for them. So I kind of hope they do carry on and try to maintain the rage here, and move at this snail's pace toward Pokrovsk, which would be a loss, as you said. It would be a significant loss, even on the strategic basis, for Ukraine to lose Pokrovsk, because it is in a line and on a line of control that would be important to them. But they could suffer that loss and readjust things, and life would go on. The war's not over if Pokrovsk is lost, but the war might be over if Ukraine captures 5, 10, 20,000 conscripts, kills or captures 20 or 30,000 conscripts. Because if they try to fight the way they've been fighting everywhere else with conscripts against battle-hardened troops in Ukraine inside Russia, I think the rate of killing up there is going to be every bit as high as it is in the areas where they're not using conscripts. And I think probably many of the people taken off the board will be taken as captives, as these mass surrenders, than they are killed, which is good for their families. But those kids are going to be a fantastic bargaining tool, which is why I said the other day, I think if Russia is all concerned about doing a prisoner swap now, and they identified for themselves that the people they wanted to swap was the FSB border guards that they lost near there, I would say, yep, this is the first time you've said you ever want to do a prisoner swap since you've said you want the FSB guys, probably so they can torture them and use them as an example for losing Kursk. But I don't care what the purpose is for. I would say, yep, we'll give you the FSB border guards for all the remaining Azovstal defenders. And by the way, then we also have these 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 conscripts that we'd like to trade for all the children you've got from Ukraine that we can identify, because there's 19,700 children that can be identified by name of Ukrainian children that have been taken by Russia. And it seems to me that a children for children swap, all for all, might be something reasonable to try to push for, since Russia wants something this time. When Russia wants something, it behooves the West or Ukraine to drive a very, very hard bargain on them, because they are now forced to admit they also want to swap people back. Ben or Bill, go ahead. One of your mic's open, so don't say anything dirty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to raise my hand. Sorry.
It's no problem. I have no problem. I'm not mockers. I can live with an open mic. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. I remember the end of the war, or a cessation of hostilities, whatever it is. I've been wondering about that also, and it seems to me that it's complicated like everything else, and but what does that look like? And the first thing I thought about to accompany that statement, the end of the war or the end of hostilities, is that I guess what happens in the ensuing months, I guess, is that accompanied by a regime change or not in Russia. I think that would severely impact, because you can't trust those orc bastards, and so they quit, they withdraw, but unless you cut the head off, they'll be back in 10 or 20 years, and in between here and there, they will keep provocations up. What do you think? What do you see the war's end, or the end of hostilities? What does Will think that looks like, please?
Well, I quite like the 10-point peace plan myself, right? I'm not interested. The reason why I'm interested in that is because Zelensky's interested in that. And I'm primarily interested in this war ending on Ukraine's terms. But even when the war ends, if the 10-point peace plan was fully implemented, to include all the things that he's got: stolen children, reparations, nuclear security, border security, confirmation that the war is over by Russia, and the other points that he's got there. Even when an armistice is signed and peace is made with Ukraine, Russia still has some things to answer to for the whole rest of the world. And so I would be in big favor of, well, I'd be in favor of a complete embargo on Russia right now, because the sanctions regime that we have in place on Russia right now is leaky, and people cheat, and there are greedy people around willing to circumvent. So I would like to see a full Cold War style embargo on Russia, specifically because of what you said, Bill. Russia's not going to become a better country, even if Ukraine drove them physically from every square centimeter of their territory. Russia's not going to become a better country just as a result of that. Russia needs to do some reckoning of itself for itself. And while I'm not interested in defining things like regime change in Russia, I don't see the current regime as being compatible with a long-term peace. So, make no mistake, I don't think we should tell Russia what to do. but I definitely don't see peace ever being made and embargoes being lifted fully off of Russia until such time as it has a regime change, or so at least it. Let's just say that Russia adopts reforms that make sure that if Russia reformed itself with its current leadership, I know, stop laughing. If it reformed itself with its current leadership or with new leadership that made it representative of its population, so that I'm not saying it has to become a full-fledged liberal democracy, Maidan sort of thing. What I'm saying is it has to have free and fair elections, electing a representative government of some sort so that we know that the country has an actual mandate from the central government to have power over the country, and that we could see the country being representative and turning over elections from one to another. If we see the mechanics of it becoming a more representative country that looks after its own people, and as long as it stops being a threat to its neighbors, and I do that by I'm not interested in coming back to peace with Russia. Uh, the war that's going on, because Russia thinks it's at war with the West. They regularly say they're at war with the West. They carry out kinetic operations inside Germany and Britain and all over, Nord Stream, Baltic Jammer. All the actions they're doing are phenomenally bellicose, and they don't show any interest in becoming good neighbors. So I think they have to be embargoed until they demonstrate that they've become better neighbors, that they're not attacking their neighbors, that they're not threatening their neighbors with nuclear weapons, because they shouldn't hold nuclear weapons. Russia has threatened so many times the use of nuclear weapons in a coercive way that it is fundamentally incompatible with the goals of the UN Security Council to prevent non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, which is why I say Russia is not a responsible holder of nuclear weapons. And I think the country should be embargoed until it denuclearizes, until it gives up all of its war criminals, and it addresses the genocide and crimes against humanity done in Ukraine, and can demonstrate that it's a representative government. So I'd be in big favor of starting that embargo today. And I mean, no convertible currency, no exchange of athletes, culture, trade of any sort. Just totally embargo them, because I know the world cheats. I know they're going to get medicine. I know they're going to find a way to get food. I know, and frankly, Russia should be food independent and should be able to produce all of its medicines for itself. It can't do those things because it spends too much time making bombs and bullets to try to kill its neighbors. And if it's stuck to its knitting, if it's stuck to its knitting and developed a representative government, Russia could be a very good place for its population to live based on the sovereign wealth fund it could generate to build infrastructure all over the country and educate its population and turn its population into a population that wants to have children. You don't have to steal your neighbor's children if you have a place where people grow up and they feel like they have a future and they're going to have children on their own because they see a life for themselves. Russia doesn't generate that. Hell, it hasn't generated that sort of vision for the future since I lived there, and that I haven't been there since 2016. But I mean, even in 2002, when I first arrived in Russia, women did not want to get married and have children the way they used to. And if they did have children, they were only going to have one because they wanted to have some, financial independence and finally have some of the things that they could buy in the world. They wanted to become consumers, but they had massive problems with alcohol, drugs, single parent families, all of the social ills that make people not want to have babies. They had it all, and this is in 2002. It's become way worse since then, and so Russia is in serious problems. Even if they ended the world war today, if they ended the war today and went home and just tried to stick to their knitting, I'm not sure the country as we know it can survive anyway. But I'm not really, so knowing all that, I'm not really interested in what happens in the internal affairs of Russia, but I am very interested in seeing that the world not allow some Russia to return to some normalcy, or we'll see exactly what you pointed out, Bill. We'll see them go back to trying to build wealth however they can, consolidate power, maintain a repressive regime so that they can once again go on the warpath on whoever they think is next. And I'm not interested in seeing that happen. I think it'd be great if populations around the world would accept that populations in liberal democracies around the world, that we're not going back. We're not going back to the place where we accepted Russia's behavior in the world just because they've stopped the war in Ukraine. If they go home, they still need to answer for the genocide. They still need to answer for all the war crimes. They still need to answer for the crimes against humanity. And they need to answer for the fact that they're not a responsible holder of nuclear weapons, I think, Bill. How about you? What do you see as the end game for Russia?
Oh goodness. What a great answer. Well, you know what Yogi Berra said. Making predictions is hard, especially about the future. You know, I think a lot depends on what the outcome of the war produces. Does it produce regime change? Do you get one bad egg for another, or do you get the seeds of change? The seeds of change will take a generation. Will take 20 years plus, and it will be hard between here and there. The one thing that Russia has going for them is their natural resources and the ability to develop income that they can use to support their people. And will they do it? That's what I think. I think there's so many intangibles. And then, of course, there's other factors that will play into it. Who becomes the leaders of Germany, France, England, Sweden, Finland, Hungary, Turkey, the United
And that
States,
place near you?
Canada?
No, Washington, D.C.
Oh, Washington, D.C. Yes, yes. Yeah. What? So it is an extremely interesting times, and I just hope that Russian ends this. You get a regime change that is acclimated to making the reparations that are owed, and that they accept the fact that they've got big problems and it's going to take a generation at least to fix them. And there's only one way to get things fixed, and that's to get started. And until they get started, it's that fire is just going to get bigger. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Bill. Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was enjoying the general discussion, and thank you, Will, for your insights. I intended to ask a question, about the military things. First, do you think that the tactics that the Russians applied in Bakhmut and Avdiivka and now in Pokrovsk will succeed in Kursk? Destroying with artillery, using gliding bombs, destroying everything, and then sending human meat waves. Do you think they can apply the same strategy in Kursk? Because I tend to think that it's not the same. So what do you think about this?
Oh, I would venture to say that they will use the exact same methods that they've used based on form. I just don't see that they're capable of doing anything other than the methodology they're already using. And I don't think Russia has any shyness at all. We saw on the very first day of the Kursk incursion that they used multiple launch rocket systems to try to stop it. So, that's a fairly indiscriminate area weapon. I don't think Russia will have any choice. It depends on which troops they move up there, right? If they moved a large contingent of experienced troops from the Pokrovsk area, maybe those units might have a capability of doing some sort of combined arms maneuver warfare. But you're not going to get conscripts to do that. And the mixed units of Rosguardia, conscripts, and these leftover remnant stubs of units that were destroyed in Ukraine, like the 155th and the 810th, they're just not going to be able to work coordinated well enough together to do anything that looks like maneuver warfare. So I think they're going to do the same thing in their villages and towns that they've done in Ukraine. I just don't. And to be honest, Ioana, it's kind of an extension of the same methods of fighting that they've done since the Tsar's times. They've never really developed. They started in World War II. They developed some capabilities to do maneuver warfare type tactics, but they always fell back on mass. And so even with some of the innovations they developed in the Second World War, they're not really showing any capability of doing what they could do at the end of the Second World War now. So I think it's going to be more of the same, and using conscripts to do it, I think it's going to go far worse than it's going down south and east in Ukraine. I think the bloodshed and loss of troops in Russia may be significantly higher than it is in Ukraine, because you're talking about conscripts taking on the most heavily firepowered, best equipped, most full strength units of the Ukrainian military. I just think it's going to be David versus Goliath, but without the rock. Ming! I'm just seeing if he's still awake over there.
No, I am. Totally awake.
He's
Yeah.
four pages deep in a Commerçant article.
No, I'm not actually. I'm just reading War Translated. He's just come up with a Telegram post from military correspondent Kotyanyok, who's complaining about the construction of defensive structures in Kursk and Kurchatov. So that's one of the news pieces currently in the Russian press, that they are busy building bunkers around Kursk. So the kind of question is that the question arises, well, don't you think it might have been sensible to do this earlier? And of course, there have been allocations from the Russian budget to build defensive structures in regions like Kursk, but nothing happened. And this is basically the point that this Kotyanyok guy is making. He says he's quite entertaining on the topic of the Russian MOD. He says the amazing shadiness and bureaucracy are characteristic not only in the sphere of civil administrations. The Ministry of Defense is still trying to clear out the Augean stables of tank biathlon enthusiasts. So, of course, the tank biathlon was, I guess, the Russian MOD's showcase event. As we know, it's been cancelled for the last 2 years running because it wasn't really a good look in the middle of a war. But this apparently led to a bunch of guano being accumulated over the years and is inherited by Sedyukov's team and needs to all be cleared out.
Here you go. You've inherited some shit. Hey, Linda, how are you? You're up early.
I know. I know. I need food. um, a couple of things. I don't really have questions per se, but I'm looking for like educated opinions in several areas. So pick and choose whatever you feel like. So one of them is with regard to that big um, fuels storage facility, which apparently is approximately or approaching a third of it currently on fire. And the question is, will they be able to damp that down, and will it keep going? But one of the questions that I have in my head is one of the questions is this: um, what's your guesstimate with regard to how what portion is that particular facility? What portion of that is to the whole? In other words, does that represent maybe five or half a percent of the national capacity? 5%, 50%? So that's one question. And then another one is, what if, do you think this might be a good time or not a good time to maybe send in some more drones to that particular facility to accidentally start another fire or two in the remaining tanks? So that's another quandary that I have. Another one is with regard to the river and now the lack of 3 bridges and 2 pontoon bridges. So they're not going to be able to get equipment over that river. But I'm wondering, you know, um, uh, there are going to be some swimmers, right? So I'm wondering again, guesstimate, whether, what degree of the troops right now who are quote entrapped unquote, um, whether there might be a dozen who maybe could swim across and get out of there, leaving their equipment behind, or hundreds who maybe could swim across and get out of there. Anyway, so that's a guesstimate kind of a thing. And then the other thing in general is I'm always interested in like potential, from where they are right now, um, the potential choke points. So, because an army can't continue to operate without supplies and logistics. So, what are the choke points? Whether it's roads, bridges, trains, locomotives, um, cars, tank cars, trucks, whatever. Given where Ukraine is occupying right now, and I'm thinking mostly, into Kursk, are there potential choke points now that are potentially within range that could be particularly good disruptors of supply chains, logistics, et cetera, et cetera? So those are my thinking right now. Anything like that sound enticing to wing it?
Yeah, except for now you're going to have to back up because we should do these questions one at a time. You've lost me even. Well, so the first one, what percentage of the strategic reserve have they lost as a result of the fire at at Proletarsk? I don't know. I would imagine the Soviet Union, Russia would have built dozens of these types of military reserve facilities around Russia. So I don't think it's a matter of reducing and eliminating a significant portion of the strategic reserve. Holy shit! Another one just went up. I think there's a map. Whoa, they've lost another whole tank. I'm just watching this in the background as you were talking, and I thought I was done being impressed by the size of the fireballs they can generate. But Max has just put another one up. I'll have to tag this photo to the other chain of items. But yeah, they've lost another tank. So I would say at least 23 of those tanks are now lost. And this one also looks to be a gasoline tank. But so I don't think it's a matter of having to reduce the strategic capacity overall, Linda. I think it's probably more of a localized effect. This would be the reserve that probably the Central or the Southern Army would be using as their backup for supply of fuel out of there. So they'd be supplying this with rail cars from the east. They would put it into here in rail cars, and then they would move out of this large storage area regularly, store rail cars out of this area to the next marshaling yard where they're going to build up tank trains to go to different locations. So they'd be going out of here, probably down toward Taganrog or somewhere in Rostov-on-Don area to do a marshaling and then send that fuel into Pokrovsk or, sorry, into Donetsk and Luhansk area. Probably, well, maybe the Kharkiv area, but I doubt it. They probably have other facilities they feed out of there. But what this is going to do is just cause localized disruptions of fuel flow. And what Russia will probably do is, this is a military facility. So what Russia will probably do is just take over civilian facilities that are around for military use. So big fire, fifth day, 47 now injured firefighters in it. So it's a significant problem for them. Economic loss will be big to lose all this volume of fuel, and hopefully it causes them some fuel disruptions in Luhansk and Donetsk as a result of it. That would be ideal, I think. But I don't think they're strategically going to be able to affect the capability of Russia to have fuels, oils, and lubricants countrywide as a result of it. I wouldn't guess that. That'd probably be a reach. Second question was?
Okay.
Or you can follow up on that and then go to the second one.
Yeah, actually, that's good information because I didn't know whether this was going to be like a significant loss or an inconvenience, irritation. So it sounds like it's more of the latter. It's going to have an effect.
Oh, it's about halfway between. It's between those two. I don't think it's going to be strategically important, but it could cause tactical problems for them. It wouldn't surprise me if they run a bit short on fuel in Luhansk and Donetsk for a while.
Okay, that's helpful actually. So that's good. And then with regard to that facility, I was wondering, what do you think? You think this would be a good time or not a good time if Ukraine has the drones available to accidentally, for a few drones to find that facility again and accidentally drop some more explosives on the remaining tanks, or would that be a fool's errand? What do you think?
Well, clearly they haven't shown any capability with air defense to protect the area, so they could strike it again. There are half of the tanks remaining, but I would, if I was running that facility, I would have de-inventoried quite a lot of that facility so that it couldn't get caught up in the blaze. Whether or not they could strike it again is, I think, let's see, they definitely could strike it again. Would they want to strike this exact same facility again? Don't know, but yeah, they could absolutely strike the tanks that are at the northwest end of the packs, because they haven't been hit yet. And maybe I think the tanks we've seen go up are gasoline and diesel, but if it's a proper military reserve, they've probably got all the flavors in there, right? They probably got diesel fuel, high test and low test gasoline. They've probably got jet fuel, Caro, and very possibly bunker fuel in there as well for trains. So they probably keep the whole suite of fuels in there. and they could take out the avgas that's down at the other end. Yeah. So, or bunker. Like, there's a lot. There are still things that could be damaged in there. I can't discount the fact that they'd do it. They'd hit it again. But whether or not they've got the drones, another dozen drones or whatever they used. I think they had 2 strikes in this facility, but they probably, in order to get 2 strikes, might have had 10 drones to try to hit them in there. So, who knows? I'd hit it till it can't be used anymore if it was me and I had the drones available, because they clearly can't shoot them down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But on the other hand, they don't have an unlimited supply of drones, and so would that be a good? I'm just thinking. I don't have an answer, right?
Well, they would if the Yanks would free up the use of the ATACMS,
Yeah.
because then they could have used the ATACMS on the air bases and keep
Yep.
going after these oil facilities with the drones.
Yep, you're right. You're right. And then I have some more, but I
Now, are you at the Democratic convention?
No.
Did you take your Chicago accent back home for a bit of a visit?
I should have, shouldn't I have? I don't have any family alive back there anymore. But yeah, Chicago. I'm hoping that somebody thinks enough to get them a Aurelio's pizza delivered. So anyway, but I have some follow-ons. But Alana has her hand up, so she has something to add, I think.
Yeah, just briefly about this possibility of a new strike with drones for the Proletask refinery. I don't think it's opportune right now. I think that the Ukrainians will wait until the fire is put out or burns completely. With drones, it would be, in my opinion, it would be very difficult. Taking into account the fire that is there, the temperature, the explosions, the smoke, and all of this, there must be turbulences in the air. It would be kind of difficult to strike to have a precise strike on a tank right there. And also, you can waste the drones, which can be destroyed by the sheer temperature or the smoke. And as for now, the Russians don't seem to be taking care of this fire very well. We have seen, I think this morning was another tank explosion there. So I think nature, the wind and the fire will make it worse. So for now, I think it's important to wait and see what is the aftermath of this first initial strike. And the Russians are reporting that 3 drones have hit the tanks in different places. That was the report. So I think it's important to wait until we have a more clear image of what is left there. The aviation tanks, which seem not to be affected for the moment, will be very interesting to watch because, diesel doesn't explode very, very. Will can talk about this. Diesel is not very explosive, but aviation fuel, well, I think it's kind of much more explosive. So for the moment, I don't think it's an opportune thing to hit it again. But after everything is clarified, after the fire is taken down, maybe if there is something left, another strike would be opportune. What do you think, Bert?
Well, look, I think they could hit it anytime, even now. Look, the prevailing wind is coming from the east. So if they swung the drones around and attacked from the north, just took it at a little different angle, they could. They wouldn't be flying drones right into the fire. They'd want to avoid the smoke so that they could target in appropriately to the tanks that are on the northwest end of it. But they could avoid the worst of the smoke and target the tanks down there. Aviation gas isn't actually. It's basically very, very clean dewatered kerosene, so it's not actually more volatile than diesel fuel. It's probably about the same as diesel fuel. Gasoline is the one that really, really goes like the clackers. But the bunker fuel tanks would be more difficult to set. Well, they'd be easier to put out if they struck those, and you'd think it would be also easier to put out an aviation gas tank if they hit those. But Yeah, I just don't know what the utility of taking out. It depends on what they struck it for, right? If they were going after and making sure that they reduced a significant quantity of the storage of diesel and gasoline, job well done. There's nothing more to do here. It looks like a whole row of the gasoline tanks is gone, and a significant portion of the diesel tanks. So if you're after the land-based fuels, a good chunk of the work's done. If they want to target, as we've seen on the air bases, sometimes they go after the air bases, but they go after the ammunition in the air bases because they can hit it with a missile and a drone, and they don't have to worry about using U.S. weapons. If they can hit these tanks with more drones, and they want to, they've clearly got the capability. But I think I'm just going to guess that they'll move on to other facilities and hope consider this problem to be big enough in this location and move back to the next thing that's important to them. So I think they very well could keep targeting, and some of the targets that they're hitting. Remember, we don't hear about everything. We hear about a lot of them, but we don't hear about all of them. We didn't hear about the second strike at the airbase in Nizhny Novgorod. We didn't hear the extent of the strikes up in Moscow. And I reckon that there's probably other strategic targets that they want to hit to prevent Russia from providing a very strong consolidated attack on them in Kursk. So, and those air bases are always a problem. Always a problem. If they've produced enough Neptune missiles in the last month to be able to use those Neptune 360, I guess, missiles, I would think they would be targeting those on additional air bases, because the biggest problem I still see is the glide bomb problem that Russia's making for Ukraine, particularly in the Pokrovsk area. But eventually, the VKS is going to show up in great numbers in the north as well, and hitting multiple of those air bases again. Either the ammunition like they've done before, or catch planes on the flight line like they might have done today out in Volgograd, taking out the platforms, or the capability for those planes to carry glide bombs is got to be priority one, I would think.
Yeah, thanks. Do you want the next couple of questions? That makes sense, by the way.
Yeah, what the hell? I got 7 minutes. Let's rock.
Yeah, there you go. And by the way, all of that makes sense, and Iwana, what she said as well. So with regard to the river, and I have additional questions after this. So if you want to take them, otherwise, it's fine.
Oh yeah, the river. So
yeah.
If you haven't, you should look at the maps I put up in the thread up above. The second item in the nest has a thread that I put together on the bridges and what the significance is there, and how the current movements are, including as developed during the day. When I got up this morning in the Workers' Paradise Standard Time, the Ukrainians had moved in and taken up positions in in Kamyansk there, next to not far from the river. And then just minutes ago, the Max has reported that the AFU is now taken, and Max is a pretty good reporter, so I'm just going to take this as given, because if it didn't happen today, it'll probably happen tomorrow. But Max has reported that Ukraine has now taken full control of Krasnooktorskaya in Kursk. So the next little village over, they've also got. And so that trap door that I show in the photo, in the picture there, that is just west of Kamakovka, with them now occupying Kamakovka there, that little oval that I drew there is now closed, because Krasnooktorskaya, if they've moved up to there, that borders the Sem River just north of there. So now there is apparently no place to get around, and no place to get across that river. Could people swim it? Yeah. Have you ever swum a river in full clothes with any gear on, though?
Oh, heavens, no.
Yet it's not particularly fast moving or wide, but I'm not sure how many Russians learn how to swim growing up. Frankly, I didn't know any. I knew plenty of Russians when I was in Russia that never learned to swim, and Meng probably has similar experience. But it's well, living here in Australia, you're a freak if you don't learn how to swim, right? Everybody in Australia learns how to swim because we're always at the beach. But it's so our existence here is so derived by being close to the ocean and in the ocean. So everybody knows how to swim, basically. And but that isn't the case in Russia. So it's both unrealistic to expect a large number of troops to swim that river, and they'd also have to get to it. So I think those units will probably, if it's the 155th Naval Infantry, they might try to fight and hold out, because the future for the 155th, if they're who is down there, as is shown notionally on the picture I put up there, if it's the 155th, Ukraine has a very high interest in isolating and destroying to the last man the 155th, if that's the way they want to play it, because the 155th has been involved in committing war crimes of late, including the head on a pike incident in Kursk. That was the 155th. So if the 155th is isolated down there, I could see them killing them to the last man. But if in fact it's the VKS infantry unit that is also marked in the northern part of that map, that's a unit that was formed from the Air Force because they didn't have enough planes and to work on and anything like that. So they made infantry battalions out of Air Force personnel. Yes, just like they did in the Second World War. So yeah, it's redux all over again. They're putting together units that are misfits, and then they've also moved down some units from Murmansk, the northern district, which are just chock-a-block full of conscripts. So if it's conscripts, I think they give up. If it's the VKS infantry units, I think they probably give up. If it's the 155th, they might try to put their backs to a wall and fight to the last man, because they're probably very, very worried about what's going to happen to them in relation to committing war crimes as of 3 days ago and posting those on the internet as if that was going to gain them some popularity. But remember, a unit that commits war crimes also has phenomenally bad command and control, and it has phenomenally bad morale to sink to that level. And so I could see them being big war crimey bullies when they think they can get away with it, but they might crumble as soon as they face any serious resistance. So I hope that trapdoor is now closed with the taking of Krasnoyarsk, and that they trap units down there. And I hope they're conscripts myself, because I want to see a lot more conscripts taken into hand, and I want to see a lot more equipment abandoned down there, because if you Yanks aren't going to pony up with the armored fighting vehicles, they're going to need to take them off Russia.
Agree. That's actually really good insights, which you just spewed. In my opinion. Yeah, thanks. Got time for more? It's you go off at like 1 minute, or I have more, but nothing pressing.
1 minute. Well, we can make James wait. And I think Ming's also getting replaced, but I'm not sure by who. Let me check the calendar. Yes, Ming and I are being replaced. Me by the better model of James, and Tim by probably a like for like trade out for Ming. But go ahead. I'll answer your question until one of those folks is ready to take the seat.
Well, a couple of question areas. One of them is I don't know. This is probably too open of a question, but that big air base that's up in what is it, Murmansk? Way up in Santa Claus country.
Alina Air Base.
Alina, yeah, way up in Murmansk, is it? Or by it? Anyway. Man, I would love it. I mean, these drones that they've developed can go all the way up there. That's astounding to me. So I was just wondering if you had any insights with regard to that airport and the prospect of taking out the airport and or all of the airframes that are there. And then my last question, if you don't want to answer that one or talk about that one, is choke points. So supply chain and logistic choke points that may be now with Kursk and what's been going on there, that may be more available now to take out, because I mean, I grew up with the tropes that the military requires logistics in order to operate, and if they don't have logistics, they can't operate. I mean, that's what the tropes that I grew up in with history class, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm always thinking of where can those supply chains and logistics chains be cut off, where are the particular vulnerable points. And so I'm thinking now with Kursk, are there some that stand out as being now newly vulnerable that could make a bigger difference than they otherwise would have size wise? Anyway, so those are my two things.
Well, if Ukraine is able to expand their Kursk holding out to the east a little farther, they can put the train line from Belaya down through Rakitnoye and Berezovska. The train that comes out of Suja takes a right turn, a turn to the south at Belaya, and then goes down through Rakitnoye and Berezovska, and then down into Ukraine in Belgorod. If they're able to push out and control that train line, they'll then have capability of supply to themselves up that train line from Kharkiv. Even though it's of no use to Russia, it could be of significant use to Ukraine. But note that they'd have to take a significant amount of additional territory to the east, which I think it's probably a bridge too far. But if they did take it that far, Rakitnoye has a big spur around it for connections into the line that goes over to Belgorod itself, and the line that goes down to Belgorod is they might be able to put the line that goes down to Belgorod from Kirovsky down. So there is a possibility, if they get far enough east, that they can put the Belgorod train line under threat. And if they were able to threaten, shut down, cut, or destroy the Belgorod train line, then there's every chance they could force the Russians out of Belgorod, because they would have pressure from the south, and they would be capable of being attacked from the northeast, and they would have their supply line, their major supply line by train to a significantly sized city cut off. So that it would be fantastic. I think it's probably a bit of a reach to suggest that Ukraine can make it that far. I would think it would be a good goal, a good conservative goal here, to try to take the area about half the way to that train line on Rakitnoye to Berezovska, and then hold the buffer zone along the border there. But the Russians are very worried about it. The Russians are very worried about pressure being put on Belgorod from the northeast or northwest. So if there is a possibility to do that, obviously the Russians are once again very worried about it. So maybe it's not a bad idea. I don't know. But there's that line. The other place where, if you want to create a choke point, the best choke point is going to be to knock out that knock out the Kerch Bridge, and then be in a position to target the rail lines that they're using to supply Crimea from from Zaporizhia. And we know they've completed a new train line from the down to the Mariupol area, and they're working on train lines on the other side of Mariupol to try to solidify their connection down to Crimea. But the important thing is, the important thing. See you, Ming. You're going to drop out. You say goodbye, Ming, before you go.
Yeah, no, sorry, Will. I just thought from an efficiency point of view, but you're absolutely right. It'd be rude not to say goodbye. Fun co-hosting with you as ever, Will. Hopefully we can do it again sometime.
If we keep giving the mockers these days at the office, we'll have to, won't we?
Oh yeah. So if Mocker's got more days in the office, it's definitely we'll do a replay.
Indeed. Thanks very much, Ming. So now let's see. So I would think the best way to choke Russian logistics is going to be able to attack the rail lines through Donetsk and Luhansk by making sure that's the only way they can supply Crimea, by forcing them to shift all of their supply through that route by dropping the Kerch Bridge. But dropping the Kerch Bridge too early might not make much sense either. I think dropping the Kerch Bridge might make the most sense right when they're going to try to move into Crimea, because prevent any reinforcements from arriving, trap the units that are in there, much as they've done with the work they've done previously with the Dnipro and with the same river now, tactically trapping Russian troops to disallow reinforcement and to also disallow retreat at the right time is probably the way they'll drop that Kerch Bridge. Because there's not an incredible lot of supply coming across that bridge, but there's a fair bit by truck, right? There's a fair bit. They haven't been moving anything by rail, and now that they can't move anything by rail barge because they've knocked out 3 of those, unless they've moved one in from a long way away, they've increased the truck traffic probably across the Kerch Bridge, and they're increasing the rail supply through the NHS and across the little bridge to the causeway to the north in Crimea. But those are the big supply points. But the note that just the work they're doing now in Kursk has already disrupted supply somewhat. It's Russia's stopped taking trains from Belarus, which go over to China. So that's obviously will upset Belarus if it goes on too long. And the line, just because of the disruptions in the lines that they've lost so far, Russia reports that the Belgorod to Stary Oskol line, which is their main supply line to the north, has been impacted. So they're not moving as much volume down that line as they expected to, even just with what's happened now. And if they could threaten that Belgorod rail line to the north, Belgorod would probably become untenable. And there's Tim. And I see, I think James is also replacing me. So I'll come back as speaker and hang around for a little bit, but I'll hand over to Tim just now. How are you today, Tim? Tim's no, now I've got James. James, are you functioning?
Here I am. And I just want to say the most important supply line to protect right now is my coffee. Anyways, yeah, interesting. How you been, Will?
Yeah, it's been a good day. I didn't know I was going to be co-hosting till a couple hours ago, but I found time in my schedule here, so I decided to take a shift on my day off and let Prince go to bed because she had a big headache.
That's good of you. Well, she's got a lot of stuff going on in her head, so it makes sense. But very good of you to do that. So, and I am here a little bit earlier than my usual, but what I find out is that I'm about waking up this time anyways, and I might as well do it. What usually happens is I go back to sleep. So, folks, if I do fall asleep, just nudge me a little bit or call me. But I don't think I will. I'm on my first cup. Got the second cup brewing. I ought to be all coffeed up, Will.
Indeed. And with that, I will bail because I have to be back up in about 12 hours for bullet points. And yeah, so I've got to get off and do my evening thing. I think this cat probably wants to be fed. So thanks everybody for joining us. Everybody came up to ask questions, offer information, Ioana and everyone. And I will drop down and see you all tomorrow morning for bullet points. Well, morning for me. 7 o'clock in the morning here in the Workers' Paradise, 7 p.m. in Eastern Time, America. Chuck will be back on for bullet points again tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Will, for co-hosting. We love your work, and we know that you'll be back for bullet points because there'll be a lot more to talk about. And tomorrow's going to be a big day here at Mriya Report, and I'm going to look really quickly just to be sure I do not misspeak. But we, of course, have got some guy named Ben or something like that. Yeah, he's going to be coming. General Ben Hodges is going to be here, and it is the 22nd, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is the right day, and that is at well, Eastern Time 1400, UTC 1800, Kyiv 2100, Pacific Time 1100, London. What does that say? 1900. Pardon me. Anyways, so that we've got going on, and then at noon Eastern Time, unless they changed it. We've got our boss, Scott. Scott and Malcolm Nance have attended a little bit of the, well, no, not a little bit, pardon me, the Democratic Convention, and they'll be talking about foreign policy chat, you know, not with Harris and Walls, but about what their likely policies are, and informed by discussions with people there at the conference. And I don't know who they talk to, but that's going to be very interesting. So we got a big day today, or tomorrow, whichever day it is for you. So yeah, so I'm glad you're all here though in the morning. And Tim, you're here, and good to see you.
Hello there, James. And a great pleasure to be co-hosting with you again. Must be very early for you.
It's crack of dawn. Well, okay, it's a little earlier than that this time of year, but yeah, it's all good. I wake up in the middle of the night anyways. My body dictates I do things, and so I do. And then I realize this isn't so bad. I could do this. All I need is coffee and bright lights, and maybe a little
Yeah,
bit of time to find out the news.
I think it's a symptom. I've started doing that now as well. I think it's a symptom of being extremely old, that you start to wake up really early for no reason, and you start to notice drafts. You know, it's a bit drafty in here. Those two things seem to be the, you know, the harbingers of middle age.
Well, I left windows open last night to have drafts in the house on purpose, and it was good. You know, we've had blazing hot weather lately, right? It's been hot everywhere, right? It's everywhere in the northern part of the world, anyways. And finally, we've got some days down in our 50s. That would be Fahrenheit. So what would that be? A lot cooler, regardless. A whole lot cooler. So it's a pleasure to have cold air and to need a little bit of a blanket when you're sleeping. It's like, yes, I can do this all day. Well, I can sleep all day. Anyways, but you know what? Princess' hand is going to fall off unless we call on her. What do you think? We should go to Prince?
I think it was Alex first, actually. I don't know if you can see Alex.
I cannot.
Oh, well, I see Alex.
Alex.
I see Alex on the panel with his hand up.
Geez, I don't.
Yeah, I'm there.
I see you now. I see you, but I don't see any hands. So it's going to be one of those days, Tim.
Fair enough. Alex, send.
So I just kind of wanted to catch Will for a quick question before he took off. We had a conversation last night about the hits on the Marinovka airfield there. And I wanted to ask Will, based on the photos that you've seen there, is anything there looking like it is a hardened munition storage bunker? I'm not sure if he's there or heard me.
He's coming back up now, Alex. Give it a few seconds.
I still see him as a co-host. So
I'm really quick. Can I just go really, really quick?
yeah, give her.
Sorry. Because it's like after 3 a.m.
Why aren't you in bed?
I'm going there, but I had something exciting happen tonight that I now that it's published on social media, I can at least tell you guys. Who knows Radu? Raise your hand if you know who Radu is.
Isn't that like bolognese?
No,
Oh,
the
Radu
guy who
Hasu from Romania.
Yes. Radu Hasu became a daddy at 10:55 this morning to a girl named Sarah Mriya. There you go.
Great news. That's good.
Yeah.
So they carry on. So 30 years from now, she'll be in the news.
Okay.
I'm just guessing. I predictions
Yeah.
like that, I can't go wrong because I'll be gone by then.
He actually sent me a picture less than an hour before she was born, but I didn't say anything until I saw him post that she was born on social media. So there you go. It's rather exciting.
Well, congratulations to him, and yeah, happy times. I'm happy for him and the family, and I bet they're taking a little time out from other activities and focusing on this new child. That's a fantastic news. Thanks, Prince. Well, with that, on to more serious things. Alex, I'm sorry. Could you restate your question?
Sure. It was a question for Will. Will, you've seen the aftermath at this point of the Marinovka airfield hit, right?
Yes, sir.
Is anything on that airfield look like it's a hardened munitions bunker that got hit?
Yes, it does. So 1, 2, 3. Third tweet in the nest is my snarky comment about it. But you'll notice if you look at the top of that thread, the second item, I put a map of all the facilities inside that airbase. And now note this is an old photo, and MT Anderson updated it to show where the MiGs and the Su-34s are as of 2 days ago. But they wouldn't have moved the ammunition storage. So the red oval, that's the large red oval to the top of that picture on the left side, is the ammunition dump, and it's right next to the fuel. So you'll notice that the drones hit that area. There were multiple flyers across that airfield that were burning at night. And then when the morning came, there was a large secondary explosion of something that was smoldering. And so I suspect the ammunition dump is what went up in the morning. And the ammunition dump is so close to the fuel storage area that the fires that you see in Igor Shushko's video that he published later are quite black. So the secondaries you see are the characteristic white tan cloud that you get when a large amount of ammunition goes up. But the fire burning later in the day was quite black. And so I suspect that the ammunition dump blew up and probably took out the fuel storage area.
So one of the really interesting things that came up, I think it was from a Telegram source. We were talking about it with Prince and Mockers last night, that the Russians were saying that they're getting everybody vaccinated and ready to be evacuated in the area. And I did a little bit of digging there, and I took a look at some of my notes and some of the things I've read over time. And Volgograd was the site of the Soviet Union's protection against plague and fungal pathogens office, with a couple of research facilities, likely a production facility, and then a bomb filling facility right in that area. And my question is, I know just based on time that anthrax munitions would have remained viable over time. What do you think the chances of something like that was actually stored there?
Hard to tell. I mean, I do know that the infectious disease lab and that I think is in it's Kachan, Kuban, Danu, I think the city that's just over to the west of here, I think, is where that disease research facility is. If they loaded any,
The one that survived
sorry,
the fall of the Soviet Union is, yes.
Yeah.
So there were 4 in around Volgograd,
Right,
during the Soviet Union.
Yeah. So look, they shouldn't be under the treaties. And I'm going to stop that laughing. They shouldn't be under the treaties that they signed over the years, storing any chemical or biological weapons in a useful state at an airbase. They shouldn't be storing that. They signed treaties that said they wouldn't do that. I said stop that laughing, Tim. But they could they be? Yeah. Who knows why they would be wanting to vaccinate a whole bunch of people around that area. But it looks like a pretty standard munitions dump inside a an airbase to me. Nothing out of the ordinary. I do note that they built a lot more storage cover for their jets in that area, but that's the only real difference I saw. And when it was struck, there was a whole bunch of I think fuel tankers lined up inside the facility as if they were getting ready to do a bunch of fueling on the runway of the planes. But that was the only thing out of the ordinary I really noticed.
That's fair. It's just, it got my attention because it's not the sort of thing you see very often listed, that we plan to, vaccinate a whole bunch of people in an emergency. So it made me wonder, but if it is, that's just a geek tangent. We'll know in a week or two, right?
We'll know when Volgograd's overrun by zombies.
No, just if there's several hundred anthrax cases in the area, it's going to be hard to hide, though.
I don't know. I think they'll just say those are not anthrax cases. That's the last stage of zombieism. I don't know. Anyways, Will, you
Yeah,
popped
and
your hand up.
here's me now searching for symptoms of anthrax, which I don't even think we haven't had a case in so long. I don't even know what the symptoms are.
Depends on which mode of infection. It's either subcutaneous or your digestive system or inhalation. Coughing and death. Subcutaneous is lesions that are ugly and black and can sometimes lead to amputation, and the intestinal tract type is like cholera on steroids.
Because everyone knows what the symptoms are of cholera. No, I don't know. I'm not up on this stuff, so I'm glad
Well,
you
we
know.
we know what those are because we were
The
looking
answer to
at
that
them
would
in
be
person.
bleeding to death via diarrhea.
Oh, well, no thanks. But this is a cheery topic. I love it.
Just one of those things that interested me, and I was like, I wonder if this is actually a thing, because they may have just said something that they hadn't intended to. But then again, they might just be translation errors or bullshit too. So I just wanted to bounce it off of Will, and I happened to get up at 6 a.m. my time to let the dogs out, and Will was online, so I figured I'd ask. Thanks, guys.
Good. Yeah, good. Thanks. Good, interesting question. I love it when we get into, well, they're not weeds really. It's about our topic area, but into details that we don't usually get into. It really is fascinating, and I think about that. What was that bird island in the United States? Plum Island. That was it. Plum Island research facility that is where the all are, or at least there used to be. And I'm sure that they cleaned it all out. I'm sure that the United States is probably a little bit better manager of toxic things like this. So I'm sure they've cleared it out. This is another place I really don't want to go visit. I understood that that was used as a prop, talking prop only, in Silence of the Lambs. That was where they were going to let Hannibal Lecter go and visit once in a while, I think, as part of some deal. Anyways, so that just puts me in the mood to switch topics now. But no, really, it is fascinating stuff, and I hope that they're responsible with that. Yeah, because they're Russians, they'll be responsible. I know they will, Tim.
Yeah, we can always rely on that, of course. I see we've got Alex coming back up. Maybe he had something else to add. Alex.
Probably that lag in sound that I occasionally get when I pop up as speaker.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the Lab 257 on Plum Island there, the USDA Animal Disease Research Lab, it is currently in the process of being decommissioned. So they have decided to close that down, and they moved it, I think, the new facilities in Missouri. Not 100% sure off the top of my head. But yeah, that place was a nightmare. They were dealing with level 4 pathogens with level 2 protection. And very likely the source of Lyme disease in Canada and the United States, funny enough.
Oops.
Yeah, they were doing...
Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Has popped up just a couple of miles over the I think it's Puget Sound there, just in New Lyme, Connecticut, and that's where the first cases popped up and where it spread out of, and they were researching it at the time, so it was likely a lab leak.
I hate it when that happens. I hate it when anywhere in the world when that happens. Makes us all susceptible. So I hear Mpox. Is that monkeypox? Mpox is on the rise, less dangerous, but more viral in the sense that it's more easily shared. So yeah, now you got me thinking happy thoughts about what's next in the pandemic list. Who knows? But yeah,
Not a huge threat unless things change.
good deal. Good deal. We can relax then. Drop all our guard, and then we'll be okay. Anyways, Tim, any particular place, or even Alex, do you have any particular place you guys want to go?
I'm going right back to bed, thank you.
Good answer. Good answer. Tim, I would do the same night. No, I'm not. I'm not going anywhere. Tim, is there anywhere you want to in particular take this? I picked out some news stories, but anxious to hear anybody else that wants to talk. Anybody else that wants to come up and yell at the United States or anything like that. Then I'll yell at Germany and the other countries, and then we can have a yell fest about lack of prompt aid delivery, and red lines. Red lines. That's the other one. Red lines. Anyway,
it seems like someone who is even more prominent than us co-hosts on Mriya Report has been doing a little bit of yelling. So top of my list of headlines today is that Mr. Josep Borrell said yesterday that Western weapon system suppliers should lift their restrictions on Ukraine targeting hitting targets inside Russia. Now, who is Josep Borrell? Josep Borrell is the head of the European Union's External Action Service. Now, yeah, the European Union is very, very confusing. So what is the External Action Service? So it's an agency that coordinates the foreign policies of European Union member states. Now, it was created by the Treaty of Lisbon, which is the latest iteration of the treaties that create the European Union. Now, the External Action Service is interesting because foreign policy is mostly a member state thing, right? So the way the EU works is there are 3 areas of power. There are exclusive EU competencies, so things that only the European Union does. There are member state competencies, so things that only member states do. And then there are shared competencies, which is kind of a bit of both, but the European Union generally takes the lead or some kind of primacy. Now, foreign policy is reserved to member states. So it's something that member states have a sovereign right to engage in individually. However, there are some areas of policy that require, well, or at least that benefit from the European Union member states acting as one. So establishing common positions, particularly in areas of trade, international development, and the key planks of foreign policy as well. We've seen this a lot from on the issue of Ukraine, the European Union establishing a common position and voicing that position through the EU External Action Service, whose job it is to basically provide the diplomatic infrastructure for that kind of collective action on foreign policy. So Josep Borrell, he is the boss of the External Action Service. So he's the High Representative on Foreign Affairs, which is a European Commission level appointment. So he's a member of the European Commission, which is kind of the highest authority. Well, I guess the second highest authority in the European Union after the member states themselves. So he has said that lifting restrictions on the use of capabilities versus the Russian military involved in aggression against Ukraine, according to international law, would strengthen Ukrainian self-defense by ending Russia's sanctuary for its attacks, as well as saving lives and advancing peace efforts. Now, Mr. Borrell said that the issue would be on the agenda for the EU Foreign and Defence Ministers meetings taking place in Brussels on the 29th and 30th of August. So that's in just over a week's time, in fact, exactly a week's time. Mr. Kuleba, Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, will be attending those meetings as a partner of the European Union, albeit not a member yet. And Mr. Borrell has also been talking to Mr. Kuleba, and he has praised the Ukrainian offensive into Kursk Oblast, as we should call it, the Kursk People's Republic. And he has said that it has dealt a severe blow to Vladimir Putin's war narrative. So it looks like we don't need to berate the European Union member states so hard, fun though that is, because Josep Borrell is going to give them a giant kick up the arse next week. How about that?
It's a good start. Sometimes I feel like overkill is good. I'm there for it in case that's needed. But no, I appreciate that they're recognizing that. The U.S. can use a kick, and I don't care whether it's for boiling the frog, which I think is what I think it is, or if it's for escalation control, which I'm not so sure about that. But either way, yeah, stop it. And I did see, we already did see some releasing of those, and I'm still expecting them to fully drop them. There was some discussion in Radio Free Europe. Articles talked about the JASM and it's specifically being used for long-term strikes into Russia, and that is a possibility, which seems ridiculous to me. Because is it just ballistic missiles that they've got an issue with and not cruise missiles? I don't get the distinction there. I get the long range part a little bit, but not very much. But I sure don't get the distinction between a cruise and ballistic missile. Why would one be okay and not the other? But then they're saying, but it may be too expensive to employ because it's $700,000 a pop, which is a lot of money for me. But it seems like if you're destroying something, I don't know, at least 5 times as expensive, then it's a win. So anyway, I don't get the whole policy. But one thing I do know is it won't be in effect much longer. That's my prediction. Well, you can't do that. You can't just pop your hand up partly.
Well,
James, I think here's what I think the distinction is. It isn't the range of the weapons. It is like the ATACMS ballistic missiles with the Block 1A cluster munition warhead. They literally could do what I've been calling for forever, which is hit 5 air bases at the same time on the same night and remove from the table a large portion of the glide bombers at once. Su-34s, Su-25s, and any MiGs that were planted there. And by removing such a significant chunk of the Russians' bombing capability at one fell swoop, I think that they are worried that that would destabilize Russia so much that then once again it would push them toward more drastic action. And I just think it's part of this incrementalism of not wanting them to lose too drastically, too fast, and panic things.
Boiling the frog. Well, okay, turn up the temperature, Biden. Turn up the temperature. The frog is, I don't think he's going to hop out of the pan anyways at this point. I just don't see Putin quitting, and that's the frog jumping out of the pan. So, yeah, thank you, Will. Appreciate that. That is a good way to distinguish this. So, Iwana, good morning. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. So, very interesting conversation. Actually, Tim, I think remembers that we discussed Russian nuclear doctrine with the possibilities when they will decide to engage their nuclear arsenal, whatever. I don't believe it very much. But the first line there was ballistic missiles. They said nothing. There is nothing about the cruise missiles. And actually, I asked this question yesterday. Is it possible that the Jazzens will be allowed, for Ukraine to strike inside Russia as opposed to ATACMS? Because ATACMS are indeed ballistic, and also they are nuclear capable. Well, of course they aren't. They won't be used like this in Ukraine, and nobody will use them like this. But Russia may argue that we thought that maybe whatever. So is it maybe that the West doesn't trust Russia to reason correctly about this? Is it that they want to go by the letter of the things and not provoke Russia in any way? In any case, I would be very happy for the Jasons to be given to Ukraine and with permission to strike the airfields. But yeah, I don't know if you got my question. Do you think is this, the fact that the nuclear doctrine of Russia clearly specifies ballistic missiles instead of whatever else, cruise missiles or whatever?
I like it. I think it's possible that that's the way they're skirting this issue. And it would also be, to my mind, consistent with the statement that the Pentagon made that they're not going to have any talks directly with Russia anytime in the near future. So the reason I think this is tied in is that, yeah, they probably can waffle around a topic like that, talk to them, be honest, and pass all those Russian lie detector tests if they have any. But really speak honestly to them, yet fully intend to violate the underlying principle, which is deep strikes in Russia will be made. And yeah, so I could see that because it was that way. If that's the way it was written, that's the way it is, and that's what you said. So we're not doing that. So it's all okay, right? So I could see that being rolled out there as a way around it. I don't know. What do you think, Tim?
I don't know. I don't like to read too much into it. I think it's a symptom. It's kind of an inevitable system of this symptom of this kind of multilateralism. I think the way this alliance seems to work is that common positions are agreed, and the common position seems to be the lowest common denominator, right? So the whole thing moves at the speed of the slowest country, at the speed of the most cautious country. And I don't know. I think it's kind of a symptom of that. It's another theory, of course, that it's about particular personalities. Jake Sullivan is often mentioned, but Olaf Schultz is also often mentioned. I don't know. I'm kind of in two minds about that one, but because although these people are important, can they wag the dog of the whole alliance? I don't know. It seems doubtful to me. You know this stuff better than I do, James. What do you reckon?
I don't know about that. I don't know. What I do know is that actually people have a will and a nation of their own. The ones that are in NATO have to be thinking about NATO-y things and what's the NATO policy on things. And I suspect there's a lot in there. But if people wanted to go ahead and say yes, absolutely move these through, then I think it goes back to that chain of custody and what was the source entity for the weapon system. So the F-16s, for example, U.S., right? But some of these other missiles, not U.S., but still having troubles getting used over Russian territory. So is it Italy, for example, is it the Storm Shadow? Which one is it? Anyways, or Scalp, I forget which one it is. That's a three-party weapon system. So can one country wag the dog? Yes, I guess so. But I don't think that's exactly it. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, because clearly there are at least, what we know about for sure is Olaf is really nervous about this and doesn't want stuff used. Not sure why, but U.S. Uncle Sam is there as well. And otherwise, we don't know exactly how many are willing to say it, but not actually willing to do it, which would be a possible stance, especially for politicians. I hope I addressed that question. So, anyway,
Yeah, you certainly did. You certainly did. Thank you very much, James. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of it's kind of a, I think it's kind of a collective failure to have, to be brave and forthright. I think it's easy to apportion blame on particular countries or particular individuals. I think particular countries and particular individuals certainly aren't helping. But ultimately, everybody in the alliance is sovereign. They can, they can push the envelope out if they want to, and a great many of them are apparently choosing to toe the common line rather than risk annoying their partners. So a little more bravery required, perhaps. What is interesting is that the Ukrainians seem to be doing pretty well at hitting targets anyway. So we've already mentioned the strike on the Russian airfield in Maranivka in Volgograd. Volgograd, that's the one that used to be Stalingrad, isn't it? That's the same place. I think it is anyway. Now, there were explosions in Kalak-na-Donu, and the firm's data confirms that there are fires both at the airfield and near the airfield. Telegram is awash with chatter about these strikes, and videos have emerged online that have been geolocated near the airfield. It seems to have been a successful strike there. So other news: the Ukrainians have confirmed that they destroyed Russian pontoon bridges in Kursk with HIMARS rockets, which I don't know, kind of takes a bit of the wind out of the ban on striking targets in Russia, right? This seems to contradict that, which is, I mean, they seem to have, if you'll pardon the expression, crossed the bridge. Has there been any comment from the White House or the Pentagon on this one?
I haven't seen it. I don't think that they comment on it. The last substantive comment about anything in terms of invading Russia was that they're supportive of actions necessary to win, and that's pretty wide open. I'm glad to hear that these were HIMARS. I thought that those were the artillery shells rather than cluster shells rather than the HIMARS, but I'm glad to hear about it. And that's not a long range strike, by the way, right? They didn't hit them from that far away. So maybe it's all about the distance. I don't know. Is length really an issue?
I'm not sure I'm particularly qualified to say. I mean, many women have assured me that it's not. I think the I don't know. I mean, it comes down to the ambiguity of this policy, right? Nobody seems sure exactly what the policy is. I mean, you remember that press conference with Sabrina Singh, the Pentagon spokeswoman, when there seemed to be, I'm trying to remember the exact details. There was kind of a refusal to say exactly what constituted deep inside Russian territory, but strikes inside Russian territory were fine. I don't know. Maybe the Ukrainians have been given a number and said, "Well, you can shoot up to here, but not any further." It's all very odd. Joanna, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, maybe it's about the size of the crowd, you know. Anyway, so Ukrainians have permission to strike in Russia from over the border, probably with whatever equipment that was cleared, like end of May, beginning of June. So if they strike something with a HIMARS from Ukraine to Russia, it's no problem. I believe there is no problem to use HIMARS inside Russia too. So it's, as you said, it's close range. Ukraine has permission to operate near Kharkiv and Sumy. So it's near Kharkiv and Sumy. And again, very good. It's very good. It's spectacular.
That's a good point. They did say that, didn't they? Well, maybe actually Joe Biden did know, and when he released it, he was like kind of winking at Zelensky, as Zelensky tapped significantly on the map on the Sumy area and the oblasts that are concerned, which would be Bryansk. I think that's also close to Kharkiv. So absolutely. So I'm excited. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot about this. If the West knew about this, I don't know about Germany or other countries, but I think US knew. Remember before the start of the invasion that US warned Ukraine a lot about agglomeration of Russian troops along the border. So Ukrainians, since they have received permission to strike over the border, they began preparing this. Thomas Steiner spoke about this. They began targeting, air defense, targeting command posts, bunkers. He even described the strategy that Ukraine used in order to target the bunkers and so on. So there was this preparation. Of course, it may not have seemed like a preparation at that moment, but what is clear is that Ukraine was targeting different military objectives there. Also, there was this agglomeration of troops because even if it's a small number, still it's a few thousands of people, and I believe there are more if we are looking at the area that is controlled right now. So even if it's a few thousands, I think this should have been, observable by the U.S. intelligence. And for the Russians, I think they didn't react very much because they themselves had some agglomeration of troops, concentration of troops there, and were intending to attack Sumy pretty much like they did in Kharkiv. Probably the decision not to attack was exactly before they knew that Ukrainians have troops prepared there, but they didn't thought that Ukraine will be, attacking the Russia proper. So probably that's one of the reasons for the failure. Back to my initial point, I think that U.S. intelligence had enough information to at least consider this scenario. So if they say that they don't know, yeah, I'm not buying that. Also, the fact that almost everybody reacted quite in a short time, saying that yeah, Ukraine is entitled to do whatever it considers necessary according to the rules, international rules of law. So I think it was known. I think also for political reasons, it's better to deny any link to this. But again, this is just my opinion.
I tend to agree with that because they do have the ability to look down and see exactly what's there, and they can make good guesses about what's going to happen. So I very much agree with that. And also, I think the important point here for defeating the NATO is running a proxy war narrative is that NATO countries, especially the U.S., because that's the other thing. If it's not NATO, then it's the U.S. is doing proxy war, it's important for them to say no, 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 no. And if Ukraine does it, then you go, well, we didn't want that to happen. We said that out loud in public. We didn't want that to happen. And I think it's in part it's a little bit of just battling that narrative. And so I think it's useful even to have some dissension, although it's getting serious now. The lack of rapid aid to Ukraine is really hurting Ukraine. So it's not just a little game, for the for the world at large. It's also really causing some problems. So, I think you're right that we knew about it. We at least had a very good inkling, and I just want to point out again. I keep flashing back to Zelensky saying he didn't say I don't know. He said don't know. That's what he said. Don't know. He didn't say I don't know. So which it's like okay, that's another one of those little things. I think that it's like I told the truth. Somebody doesn't know. But anyways, it was probably just Russia that didn't know. Anyway, sorry, that's just pure conjecture, but happy conjecture for me. Tim, what do you think?
Well, this this is something that President Zelensky has stressed recently. He singled out a number of his allies during his evening address earlier on this week for their failure to fulfill pledges to deliver certain systems, particularly air defense, to Ukraine. So he mentioned specifically the US, the UK, and France. He said that there are no vacations in war. Decisions are needed, as is timely logistics for the announced aid packages. Now, the additional Patriot systems that were promised by there were additional Patriot systems announced by the US, Germany, and Romania. The delivery was going to be said to be rapid, and none have been delivered. Now, the last Patriot system arrived in Ukraine coming from Germany just before the summit began last month. I beg your pardon. Last month. Now, other stuff is apparently it has apparently been delivered. So an Iris-T system, which is a German short-range air defense system, was said Berlin confirmed that they had delivered one and would provide 4 additional ones by the end of the year. Iris-T is not Patriot, so it's a shorter range system. It's not it doesn't have the option of being long range and being strategic, like say S-300 or Patriot, but nevertheless it is extremely new and extremely capable. The Spanish have said that they will provide next month a Hawk air defense battery. Now, Hawk is an older system. I think it was designed in the 1950s. It's still reasonably capable, still widely used, and it comes as an additional. Well, Hawk is originally an American system. Comes as an additional nugget of Spanish aid. We don't hear an enormous amount about Spain, but Spain has been quietly trundling along with Ukraine aid. So they claim to have trained 5,000 Ukrainian troops. They've also hosted Ukrainian orphans and evacuated relatives of soldiers. And they've already provided a battery of 6 Hawk launchers towards the end of 2022. And they've provided additional launchers since then. The US has been predominantly providing the missiles for the Hawk system as well. Now, Spain provides Ukraine with 1 billion euros of support this year, and for a total of 5 billion euros by 2027. So that's the total amount that they budget for spending until 2027. So it's not huge, but it's not nothing either. They do seem to be targeting the air defense problem. But again, Hawk is an older system. It's nowhere near as capable as the systems that the Ukrainians have really been asking for. So we get very excited about pledges of aid here on Mriya Report, but it's deliveries of aid which really matter. And President Zelensky has identified specifically the UK, the US, and France as some of the worst offenders when it comes to pledging versus delivering. So they better get a move on, James. Wonder what the excuse is.
The switch in administration. No, I mean candidates. No, I don't know what the cause is. I just know that it's not fast enough and it's causing problems. That's all I know. I don't know why. But I'll let you know when I find out.
I mean, you can think of a few reasons why it might be the case, right? So if we're talking about systems that are being retired from European or American inventories, there'll be a retirement date for the system and an in-service date for the next one. Countries will not want their troops sitting around idle and unarmed. So a pledge, this kind of say-do gap, this pledge gap, could be created by announcing that a system will be delivered, and then the out-service date for that being at a point in the future. There's also the logistical effort involved in getting it there, right? It's not only an administrative process, but from an executive in a government saying, we will give this to Ukraine, that order has to go through the sausage machine, and then the sausage has to be processed and moved to Germany, then to Poland, and then it has to be delivered to the Ukrainians. If it's a new system, then the Ukrainians have to be trained and familiarized, then has to be cited, and yada, yada, yada. So, I don't imagine it's an instant process, right? It's going to take time to, it's a question of state capacity. It's going to take time for things to be, for orders to come down, for orders to be processed, for stuff to be delivered. So I can think of reasons why there would be delays, but clearly Zelensky thinks that the delays are, that something can be done about delays.
Especially when they are the same that has already been delivered. In those cases, then it seems like I guess you still have to train new personnel because it takes more than one team does not operate every piece of the same equipment, obviously. But yeah, so it does take a little bit of training time, but you would think that it would be very short order compared to what I think we're seeing here. So much of the American equipment has been based on not a stupid military, but one who is better trained by having better what do we call that? Human factors built into the equipment itself, so that it's simpler to operate. And simple to operate in battle makes a huge difference. Obviously, it does in any kind of system where you're interacting with the world. And so I think that it shouldn't be that hard to train on most American equipment that's relatively modern. Now, that may also be part of the issue, is just the age of some of this. But I'm thinking, if we're talking about a Patriot system, which I think is one of the outstanding things from the U.S., that's not that old. And each version of it has already been integrated into Ukraine's defense system. So I don't anticipate more. The other thing I can think of, just any kind of rejuvenation that needs to happen to equipment to make sure it's in tip-top condition. Because if it's especially if it's coming out of some storage facility where we don't know exactly how long it's been there and what little upgrades it really needs to get before it ships. So I appreciate all those things, but clearly they need these things now. And it isn't just the big systems, right? I understand air defense is critical, but it sounds like there's still some ammunition shortages. That's what I've been seeing. And that's bothersome as well. And we're talking about small arms stuff and mortar and artillery things. If munitions like that are still missing, it's a big issue, because that stuff should be on the shelf, ready to go. no excuses for, based on any of the things that we just talked about. It should just be shipped, and that should be it. Now, for some of those, it really may be that, gee, we went through our stock. We're down to where we consider it a critical munition, and we have to hang on to what we've got. That really is possible because this war has been a big one, and a lot of artillery has been fired. I don't know. But I do know that obviously Zelensky's not pleased, and I think he's got good reason. I think if the red lines were released, then he would have far fewer complaints about things getting shipped later, because for one thing, it would really protect them from, or that action would protect Ukraine from a lot of the damage that they're worried about vis-a-vis air defense.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I guess what we do have to remember here is that while the Ukrainians do have an air defense pain point, the Russians do as well, right? So one of the reasons we see these successful strikes on really very key Russian infrastructure, including airfields, including refineries, is that the Russian air defense is really stretched as well. They have this, and it speaks to a wider vulnerability that Russia has, right? They have this absolutely enormous territory and no good way of protecting it, right? The border is too long. The country is too big. Things are very far apart. It's difficult to move stuff around, and so they're really vulnerable. And this is this is why it's wryly amusing that the Russians have brought into effect the entirely imaginary security threat that they claimed Ukraine represented. Right? It's like it's kind of laced with irony here. The Russians moaned about Ukraine being a massive security problem for them, blah 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 blah, and then they invaded Ukraine, and then Ukraine became a massive security problem for them. So it's kind of, well, everybody can say "I told you so." There really, there's some, and at the same time, it kind of makes the Russian nonsense self-fulfilling, right? It's a really bizarre situation, but yeah. So the Russians have serious gaps in their air defense as well. The Russian people, Russian telegram chatter has been awash with kind of lamentations and complaints, particularly about the Russian state just straight up lying to the people about the about the security. You remember the ongoing fire in well, where is it? I think is it in Rostov Oblast? There's a big oil refinery that's on fire. I think it's in Rostov. I can't remember. And the telegram chatter was, well, why are they insulting our intelligence by claiming that air defense had any effect on this? Yes, okay, they may have shot down whatever was incoming, but it still landed on the oil refinery, and the oil refinery is still on fire, and they still haven't put it out yet. So what's with the bullshit? So yeah, there's whatever. Russia has created her own security problem here by invading Ukraine, and she faces exactly the same weaknesses in air defense as the Ukrainians do, James.
Well, I know that they have been working on their air defense, and I saw some kind of refinery or oil or whatever kind of gasoline, whatever it is, storage facility that was covered with a humongous cope cage. And I thought, well, there we go. They're going to have to innovate a little bit more to get through that. Will they send drones out with wire cutters? I don't know. Or just blow up the fence first and then poke a little hole and then fly around underneath the cope cage and hit all the different tanks. I don't know, but yes, they're working on it. And I'm also reminded, you kind of said it, of an old saying called naming calls. I guess you could put it that way, that when you start naming something, you're kind of calling it up. And in fact, yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're a huge security problem. Well, now we will be, now that we've heard that. It's like saying Candyman 3 times or something like that. Anyway, Tim, I think that the Soviets, can I call them Soviets? The Russians are particularly in trouble with the air defense. You know, I don't want to say more than Ukraine, but in some ways I kind of do mean it, because you're right about the vulnerability just from the size of the country. They're going to have troubles defending everywhere, especially if you can see drones getting to Moscow. Yeah, they've got a lot of vulnerabilities then, and so I get it. Don't feel sorry for them, of course, but it does make me wonder just how many more pieces of equipment that they have to shoot down. You know, the kind of missiles that we would like to see used at a distance on airfields. And it strikes me that they still have probably enough to take care of at least the first wave of missiles that may be sent to an airfield. They would have to probably overwhelm it. I don't know. But in any case, I guess I'm going to end with I don't feel sorry for them.
Absolutely not. I don't feel sorry for them even slightly. Now, James, do you know what the Rome Statute is?
I think it is when it's that statute that's in front of the no, it's a rule that says when in Rome. No, that's not it either. It's a bunch of rules about the conduct in war and war crimes, I believe.
It is indeed, and it also is the legal basis for the International Criminal Court. Now, the International Criminal Court, not to be confused with the International Court of Justice or the other important ICC, which is the International Cricket Council, is the body that is responsible for prosecuting war crimes, crimes against humanity, etc. So it's not universally signed or recognized. Now, its membership of the European Union is conditional upon agreeing to it. So you can't be an EU member unless you're a party and signatory to the Rome Statute and recognize the authority of the International Criminal Court. A number of countries don't either have withdrawn their recognition or have never recognized it. So the United States used to be a signatory, but withdrew from it. Russia, the same. Some countries have never been a party or a signatory, so including China, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, India, Turkey, and a few other countries. Now, Ukraine was until very recently, in fact, until yesterday, a signatory but not a ratifier. Yesterday, Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada, ratified the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Now, Ukraine's relationship with this organization is not new. So you remember the ICC has warrants out against Putin, Shoigu, and Gerasimov. Also against, I think, that dreadful woman who kidnaps children. I think she's wanted as well by the ICC. Can't remember her name. And to be honest, I don't really want to think about her very much. Now, the ICC is a permanent international court. It investigates, prosecutes, and brings to justice people accused of international crimes, particularly aggression, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Now, Ukraine signed the Rome Statute in 2000, but faced a lot of challenges, particularly before Euromaidan in 2014, towards full ratification. Now, the ratification was a condition of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, which is the basis of Ukraine's relationship with the European Union. It's the second closest bilateral relationship that the European Union has, after its relationship with the UK, and if you count EEA, EFTA as well. So it's a very close relationship. It reduces and eliminates a large number of tariffs and quotas, and paves the way for Ukrainian cooperation with the EU on regulation, etc. Now, you'll remember the the Ukraine-EU Association Agreement was the trigger for Euromaidan. So originally Ukraine was in a customs union with Russia and a handful of other countries. So the Eurasian Union, I think it's called, and you can't be in two customs unions at the same time, obviously, and you can't have comprehensive trade relationships like that involve customs cooperation with two different blocks. So the EU. Ukraine left the Eurasian Union and signed the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. That was then vetoed by the Russian-controlled president of Ukraine and President Yanukovych, and then Euromaidan kicked off because support for closer economic relations with the EU was overwhelming in Ukraine. Now, what the association agreement did, they of course later President Yanukovych fled the country, thereby resigned his office, and a new president was elected. Now, the association agreement contained the provision that they had to join they had to become a ratifier of the Rome Statute, and so that is what they have done today. This is an important stage in the path of European integration. As I've said, you can't be an EU member unless you are a ratifier of the Rome Statute. Now, there's been a long history, as I've said, of effective cooperation with the ICC, and it's important for the Ukrainians because it ensures comprehensive accountability for Russian atrocities committed during the Russian aggression. As I've said, there are 6 warrants out, including for Putin, Shoigu, and Gerasimov. Now, as a ratifier, there is a greater opportunity to increase the effectiveness of the ICC in relation to crimes committed by Russian citizens on the territory of Ukraine. And there's also opportunities for the victims of Russian crimes to receive compensation through the ICC compensation mechanisms. It's called the ICC Trust Fund. So that's an interesting little snippet on the increasing on the trajectory of Ukraine's movement towards European integration and integration into the wider civilized world. But we do have a proper lawyer on the panel and everything in the form of Pauli Sorti. Pauli, welcome.
Thank you, Tim. Nice to see you. And James here, and a lot of familiar faces. And thanks for the review. That was a really good recap or introduction to the ICC. I think something I could maybe add is that in most of the Western countries, in the national legislation and national legal system, most of the Western countries have the same crimes stipulated. So even if a country would not be a
Paulie, can you close your mic and reopen? We're getting a lot of rubber bandy. It might fix it.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, better.
All right, let me know if yeah, Western countries, the legal systems already.
Sorry, Pauli. You're unworkable, my friend. There you go. You've just bounced. back there and up again. Just bringing Pauli back up. I do really want to hear from Pauli on this because he follows this stuff really closely. Pauli, sorry, we basically didn't hear anything of what you've just said. The audio.
All right.
So
Yeah.
From the top, if you please. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. I guess that was my best speech that I've ever given. Yeah. So basically, I think Tim gave a really good highlight and recap on the system. Just something I always want to highlight that in Western countries, almost all the legal systems include nowadays they include the same crimes and the same sections regarding genocide and most severe crimes. So even if a Western country, would not be a member in the treaty, they could still prosecute, and they could still prosecute if ICC would have indicted a person, let's say Putin. A treaty member could still prosecute Putin. Let's say Finland, we could still prosecute him and have him on trial in our country, even if the ICC would have this indictment going on and they would want to do it. So ICC, that's a how would I say, valid, good tribunal, but I just want to highlight that in the member states, there's also a lot of possibilities to prosecute on genocide. And the reason I'm telling this is that oftentimes people feel, how to say, they don't have the trust in ICC and the resources that the ICC currently have. So regarding the full-blown war in Ukraine, I'm quite confident that we will need all the EU countries and Great Britain to then examine and prosecute the crimes that Russia has committed, because there will be a lot of legal cases. I would say more than 50,000 legal cases after the war is over. So there will be a lot of things to do on that area. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. I think one of the interesting things about the way the Rome Statute and the ICC work is the doctrine of universal jurisdiction, right? So as far as I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that any court in any of the signatory states can issue warrants and can initiate proceedings against basically anybody who is indicted by the ICC, right? So these crimes are kind of prosecutable anywhere. They're not just prosecutable in The Hague.
Exactly. Yeah. And these crimes have been prosecuted. In Finland, we have prosecuted genocide crimes that have been committed in Rwanda in the 90s. The only problem about this is that doing the examination and gathering of evidence after 30 years, it's quite difficult. But nowadays, with the modern systems and with the amount of drone footage and video footage and photos we receive, I think the prosecution will be a bit easier. Yeah, so really good point on universal jurisdiction. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Pauli. And like another thing, I'm kind of a bit flip-floppy about these international tribunals, right? Because part of me thinks that they're a little bit farcical, right? So you think about the International Tribunal for Cambodia, for the former Yugoslavia. You know, the people who did the crimes were dying of old age in the dock, right? I think in Cambodia, at least, basically everybody who was involved in the Cambodian genocide died before they were convicted of anything. I think there was one exception. And as far as I'm aware, the major players, it was much the same for the major players in the in the Balkans as well. So on the one hand, they seem trials take 10, 20 years to conclude. At the same time, I guess, investigation is part of the, is part of the process. So they're not just about assessing guilt, right? I want to compare them with the truth and reconciliation process in post-apartheid South Africa, right? Not necessarily about punishing people. It's about kind of investigating and laying things bare. But would you say that's accurate, Pauli?
Yeah, that's accurate, and that's a really good point. And I think in Poland and in the Baltic countries, I think they have at least in minimal scale, they had something like lustration regarding the after the fall of the Soviet Union. So for each nation and let's say population, these processes are really important to enable the local population to heal. And of course, in optimal world, we would also have these in the terrorist state of Russia. But that's something that I might be too hopeful to wish to see these kind of due processes there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauli. Yeah, this is the important news that Ukraine is now a ratifier as well as a signatory to the Rome Statute that establishes the authority and mechanisms of the International Criminal Court that has already indicted 6 Russians, including Putin, Shoigu, Gerasimov, and the child kidnapper in chief. Now, this comes in a at a symbolic time for Ukraine. So there have been numerous attacks, particularly on children's infrastructure, if we can use such a term, using missiles, drones, and aerial bombing, including glide bombing. So there was an attack on the 19th of July on a kindergarten in Mykolaiv, on a children's cafe in Malokaterinka, in Zaporizhia on the 20th of August, and another nursery in Zolota Balka in Kherson region on August the 21st. Now, these are not new. They're certainly not isolated. I mean, many of you will remember the attack on the pizza parlor in Kramatorsk. This was I can't remember exactly where it was. It was over the winter, I think. But they destroyed a pizza place in the middle of the day, right? Who goes and has pizza in the middle of the day? It's children, it's families, it's teenagers, and of course there were numerous deaths, including of twin 15-year-old girls, and that's one that's already, always stuck with me. Possibly because my own daughter is the same age or similar age, but that one's always stuck in my head. So this is absolutely not new, but it has increased in frequency recently, with 3 such attacks in the space of a month. These attacks killed a 14-year-old boy and injured 6 children under the age of 17. This was in the attack on the Levada Children's Cafe in Malokaterinivka in Zaporizhia Oblast. Now, these attacks are, of course, war crimes, and the Ukrainian government has pledged to identify and bring to justice the perpetrators. And I think this is very, very important, right? And this goes back to what Pauli and I just discussed about the kind of, I don't want to say discovery process, because discovery means something else to lawyers, but the investigative nature of war crimes tribunals. And the example I always like to use is one given by, oh God, my mind's gone totally blank. Eli Rosenbaum, who is an American civil servant and lawyer, and he was he's retired now, but he was head of the Office of Special Investigations in the US Department of Justice. And the Office of Special Investigations was a tireless agency set up in the 1940s to basically hunt Holocaust perpetrators to the ends of the earth. So they were responsible for a lot of the high-profile trials of concentration camp guards. So thinking particularly of John Demjanjuk, the so-called Ivan the Terrible at Sobibor, which was a very long and complicated process involving trials in Germany and Israel, and also people like Oscar Gröning, who was an accountant in Auschwitz. So his job was to count all the money that had been stolen from the Jews who were being murdered. So these people were tried and they were convicted. Now, the way he characterized his work was it wasn't so much about justice, as in meting out justice on the person who actually did it. It was more about ensuring that these people didn't go to their graves with their reputations intact. And one of the things he said, he was interviewed quite extensively in around the time of the John Demjanjuk trials. And one of the things he said has always stuck with me. He picked an example of quite a famous photograph of, it's said to have been taken in Latvia. So it would have been Einsatzgruppe A, so one of the Nazi death squads. And there's a young soldier pointing his rifle at a young woman who is turning away from him and cradling a child in her arms. So he'd captured the last moments of this woman and possibly the child as well, as she desperately and fruitlessly tried to protect her child from what was about to happen. And the man in the photograph has never been identified, and neither has the woman or the child. But what Mr. Rosenbaum said of it was that the man in the photograph, he must have been kind of 18, 19, 20 at the time. He probably died of old age safely in his bed in Germany somewhere, or potentially Poland or Ukraine somewhere, or wherever, surrounded by his family, who believed that, Grandpa Hans was a great guy, right? That he was conceivably a war hero, and he was this kind of beloved family patriarch, whose memory would be a blessing, as the Jews like to say. And there's something revolting about that, right? That these people, despite what they did on the Eastern Front, despite the millions and millions of people in whose murders they were complicit, they got to die in their beds, surrounded by loved ones who believed them to be heroes and good guys. And for me, that's the moral hazard, right? That's why investigation, documentation, and trial is so important, is because I don't want, junior lieutenant fuck it off to die in his bed, an old man, surrounded by relatives who believed that, he was a hero of the special military operation, when in fact he was firing glide bombs at kindergartens in Zaporizhia, right? I don't want anybody on the Russian side to get away with that. I want people to be able to Google these people and see a picture of Grandpa Vlad next to, oh, he was in the chain of command that killed 6 children in this strike, or he was the pilot of this aircraft, or he commanded this unit at Bucha, or whatever it is that he did. I want these people known. I don't want them to. They'll never be arrested, right? They're not going to face any earthly justice. But I don't want them to die peacefully in their sleep without anybody knowing what they did. And I think that's just crucially important to me. Put your hand up.
Law where we are going to ban a Russian citizen to own any real estate in Finland. And for some EU countries, this might be straightforward, but in Finland, this has been in the making for quite some time now. And now it's finally coming alive, or it's coming real. And this is a good thing. This will help our defense ministry and our officials to secure our own country even more. So this is really good development and something that we've been waiting for at least a few years now. Then second one, NATO is introducing a tank brigade in Finland. So they're going to form a tank brigade. I would say 5,000 men. I don't know if I call it brigade. Maybe I would call it a brigade in Finland, and that's something, of course, that we will use.
Carly,
Did
we just lost
did
you.
we? Yep. Just when it was
Carly?
getting good.
Oh dear. So Pauli has disappeared. Ah, here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Okay, so we're getting Pauli back in a couple of seconds. Paul.
Playing tricks with me. It has to be Elon.
I mean, ever since Pekka did a Vatnik soup on him, he's had this pathological hatred of Finns.
Yeah.
So you may have fallen victim to that.
All right. It was nice to know you, all of you. Where was I? What was the last sentence or word?
Tank
You
brigade.
were
Tank
just
brigade in Finland.
Yeah. So NATO is going to introduce a tank brigade in Finland. The strength is going to be 4,000 to 5,000 men plus the equipment, of course. And this is a really good thing to have some kind of, let's say, further resource against our beloved eastern neighbor. And then, last but not least, there was I think you noticed yesterday there was a drone strike in Murmansk yesterday. So just few drones, I believe, in Murmansk area. And now the Russians are blaming us. And in a sense, this is a nice thing. I immediately commented to these trolls that, you know, it wasn't us, Sergei. If it was us, you would only see ruins and flames. If it was the Finnish Air Force, so it was not us in Murmansk, not yet. All right, so this was the flash news. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you, Pauli. Just on the first point, this law that bans Russians from holding property in Finland. Two questions. Is it specific to citizens of the Russian Federation, number one? Number two, if so, would that be compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights?
Yeah, so I have not seen the text yet. I think they're going to, at this first phase, they're going to ban the sale. So any new sale, they are going to ban that. So if you're a Russian citizen, you cannot buy any real estate from Finland. So any future deeds or sales, not going to happen. Then I think second phase, if our defense minister can decide, I'm quite certain that they will also give legislation where the government or the defense ministry can just buy out a real estate. And in this, I think they will not give a stipulation regarding a citizenship. They will just have a their own evaluation. I think this is something that could be done. So we could affect the future sale and deeds, and then also the previous sales and deeds that have already been done. With the new proposal, the only problem is that in Finland we have this stupid law in place that you can have dual citizenship even as a Russian Finn. So we have a lot of Russian Finns that have the Russian passport and Finnish passport. And currently this is a problem, of course. There are a lot of like normal good citizens, but there can be FSB agents and so forth in Finland. So I think we will also need new legislation to basically give these dual citizens a choice. Either you have just the Finnish citizenship or then you just have the Russian citizenship, and usually you go back home. And then last but not least, I think the current stipulation in the text also says that if you have a resident permit in Finland, you could still be eligible on buying property. But of course, a residentship, that means that you have been investigated by the migration office. So lots of questions, but we are going to the right direction. And I see Jenny and Light Sniper here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauli. The reason I ask about the Human Rights Convention is that the Britishization of the European Convention on Human Rights is the Human Rights Act, and that I think that creates non-discrimination provisions based on nationality, right? So it would mean that any policy discriminating against a particular nationality would be a human rights violation, and that's just an anglicization of a European treaty, right? So I assume it's broadly the same everywhere. And this makes me wonder if there are going to be human rights challenges to the Finnish law if it specifically discriminates against Russians. Because it's my understanding that this is one of the barriers to basically kicking Russia out of civilization, is that countries that, for example, Estonia, for example, I can't become an Estonian citizen because I would have to give up my British citizenship. And that means if I get in trouble abroad, God bless Estonia and everything, but the Estonians aren't coming to get me out, are they? So you can't take Estonian citizenship without renouncing other citizenship. This is because Estonia doesn't want Russian Estonian dual nationals, right? I don't know why they can't just say, we don't want Russians, because that's obviously why they have this policy. They don't really care if there are French Estonian dual nationals or German Estonian dual nationals, right? It's Russians that are the problem. And I think the reason for this is because there are non-nationality, there are nationality-based discrimination provisions in the European Convention. Have I understood this correctly, Pauli? Do you know?
Yeah, I think the human rights treaty is, of course, pretty harsh against discrimination. Or if you discriminate, then you have to have a quite solid reason for it. You cannot just discriminate for fun. And I think in this, our exception will be the national security. So the law will be built in a way that it's almost solely and fundamentally based on national security, and that always trumps any treaty, at least in my books and in our, in my school of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Appreciate that. Well, I'm very happy actually to hear about this law, because it reminds us that these things are possible and that we don't have to take Russians coming and buying land, which is really pretty hazardous, I'd say, to the health of nations. So, yeah. Well, let's see here. We've got hands, which is a good thing. And I think it was Light Sniper, then Jenny, and then folks. So Please proceed. Live Sniper, how are you and welcome?
Thank you. I'm fine. I hope you are fine too. I just basically wanted to add. I raised my hand after the first comment from Pauli, and wanted to say that it's not the possession but the acquisition which is now targeted with this law proposal, and also this thing with the dual citizenship, that it's not forbidden for Russian citizens unless they have only Russian citizenship. So basically, if they have Finnish nationality also, then they are not affected. But we'll see how it proceeds. It might be, as Paul said, that it will be later expanded also to the already bought existing property and what they will do about it. We'll see. But I think it's a good step in the right direction, because it's, by some funny coincidence, the Russians have pretty frequently bought some property near some strategically important infrastructure or military bases. So it's just coincidental. It's funny, and I think that something should have been done about it already ages ago. It's been so obvious. Thanks.
Well, I strongly agree with that. I wish we would do more, but we've got the Russian embassy just up the street from the White House. So what can I say? Well, let's see here. Chatty, hello, welcome. Hi, Chatty. How are you doing?
I'll be right there. I'll raise my hand again later.
Okay, great, no problem. Falk, Tyrant, how are you? And hope you're well. What's up?
I'm fine, thank you. I just wanted to comment on Tim's question regarding the discrimination against countries. It is right. It's against ECHR, which is the European Convention that protects people from discrimination against nationality, gender, and sexuality, and things of that nature. So he would be correct on that.
Thanks, Falk. Appreciate that. Boy, hands. It's nice to have hands, Tim. I have two, and Lunchtime has one, apparently, at least. Lunchtime, how are you doing? And welcome.
Thanks so much. How are you? I hope everything's well. I call good stuff. Well, it's lunchtime, so I thought I'd pop in. I'm really enjoying the discussion today. So I just wanted to say something about Tim's chat earlier about not sitting easy, of the fact that antagonists, I should say, in this war, Russian antagonists, possibly living a carefree life and with an untarnished reputation. Like we live in. I mean, it's a bit of a trite point, but we live in a sort of digital world now, and those days in the Second World War where a young a young member of the German army could expect to get away with it, really, because a photo is kind of untraceable. Those days are gone. Like you can, and they're not completely 100% gone, but it's getting more and more possible to identify people just based on a photograph. And I think perhaps the perpetrators of these war crimes in Russia, the Russian perpetrators, something perhaps they haven't really thought about in their sort of insouciance, in their sort of belief that there will be no consequence to them, is that there is often a digital record of these events, of these acts, these crimes. And though, yes, I agree, it is probably quite unlikely to get the full measure of the law that right-thinking people would like, it is possible, I think, to have a more comprehensive than one would expect record of the people that committed these atrocities. and the details of those too. So anyway, that was my thought listening to him speak.
Thanks, Lunchtime. You know, it makes me think about our January 6th event. Was it a picnic, or was that a riot, or was that an insurrection? Whatever. What I do know is that there are still pictures of people circulating, asking for information. Have you seen this person? And these people are going to have to lie low. They are just going to have to lie low. What is it? Something like 5,000 people have been arrested and convicted. There's some whose cases have been kind of overturned to some extent, but you know, it is an example of just what Tim was talking about. That these things follow you, even if they're not identified. They're always going to be wondering at any knock at the door. They're always going to be wondering, and you know, same with these Russian soldiers, who I think, you know, sometimes people have no sense of guilt until other people have pictures of them, and then they do, and they may eventually, uh, what I want to say, despair, yeah, and end things themselves. So I really appreciate that this is it's not justice, but it is just that they have this sense of foreboding at the knock on the door every time. I think it's great. We can't let these things go just because you know, we can't catch them in real time. So I very much agree with you, Lunchtime, about what Tim was saying. That these are well worth pursuing these people until, well, until past their possible expiration date. You know, so that we are sure that people understand that justice doesn't end. You know, justice keeps on going. And I just would point at the Mossad, I guess it was, that was out going after people long after World War II for what happened. I think that's a very good example of what ought to be the case, so that we make sure that people in times of war have examples to look at. So I hope that is the case. And I have the sense that that is the case for Ukraine. They're not going to let go easily of these people. Well, let's hope so. Any follow up, Lunchtime, on that?
Only to say, I mean, I completely agree. I really hope that there are serious consequences. I mean, the only thing really preferable would be a lesson learned that I personally, and I think a lot of people, thought had been learned already, right? Which is that, you know, to tolerate, as soon as you see this sort of stuff happening, these sort of genocidal crimes, these war crimes, you know, that is the moment to go in and nip the thing in the bud, right? Before it sort of festers. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I think my opinion that we could have done more faster um, is shared by many people, and it's pretty mainstream now. But I remember, like, I don't know. I remember having some conversations where it was definitely a minority opinion, and the prevailing wisdom was the powers that be know what they're doing, and there is a plan that we're not aware of that the military is enacting, etc. So you know what I mean. There was a belief in the military establishment, the government, the political establishment, and so on, that I think time has shown to be misplaced, and really, you know, I won't throw everyone in the same same sort of grouping here, but it's become clear, has it not, that we really should have stepped in much sooner, and I think that is starting to be the majority view. So I think, I guess, yeah, that would be the improvement, is that if the lesson was learned, that if there is some sort of war, whether it be an insignificant border dispute or whatever, where there are signs of war crimes happening, the time to intervene is then, with the backing of, you know, the UN or whatever appropriate, or NATO, whoever, whatever appropriate organization, because not to do so means that we are then reliant on these slow record keeping sort of ways of achieving some semblance of justice, rather than preventing the stuff the crimes being committed, or the situation worsening on the ground. as it happens.
Yeah, thanks, Sunshine. I agree. We'll jump in sooner next time. Sure, we will. I hope that we do. I do understand a little bit of the hesitancy, right? We send a bunch of arms and they all get captured by the Russians because overwhelming force, etc., which, of course, has not worked out anything like that, in fact. So I get a little bit of the hesitation, but what I really am troubled by is that the ongoing, uh, not denial, because I won't say it's denied any longer, but hesitancy, especially from the US, to identify what I think is very clear. Last year, there was the House resolution about identifying the kidnapping of children by Russia as a genocide. And that was a very important step forward in America's kind of looking at the world realistically and calling it as it is. And now we're doing this again, except on all 5 of the genocide counts instead of just the kidnapping children. And I'm hoping that that goes forward and gets passed by both the House and Senate. And will it mean anything necessarily different? Not necessarily, because you could argue that we're already responding to the genocide even before it's been identified. Will we move faster? I hope what we get out of it is more resolution and a better reason for why we're there. Maybe not a better reason, because people could argue what's the best reason, but another reason why we should be there, why we should help Ukraine, and why we should definitely cripple Russia. I don't know that that's officially a term for a country, but I would like to see them more crippled so that they don't do this again. Pardon me.
I think the officially approved term is something like contained, right?
Oh, well then that we'll want to contain them. Okay, we'll put them in a jar. No, I see some other people are in jars. We won't put them in the same jars. Anyway, sorry about people in jars. I'm sorry about yeah. Anyways, never mind. Why don't I just escape by going on to Jenny? And hello, Jenny. Welcome.
Thank you. Um, so first of all, I think that every country should have like a no non-citizen is a like if you're not a citizen of the country, you're not allowed to buy any type of property. I don't care if it's like an outhouse, within X amount of kilometers from a military installation. I lived in a military town in northern Sweden, and until 1996, most of the town was inaccessible to all non-Swedes. I don't even think Finns were or Norwegians were allowed to go there, and they pretty much can go anywhere in our country because we have like a special deal. And I think that that should be like a given in all countries, except for with special invitation. You do not get to come within. You don't get to buy property within X kilometers. You don't get to get within X amount of meters of a military installation, and absolutely no photographing. So there's that. So good on Finland to finally put this on paper and making it a law. Also revoke, and I wish Sweden would do the same, revoke anybody who is not a Swedish citizen, revoke their sales if they are X amount of kilometers of a military installation. Right now, I'm thinking of the Russian oligarch whose wife bought an island in the Stockholm archipelago that is just at the inland of Muskö, which is one of our top secret naval bases. Everybody knows where it is, but it's still top secret. It's really funny. Also, oh, go ahead, Tim.
No, it's okay. Please go.
Nah, I'm gonna switch gears, so let's empty this one out and I'll come back.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Orlando Gibbons, what sayest thou of thyself?
Well, I've just been to a lovely exhibition at the Foundling Museum in London, which is, for those who don't know it, a museum of that sort of records and displays information about children who were left on church steps or whose mothers weren't able to look after them. And it's been there for I think, to beginning of the 18th century, and it's very much associated with my good friend George Frederick Handel, who had many concerts there, particularly of the Messiah, where he raised money for the hospital. But right now, there's the reason I'm mentioning it is that there's an exhibition called Leaving Ukraine, which is a photographic exhibition called Polly Braden, and it runs until the 1st of September this year. And she's basically documented women and children who have, left Ukraine basically as refugees, and sort of mapped their journeys and photographed them. It's a really, really lovely exhibition. It's not huge; it's about 30 photographs. And when I get back, I'll put one in the purple pill so you can see it. But yeah, it's a really, really great exhibition. So I just wanted to give that a bit of a plug.
Well, thank you. This is the kind of thing I'd love to be around for when it's happening, but I don't get to Europe that much. So I hope other people around that area do take advantage of it. It sounds pretty nifty. Yes, well, it is quite a trip to leave your own country to go live somewhere else and wonder about the fate of the country that you left for the whole time you're gone. So yeah, anyways, thanks, Orlando. Appreciate that. Jenny, you want to raise a new topic, it sounds like.
Well, actually, again, it's something that Pauli said, that they're building up a new brigade. Sweden is actually building up 2 brigades, I think. I think that we had 2 brigades at the beginning of this war, and we're going to have 5 within, I don't know by what time. And one of them is Norrbottensbrigaden, which is the most northern brigade, where we will have, it's going to be a mechanized brigade as well. And they are actually our first response team if Russia even so much as sniffs at Finland or Norway in the northern part. And then we're just going to go into Finland and be under Finnish command. At least that's what I saw when I was reading the open source information on the reorganization of the Swedish armed forces. And the north will be once again heavily fortified, because that is the only way that Russia can come at Sweden. And so I'm wondering if the new brigade in Finland is also going to be in the north, or so that these two, the Swedish and the Finnish, can work together to keep Finland safe. Thank you.
Well, it's another example of the frontier country having primary responsibility for defense of everybody behind it. And so I'm glad that you guys are working together. It's of course what Ukraine needs as well, is something like this, and they're going to have it when this war is over. I'm really glad to hear about this. This is it seems like at this point, though, it's not necessary in a sense, because basically the country, Russia, has been drained of soldiers from virtually every other region, including that one, at this point. Now, once the war's over, I'm sure that we'll go back to the status quo, that they've got a lot of troops along the border there. But yeah, better to plan a little bit heavy with Russia, since we know that they're still up to old dirty tricks. So yeah, is this and how many people did you say are in this unit?
So this area will cover, well, this won't let you, I don't know how much this means to you, but I think it's from Umeå and all the way up to the Norwegian-Finnish border, where the 3 countries meet. And most of the Swedish, not all, but a lot of the Swedish special forces are trained above the Arctic Circle, and then their bases are there. And Boden, where I used to live, used to have 5 military bases in this tiny little town in, middle of nowhere in Sweden, pretty much. And during the demilitarization of Sweden, they shut down 3 of the bases, But now, due to the way Russia is acting, they're going to revive two of those bases again, and then they're gonna um, just build up forces all over the north, because we do have a bilateral agreement with Finland saying that Sweden will help fortify and hold the northern border of Finland, so they can concentrate more heavily on the southern border, and Sweden will concentrate on the northern border. But we will be under Finnish command, if I have understood all the papers correctly. So I have no idea, but they're building out, getting two more bases again, and one of them will be an engineering group, the other one will be the comms, and they are also taking in, they're gonna expand the artillery and the mechanized unit that's already in that one city in Boden. So they will be training more troops or conscripts each year. I don't know how many there's going to be, but somewhere I think the number I saw was between 5 and 10,000 troops. Thank you.
And thank you. Well, I hope it all goes well. I'm sure it will. So fantastic news. Well, Tim, that's the first time we're out of hands, which is okay. We can talk about other things. And someone in the back suggested some topics, one of which was the upcoming visit by Modi from India to Zelensky. And have you any idea what they're going to be talking about?
Well, this is an interesting one, right? So, for those who don't know, Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of India. He's a well, not an uncontroversial figure. So he comes from the hard right of Indian politics. So he comes from the kind of Hindu nationalist tradition, which understands India to be a kind of Hindu civilization where other people happen to live as well, rather than being an essentially multi-religious, multi-ethnic kind of empire type thing. Now, India has a kind of Zonderweg type type kind of view of itself. So India at least claims not to do kind of great power block politics. So during the Cold War, India was one of the leading members of the so-called non-aligned movement. The problem with that is that the non-aligned movement was a KGB operation, right? The purpose of the non-aligned movement was to rhetorically dissuade particularly third world countries from aligning with NATO, aligning with Western civilization, therefore making them better fodder for communist fuckery. So the Indians embraced this with a certain amount of gusto while pretending to be kind of, non-aligned in their own kind of special path through geopolitics. This view of itself, it's kind of rooted in Gandhian thought, I guess, and it manifests itself in different ways. Number one, despite being the world's largest democracy, India doesn't really behave like one, right? She doesn't seem to show any solidarity with other democracies. She's perfectly happy to be best friends with the most disgusting dictatorships that the planet has ever seen, and is just generally not particularly a team player. She's also somewhat allergic to the idea of international trade. So for an economy with India's size, depth, and complexity, India doesn't actually trade very much. Now, this is partly because India doesn't like trade entanglements, but it's also because trading with India is very, very difficult because of the absolutely titanic amount of bureaucracy and the extremely confusing political system of India, which has, you think one thinks of the United States as a kind of convoluted federal system. Well, you boys have got nothing on India, right? India is a veritable lasagna of layers of politics and layers of interference with whatever business you want to get done. So if you want to sell something to India, there's an awful lot of palms to grease, and there's an awful lot of bureaucracy to negotiate, all of which is corrupt from top to bottom. So very, very difficult country to do business in. And the Indians don't particularly like people doing business in their country. So that's one manifestation of their kind of I don't want to say isolationist, because it's not really that. It's this kind of slightly cynical moral ambivalence about geopolitics. Like I said, she's happy to lie down in bed with the most rancid dictatorships in the world, provided she can keep her delicate conscience clean when it comes to aligning with one side or another. Now, this phenomenon was brought to a drastic head a few months ago when Mr. Modi visited Moscow and gave Putin a nice big bro hug at pretty much the very moment the Russians double tapped a children's hospital in Kiev. So all of those photos of this individual hugging Putin while his forces massacred children with cancer. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of how base and immoral the Indian government is. Now, because of course India is not aligned, she is going to go and visit Mr. President Zelensky as well. Now, this is not the first time that President Zelensky and Narendra Modi have met. They met at the G7 summit in Hiroshima in Japan in 2023. I don't know exactly how well they got along, but I don't imagine that Mr. Zelensky was particularly impressed with the abject moral cowardice that characterizes Indian politics. Now, there's kind of a historic relationship there as well. So there's I don't know, I don't want to say the global south, but so let's use the proper term, let's say the third world. There is a certain amount of ideological comfort to be had in kind of sidling up and being pally with Russia. Now, this is much to the detriment of third world countries, because, of course, Russia doesn't really matter. The West matters a lot. So a phenomenon you see, however, being too close to the West opens up accusations of, neo-colonialism and yada, yada, yada. Neo-colonialism, of course, doesn't exist. It's an urban myth. The Russians just made it up. But nevertheless, if you're a, let's say, an African politician and you have a very, very close relationship with the United Kingdom, your political opponents will use that as a stick to beat you, right? They'll say, you're just a servant of the old colonial regimes, even though that hasn't been a thing since the 1960s. So it's a very convenient tool in third world politics. It does absolutely nothing to help the countries in question. It does quite a lot to help Russia, and this is why Russia created all of this post-colonial intellectual gunk in the first place. So the Indians, they rested very heavily on this kind of post-colonial rubbish during the Cold War. They had a very close working relationship with the Soviet Union. They used to be quite a large customer of Russian military stuff. Not quite so much these days, because Russian military stuff is crap. Lol. But nevertheless, the Cold War era hangover persists in India in a way that it doesn't in Vietnam, right? You'll remember Putin's recent visit to Vietnam. It was kind of awkward, right? Because the Vietnamese, although they are a superficially communist one-party state, they know which side their bread is buttered on, right? So the Vietnamese, they do what about 5 times as much trade with the United Kingdom alone as they do with Russia. There was historically a very close relationship between the so-called Viet Cong and the Soviet Union, by which I mean the Viet Cong was a KGB operation. But nowadays, in trade terms, the West means far more to Vietnam than Russia ever will. Trade between Russia and Vietnam is like $2 billion a year or something. Their trade with Australia is several multiples of that. So the Vietnamese, they kind of had this slightly awkward, state visit with Putin, where they were like, oh, this feels like 1978. This is really creepy and weird. We kind of want to move on, but we feel like we owe you one. So let's have a couple of spiffy parades and then, try not to take too many photos, guys, because this is really embarrassing. And we like the Americans more than you know. So India hasn't learned that lesson. And India is not in the same position as Vietnam, because of course India doesn't really trade very much. So there's a degree of isolation in the Indian economy and Indian politics that allows them to get away with being kind of in the post-colonial ideological comfort zone. Now, why is Modi in Ukraine? Now, this is the first visit of an Indian prime minister to Ukraine since diplomatic relations were established with Ukraine over 30 years ago. He will arrive there after a two-day visit to Poland. Now, most people think that this is essentially a face-saving exercise as to burnish India's largely imaginary reputation as a non-aligned country. We know they're firmly in the tanky sphere, and there's no point in denying it. The Ukrainians were very, very disappointed, and outspokenly so, at Modi's meeting with Putin. And the Zelensky called it a huge disappointment, and he said it was a devastating blow to peace efforts that Mr. Modi was seen hugging Putin. Now, there has been the usual Gandhian bollocks from Modi about the war. He hasn't talked about Russian genocidal attacks on Ukraine specifically, but he said that bloodshed is bad, and he condemns all attacks on innocent people, and blah blah blah. It's the usual shite. So it's just straight up moral cowardice. Now, there has been an attempt to mitigate this from the Indian political machine. An Indian government minister said that relations with Russia and Ukraine are not a zero-sum game. Yes, they fucking are, pardon my French. These are broad, independent ties. Well, you can have broad, independent ties with a brother democracy that's currently undergoing a genocidal invasion, or with the one that's doing the invasion. You don't get to weasel your way into both, you twat. Anyway, now New Delhi they have refrained from condemning Russia's invasion or even voting against it in UN resolutions, which tells you everything you need to know. They've done the usual kind of sub-Vatican rubbish of saying both sides need to talk and resolve the conflict through dialogue. What dialogue there is to be had with a genocidaire who is currently committing a genocide remains to be explained to my satisfaction. But that's the line they're going to. That's the line they're going with, because they are morally bankrupt shitbags. So Russian relations, they've been pretty strong. As I've said, there was a strong relationship in the Cold War, and that's kind of hung over to today. India buys an awful lot of Russian oil, and also launders an awful lot of Russian oil for the more cowardly markets in the West, who know they should be sanctioning Russian oil, but they don't have the balls to actually enforce it. So a lot of Russian oil gets laundered through India, repackaged as, I don't know, Indian, and then bought by the UK, France, Germany anyway, in a appalling state of affairs. Now, as I've said, they are a big military customer. So They used to be bigger, but they're slightly smaller, but still less, nonetheless significant, accounting for something like 60% of India's military systems and hardware is from Russia. The extent to which they're still buying, as I've said, is less, but nevertheless, they are still a significant operator of Russian stuff. Now, the trade between the two is significant in Russian terms. So it's about $65 billion, 2023, 2024, almost all of which was oil. And it's been, shall we say, increasing. And this gives you an idea of the extent to which Russian oil is being laundered through India, right? So trade in 2023, 2024 was $65 billion. Before the escalation, it was $3 billion. And that's bilateral trade. So that's both ways. It was $3 billion. Now it's $65 billion. So it's gone up 20x. And that will be all oil. All oil. So the extent of Russian oil laundering, or rather Indian oil laundering of Russian oil, is absolutely off the scale. Now, what are they going to talk about? I don't know. I mean, if I was Zelensky, I'd just refuse to meet him. I just, yeah, I would just refuse to meet him. I think any country that's doing peace snickery, they're not persuadable at this point. And I would be disinclined to roll out the red carpet. So anyway, in case you hadn't guessed, James, I'm a little cynical about the Indian government. I hope I wasn't too ambiguous about that.
No, you were not. It was pretty clear. And I don't think, and so thank you for that, because I think you're clearly well informed about this. The Modi government is in a position to do things. I don't think that would be in anybody's interest in Ukraine to threaten them. But I think a warning is in order from Zelensky to Modi about the situation in Russia, and that is that you are aligning with somebody who is going to fail and is going to lose this war. If you don't realize it now, keep watching. But I think there's no threat possible. But I do wonder what sort of ways he will try to induce Modi to come around to think of Ukraine as a potential partner in the future. And I think that one kind of parallel that I see is that sorry, Britain, but former colonial powers have captured both of those countries, so they do have a little bit in common there. And I don't know if that gains them any ground. Probably not, because of Modi being Modi. But I am still looking like, what is the game here? And I hear what you're saying about the looking better. Just looking better for the fact that you went there makes you look like more of a, I don't know, more of a great world politician and all this stuff. But I'm still wondering, and also about Poland. I don't think that the agenda is necessarily any different there. So I guess one thing I'm hoping is that there is some kind of good outcome for Ukraine from this, and it may be something pretty weak, like there is a better, truer understanding of what's going to happen in the case when Russia loses, not if, but when they lose. What will that mean for India? And secondary sanctions haven't hit much there. And I wonder if that will be a thing. And then also, India, as you pointed out, doesn't trade much. So secondary sanctions aren't going to be the same effect as other countries. But I'm also wondering, once Ukraine is in the EU, it may have consequences there as well. But I am not quite sure what he's after going to visit. But I do see it as an opportunity, perhaps, that Modi maybe has already perceived some of the future and is sounding Zelensky out to have have his say about what he thinks is likely to happen, and perhaps get some clues about how Modi should sort of act in the future. He may not want to get any closer to Russia, for example. The trade is one thing, and they really aren't supplying much. And they're not supplying anything, are they, in the way of military? I don't think so, except for the pieces of equipment that are, they're out of stock right now because Russia needs them. But other than that, I've been really struggling to think about what is he after? What can Zelensky gain from this? And one thing I will say about Zelensky is he is tenacious about keeping doors open when you think there's nothing's going to come of these things. So he went to that Shangri-La conference, and actually he made a good splash there and got a good round of applause, which I think is fantastic considering that was a Chinese shindig to be an alternate to Ukraine's peace plan. So he really is good about keeping the door open, and also he maintains well, I wouldn't say a friendly face, but a pleasant enough face, regardless of the horribleness of whoever he's meeting with. And I'm thinking about Trump just now, where I saw Zelensky at his lowest in terms of looking agreeable. He did not look agreeable with Trump at all, and I don't think Modi is even that low. So I don't know. Sort of rambling, but I am still searching. Like, what does each side want? What can they get? And how patient or how long can Zelensky remain patient with people like these?
Well, this is the interesting one, right? So it's been pointed out in my DMs that India produces an awful lot of ammunition. Now, this is true. And what's interesting about India is that India operates and produces a mix of Soviet and NATO calibers. So particularly rocket artillery. So their rocket artillery, they have some of domestic design, but they operate Grad and they operate Smerch, so 122 and 300 millimeter launchers in the artillery space. They've got the Soviet 130 millimeter guns. They've also got 155 millimeter and 105 millimeter. So there is there's kind of a mix of calibers there. They do manufacture a lot of ammunition. So it kind of makes me wonder, that could conceivably be a use for India from both sides, right? They do make stuff. They can export stuff. Whether the Indians would dare violate Western will to the extent of supplying Russia with military hardware, I personally don't think they would. Would they supply Ukraine? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's not like it's not crazy. And I think that this is, I don't know, this is something that Zelensky could conceivably ask. I don't know. I mean, that's one possibility, right?
China is doing that with drone parts, essentially, or kits like that. They're selling to both sides, so it is conceivable. I doubt it too, but it could be a tempting thing, especially as things become clearer about Russia's fate. And that is one of the things. I don't think Zelensky is going to give away any secrets to Modi, but I do think that he is going to be more assertive and more assured about victory, and he's going to present. I expect he would present that to Modi and make it clear that he has full expectations that Russia is going to fail, and that and certainly as long as this war goes on and the sanctions hold, and if they don't, even if they don't get any tighter, and they are hurting Russia now, there is a reason to switch sides because the economy that's on the move and is going to be a part of the greatest world power is Ukraine and not Russia. Russia is going to be uh, well, persona non grata in the world community for a long time is what I think for most of the world. And Modi, I think, has got to be thinking a little bit about what that does for him around China, because I don't know that they're going to mend their fence either, and they have to be calculating whatever they calculate with China in mind. So setting um, powers against powers to sort of balance things does make sense. And if Russia is no longer of any help in that regard, maybe having Ukraine a little bit tighter would be a good thing for him. I don't know. Speculation on my part because I know very little about this part of the world. I'm glad you do. Um, hmm. Yeah, we'll see. And I don't expect any statements will come out of these meetings, essentially, except, oh, we had a nice visit and it was cordial and we're glad we met, kind of thing.
Yeah, and this is, I don't know, this is something I dread. When this war is over, when Ukraine wins, what I'm worried about is there being some kind of resetting of relations, right? I'm worried about everybody just collectively forgetting what happened in geopolitics around this war. I'm worried about Western countries just, allowing people, allowing countries like China, like India, like Brazil, like South Africa, just to, I mean, it's less of a, it's less of a concern when it comes to, South Africa because it's not an economic relevance. But India, China, I'm worried about them just including them. I'm worried about us just including them in the post-war, in the aftermath, in reconstruction, in trade. I can see that happening when we should be excluding and marginalizing every country that didn't support Ukraine, right? I mean, I know that sounds like a big ask, but what are we talking about here, right? What are our ideals? How do we apply them? There's a genocide going on in Ukraine. Russia is causing the first major war in Europe since the big one. Certain countries are either supporting Russia directly, so China, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, South Africa, or they are tacitly supporting the aggressor, which is the rest of them, right? The rest of them are doing that. What happens in the aftermath with not just our relations with these countries, but the extent to which they're included in things like reconstruction and rebuilding and post-war trade relations in Ukraine. I don't know. I can well see that there'll be some kind of reset, and everybody will just be we'll just let bygones be bygones. We'll start outsourcing everything to China again, and it'll just be fine. Like I can see that cowardice coming to fruition. I hope I'm wrong, but that's the sort of thing that we do. What do you reckon, James?
I reckon we did it once around the collapse of the Soviet Union, which I think of as just them shedding the snake skin just so they could grow bigger. They knew, I think they had a plot back then to break things up, to look innocent, and then they would rejoin and recreate the empire, and that's what they've done. Did they really mean to do that? Well, I think that there were some of the Soviet leadership who really felt that they were going to go down a different course. And there was a course correction from the people that, FSB, KGB, whoever, said, oh, no, we're not going to go down that route anymore. And they seized control. And it's been that way ever since. And people clearly, Bush was deluded about this, and he really thought that the best thing to do for Ukraine was, don't run away to your own local dictator. Stick with the Soviet Union. That they may be big, but they're changing. Trust me. And so we got fooled once. I think that we want to find the best in people, the best in nations, and it is it's a natural desire to think that people can, or hope that people can come around and present a different view, and it's very likely that whoever succeeds Putin is going to take a very reconciliatory, kind of face and try to present them as a reformed nation, one who understands the requirements of law and all these things. I also wouldn't be surprised if they didn't do another. Let's reform ourselves so that we can drop all our international obligations again. Hopefully, if they try that again, they lose their seat on the Security Council. But I do think that this strategy worked once for them. And again, can I say positively that this was a strategy and they intended it? I cannot, but it just seems very in keeping with their style that they realized that they could get rid of treaty obligations and come back and look, so much more innocent, and then they could embed themselves more with Europe, and then of course they'd be making money, and they'd have routes of influence that would be very powerful. And indeed, that has been the case, and it really has taken a full-scale war to shake the West awake to the extent that it's awakened, which is not completely. There's still a lot of people who are, holding that Russia ought to be appeased, that there ought to be a deal made, that they have as much interest as anybody in Ukraine. And so, yeah, I think you're right that there's this tendency, as well as there's a lot of active forces who really want things to go back. Moneyed interests primarily, but not only. I think there's some people who ideologically also like Russia for what they do, how they do it. But it would be disgusting. I don't want to live to see that. You know what I'm saying? I do not want to see this happy reset where everybody's, happy. And by the way, I know it's a little even a bit more conspiratorial, but that miracle thing, what was it, the Spanish kids or whatever it was, that Russia is going to reform and become all that crap. I think that'll be another FSB operation too. That they'll have this tremendous religious overhaul, and they'll be, oh, God's special people on Earth or whatever the hell. Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
James.
disgusting, but possible.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The Spanish kids? What's that?
What the hell? I can't think of. Oh, there's those three kids that had a vision. I can't even remember. Fatima, was that it? I think or something like that. I don't know, but I just know it's one
Okay.
of those Catholic things that miracles and saints, and they sainted the kids, and there was some prediction about Russia reforming and becoming whatever, and that would be just the kind of thing. Even if that was, let's just say that was an honest to God, real thing that happened, and these three kids had visions that predicted that Russia would reform themselves religiously. Well, it would be just the kind of thing that Russia would love to work on. That would be substantial material for them to use to do whatever the hell they want. And so they put Francis in, Prigozhin's biological brother, a lookalike, and that he's got that Opus Dei prelature. He decided to adopt that as his personal prelature. So I'm not beyond the idea that he's part of this too. But anyways, there I go too far. Sorry,
You have
Catholics everywhere. I'm gonna get a drubbing later from them. But
you
yeah,
have to be careful with the term personal prelature, because it doesn't mean what Dan Brown thinks it means. A personal prelature is a episcopal jurisdiction that applies to people rather than a geographic area. So a bishop is usually a bishop for a particular place, right? You can also, so you are the bishop of, I don't know, Santiago de Compostela, and you're the bishop of that particular area. Your authority ends at the border of your diocese, and you're responsible for everybody who lives or worships in that particular area. Now, a personal prelature is one where there is a bishop for a particular group, a defined group of people, regardless of where they live. So the bishop of the armed forces, that makes the armed forces a personal prelature. It doesn't imply some kind of special relationship with the Pope, right? So that's not what the term means, James. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, nonetheless, he took this pretty obscure and fringe group that has multiple layers who've got very strange beliefs born out of a Spanish fascist movement, tied to a pretty rough fascist government. And he's adopting it as his own. And, you don't know who to believe about what they do and what their practices are, but we've seen some pretty wild things said about, the fact that there's like, I don't know, 11, 12, 16 different layers in there that some members are allowed to lie about what they do and deny whether they're in it or not, depending on their role and etc. It's crazy stuff. Very conspiratorial. I know it sounds like, but it just bothers me that the Pope has adopted that particular group at this time to be his own little thing. And I get that it's not it can't be a physical location. It is a group that he's adopted that's powerful, that's got crazy ties back to other groups. It's surprising who's in Opus Dei, and then who people who've had to deny very hard that they're in Opus Dei. So anyway, I don't mean to get into that part of the weeds. The major point is that this is just one of these things upon which Russia can build up, fantasies that would be pleasing to certain people, and thus they would gain more power. That's all I'm really getting at. The actual Opus Dei thing itself, fascinating. Would love to get to the bottom of it, but we'll never get to the bottom of it because it's a closed organization. And and the Pope bothers me anyways. Besides his familiar looking face, he just bugs the hell out of me. I thought he was going to be a good guy after. Oh man, I'm going to blow that. What is that fruity tooty? Anyways, one of his encyclicals was very good on friendship and all that. Sounded great. But again, it just troubles me that he's been so. Is it inept about Ukraine and handling that, or what? I don't know. But anyways, let me not drag us into the weeds any further. I apologize for getting us this far in.
Yeah, I think we do have to be careful about Opus Dei because it doesn't have a special relationship with the Pope. So where that comes from is the confusing term personal prelature, and the fact that John Paul II turned it into the first personal prelature. So rather than, as I've said, rather than being territorial, it has a prelate in the form of a guy called Branya, who is the bishop of the Opus Dei, right? He's in charge of that particular thing. He is the cure of souls for all the people who are members of it. In terms of what it actually is, it's an organization for people who want to lead an authentically Catholic life, but they don't want to be cloistered, right? So they don't want to live in a monastery. They don't want to live under a rule. They want to live fairly ordinary lives, so ordinary civilian lives, but they want to live it within the strictures of traditional faith. It is quite private. It is quite secret, but so are monasteries, and that's kind of the analog there. So I don't know. I think Dan Brown didn't really do anybody any favors when it comes to their understanding of that particular organization. And before anybody asks, no, I'm not a Roman Catholic, or a member of Opus Dei for that matter. Although you can't be a member of Opus Dei unless you are a Roman Catholic. But yeah, I think of all the mysterious organizations in the Catholic Church, the Opus Dei is probably the most uninteresting. There are lots of other much cooler things going on, much more sinister things going on. The Opus Dei fairly work a day. by those standards. But it is a fun thing to write novels about, I guess. Let's go to Jenny, please.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, James. Did you want to jump back in?
No, I just want to say, yeah, well, yeah, sorry I dragged us there. But no, really the true spirit of why I raised that is that anything can be twisted by Russia into a point of advantage if there's even a hint of or smell that there can be advantage gained from something. And so the whole Fatima thing, the miracles and the reclamation of Russia as God's holy nation or whatever the hell the prediction is, that would be very in keeping with Russia. That's the main central point.
Absolutely, I think you're right on that one. And it's been kindly pointed out in my DMs that the revelations of Our Lady of Fatima did in fact take place in Portugal, not in Spain.
Yeah, Spain, Portugal. Sorry.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Spain is a small country next to Portugal. Now let's go to Jenny, please.
Okay, so we're gonna scratch the fact that you're in Opus Dei and like a mercenary for the Pope, and we're gonna go back to Batman. Is that it?
Well, that's exactly what I would say if I were, right?
Of course. Oh, the conspiracy. So for you who don't
Wheels
know,
within wheels.
yeah. So for you who don't know, Tim is an international man of mystery who drives a Berlingo to melt into the background in Tallinn, and we all know that he drives like a speed racer, gets the car up on two wheels when he takes corners and everything. So yeah, he's Batman.
As the state of my tires will confirm, yeah.
Or Speed Racer. Anyways, but more seriously, but there are other topics, and thank you to the person that gave us a list of topics. But I don't want to change topics anytime soon until we've exhausted this one, unless people say it's exhausted now. But Beth, hello, welcome.
Gosh, I don't even know where to start with all of that. It's early in the morning for me. I'm in California, so I just did a little few news checks. And I have a very specific question, but as an aside into your foray into Opus Dei, et cetera, it's all about power. Human beings like power, and there's nothing more intoxicating than religious power. So that's the last thing I'll say about that. As I was looking at a few of the news items, I wanted to ask you if you could provide me a little bit more understanding on these reports of the bombing of the airport. I think it's in the Kursk region, the Kursk Oblast. Maybe you've covered it already, but it's 5, something in the morning in California. So I haven't heard what you've said, if you've addressed it already. Thanks, guys.
I think you're probably referring to the strikes that destroyed 2 planes and damaged up to 3 or 4 others. And I'm trying to recall the name. I think it's a long name.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
that is correct. So is that within the territory that they already have captured, or is that expanding further out? And then I saw some, little tweets and reactions on Telegram and everything that it's really, to use our colloquialism, it's freaking the Russians out that it's, on this airstrip or the planes or whatever. I just didn't quite get it. What's the significance of this?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay.
No, go ahead, please.
So this is the strike on Marinovka Airfield. This is in Volgograd. So this is not within Kursk. This is not the area of Russia that Ukraine has now annexed as the Kursk People's Republic. I'm joking. I know they haven't annexed it, but it would be funny if they did. So this is an airfield where there was 4 locations seem to be on fire. This is according to firm's data. Including 2 fairly large areas within the airfield itself. Now, there have been well, this airfield seems to operate Su-35s. If I'm doing my aircraft recognition correctly, there were reports from locals, Telegram chatter about explosions. There was an evacuation ordered, which apparently means, according to Telegram sources, means that the ammunition depot in the airfield is on fire. The military governor of Volgograd Oblast has said that, and I quote, "Last night, the air defenses of the Ministry of Defense repelled an UAV strike on the territory of Volgograd region near Marianovka. Some of the drones were destroyed as a result of the UAV crash. Lol. A fire broke out on the territory of the Ministry of Defense facility." So the Russians are basically saying, yeah, they hit our airfield and it's really, really bad. So we made a statement about it. Now, this is the home. This is the home of the 11th Mixed Aviation Regiment, and they are predominantly flying reconnaissance missions using, I beg your pardon, Su-24s, and Su-24 aircraft, not Su-35s. Yeah, that's kind of what I've got.
Thanks. I can see why, some Russians are starting to feel vulnerable. There's several things in the news that the Ukrainians are making incursions, or now these airplanes. I can see what the reaction's about. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Beth. James, sorry.
No, I was going to say thank you, and also yes, indeed, I think they're getting upset about a lot of things, and Putin is pulling out a little bit from reality. It feels like to me about some of these things. He's trying to ignore them very hard. Anyway, so well, Armadillo, hello, welcome, good morning.
Good morning and good afternoon to those of you much further east than, and I guess very, very early morning. I only saw the sunrise here in Texas a few minutes ago. So about, less than an hour ago. So yeah, Beth, you are up really early. I'm going to say it's still nighttime there by my calculations.
The sun is trying to come up. I mean, you got it in Texas, it's coming.
Yeah, you have a voice for radio as well. I mean, your voice is incredibly soothing. You remind me of some of the talk show hosts that would like
Aw.
have those call-in shows for people who are under stress and things. You're very soothing. I didn't know. I thought
you.
maybe you were trying to speak quietly to not awaken someone else in your home. But
No, this is my voice. Good morning, everybody. We are all speaking at Ukraine. This is Talk Show Tim and James. Have a good day, everybody.
so I guess just my thoughts are with everyone in Ukraine, and with especially I'm really worried about the folks in and I'm not going to pronounce it right, but sort of northwest of Avdiivka in the Pavrovsk area. Did I get it right, guys?
Close enough.
Close enough. Okay. Every day I'm trying to learn how to pronounce some new place, and sometimes it's challenging. It's almost as challenging as the difficulty that Tim has just pronouncing my fella name. So I like to give him those challenges as often as possible. But yeah, folks, just want to put out a quick shout to remind everyone who can, please call the White House. Please call your senator. Please call your representative. If you're in Europe, please call your MP, or whatever your member of representation is, and just ask them to, if you're in the US, the big call is speed up the aid deliveries. Don't dilly-dally with that. And lift the restrictions. allow Ukraine to strike anywhere in Russia, or at least up to, you know, whatever the range is that these planes fly to drop the glide bombs. I don't know if that's, and maybe that would be helpful if we could get specific on the ask, because it seems in the US that, you know, if we can be very specific in what we're asking for, there's a better chance of it happening. I saw that there was a meeting between the Ukrainian defense minister, and I'm not going to get his name right, so I'm not even going to try, and members of Congress, just specifically focused on lifting the restrictions on use of US weapons within Russia. So that's a good development. I hope that goes well. I pray that goes well. But if we make these phone calls, if we send these emails, and specifically today is the last day in the week that you can call the White House. There's specific hours. I don't have them memorized, but I know if I do it somewhere between 10 and 2 p.m. and in the Central Time, I have a pretty. I think it's got to be actually earlier than 2 p.m. Central. I think the cutoff is 2 p.m. Eastern. But you can call the White House. You can, if you're lucky, you'll get to speak to someone. If you're not lucky, you will be able to leave a comment. And then number 3, I think, is to have Russia declared as a state sponsor of terrorism. So those are the big 3. Speed up the aid deliveries, lift the restrictions, and declare Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Those are the big 3 that I'm asking for when I call in. So do that and
Well,
donate
that's
as you
good.
can. Thank you.
Thank you, Armadillo. You know what the 4th one is, which I would put maybe in 3rd, 2nd, or 1st place, is to support the Resolution 154, which declares that Russian action in Ukraine is in fact a genocide, and it is a genocide under all 5 of the crimes of genocide. And this is a great recognition system that would, it doesn't necessarily mean we change what we're doing, but it would give us more standing, and it would affirm that we have a responsibility, even though we already do, because Budapest Memorandum, right? But it really would also give other people around the world some support, because the European Parliament has already declared that Russian actions regarding kidnapped children is a genocide. So thank you, Parliament. That's a great thing. So yes, absolutely. And contacting Mr. Biden is a Tuesday to Thursday thing from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. And his number I don't have handy right at the moment, but it's easy to find. You can leave him a message. He also has a text line. And this is going to be fascinating. Again, today, we've got a busy day out here on Mriya Report. We've got Ben Hodges. We've got Malcolm Nance meeting with Scott Harper, our president here at Mriya Report, who are attending the Democratic conference. And that is big news, because they have some things to relate about the policies, foreign policy, that probably and I say probably because we don't know until it happens, right? What policies are enacted or define the policies, but they'll be able to talk intelligibly about what's expected from Harris and Walls, I should say. And that's a big deal. And then, of course, we've got our own Chuck Farr tonight for bullet points. So big day. I hope that everybody, especially, gets to hear about what is likely to come from a Harris administration, because I think it will be different. And I think Malcolm Nance has inserted himself into there a little bit. And honestly, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing, because we kind of know where he stands, and he's in a good place. Although, don't tell Harris that he's really a Republican. Well, anyway, Tim, as we approach the hour, and we are, I'd just like to say, we're here 24/7, folks. Invite your friends, retweet, share the space, let people know what we do, because we're doing a good thing for for Ukraine, and therefore we're also doing a very good thing for democracies around the world, and I think that's what makes this a special place. So, anyways, so and Tim, we've got hands. We should go to them. So I'm going to start to say goodbye now by saying, what a great and informative session. I've learned so much from you again. I thank you for that. It's been actually quite enjoyable to talk to everybody who's come up and spoken with us. Polly Lunchtime, Jenny. Oh boy, I'm sorry, I'm going to forget names. But anyways, thank you all for coming up to speak. It really is so much more interesting when we have conversations with people who are listening. Really makes this brighter, and it makes it a more educated group, because collectively we know a whole lot more than we do individually. So I really value people's voices here. So with that, speaking of voices, we've got a couple here, and I think I'm going to go to Mary first, if you don't mind.
Hi, good morning, James and Tim and everyone. To support, good morning. To support you and Armadillo and Tim in this, I just wanted to repeat that the White House number is 202-456-1111. Again, 202-471. Nope, that's my hospital. Sorry. Let me start over. 202 456. Wait a minute.
456-1111. No, you got it right. 202-456-1111. You got it, Mary.
I'm sorry. And thank you. Not to confuse things at all. And then Congress is 202-224. That's the Senate. I think it says it's the House here in my Google, but I didn't look it up. It's 224-3121. 202-224-3121. But if you dial 225-3121, you'll get it. You'll get the House. Anyway, the switchboards of both will refer you to each other. So just call 224-3121 and ask for your senator for the Senate resolution that corresponds to, well, just ask for your senator, but they have a Senate resolution that corresponds to the House resolution, HR 1, what is it, James? 154?
154, yes.
Yeah.
And absolutely, and you're right about the switchboards. Just call either one, they'll refer you to the House or Senate, just by name usually. So anyways, back to you.
Thank you. And then just one more thing. Can I make one comment? The White House switchboard may say, you are number 20 in line. Please hold, or you are number 200 in line. Don't worry, it goes really fast. It's worth hanging on. Thank you very much.
Great advice. I've not run into that yet, but maybe it's the time of day I call. Well, Armadillo, it is your turn. Please go on.
Thank you. Mary, thank you for those numbers. I'm actually out in my yard trying to get a few things done before the sun becomes too blazing hot, and I have some work meetings to call into. But I'm going to check your timeline, because I'm sure you've posted all those numbers. I didn't know, so I'm going to confession, just learned something. I didn't know there was a call-in line to the Senate or the House of Representatives. So I just learned something today, folks. Can I get some applause there? Anyway, okay, so now I have some. Okay, I love the sound effects. I don't know who did that, but thank you so much. And the only other thing I would say briefly is, if I look at the Mriya report page, will I find the times when those special speakers are coming on? Because I love to listen to Malcolm Nance and Ben Hodges. He's pretty great, but I really love to listen to Malcolm Nance.
Best thing to do.
Understandably. Yeah, go ahead.
Best thing to do is check our Twitter feed. So we publish cards of the guests a few days in advance. So make sure you follow us and put some kind of notification up for the main host account's tweets, because they are announced well in advance.
Yep.
Thank you.
So click on that.
All right, I'm going to drop down to listener now.
Thanks, Armadillo. I appreciate it. Yeah, we all learn something new here every day. Well, first of all, because the news is always new. I don't know why the news is always new, but it always is. Anyways, unless it's old news, and then it's not new. Anyway, just click on that Mriya report account up there in the upper left-hand corner, and then you can scroll down once you click through to the actual content of it, and you'll find a card, if you want to call it that, or a tweet in the nest for each one of the events that's coming up. So relatively in short order. I mean, I think they're all three in the top 10. But anyway, with that, Tim, I cannot believe how fast time goes in the morning. Maybe it's just me.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's gone by like a mere moment. So fascinating was the discussion. Okie dokie. So I see the shaggy fella is here. I assume he's ready to take over, but I may be wrong. In the meantime, let us go to D Campbell, please. D.
I just quickly to establish that all of the not that they apply to me, I would be UK government, and they are all free phone numbers. I'm just checking that the numbers that you're giving out for Congress, Senate, Biden, well, White House, are all free phone numbers for those in the USA who wish to call them. No.
I do not know the answer to that question, I'm afraid.
Right. I would imagine surely something of that nature ought to be a free phone number.
Jump in and say yes, those are for U.S. people generally speaking. If you want to call people anyways, just remember to use the prefix 1 in front of those numbers, the nation code, and you can still talk to people, but well, it will likely have less impact, but you can do it. You can call the president and talk to somebody on the line or leave a message, D.
Right. I was just interested because all of our UK governmental phone numbers are free phone. They're all, in our case, it's 0800 numbers in the UK. So I just didn't want anybody running up a huge bill that they didn't realize that they were running up. And from that, I will say good afternoon, and I'll still be sticking around.
Thank you, D. Yeah, I guess it could end up with a large calling cost there. So yeah, if you do call from outside the U.S., yeah, mind your time, be quick. But no, and if you want the text line, there is a text line. I think that is a little cheaper. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but maybe Mary's got it. So yeah, it's great, and I think it's also fair game, especially to call the president and leave that message about the restrictions, because I think one of the things that people from outside the United States add to this is that kind of urgency about the need of this. You know, the U.S. is a continent or an ocean away from what's going on, and sometimes it's good to hear from the people who are a little bit closer that this is urgent business and it's got to be attended to. And if people are spending money to call the president, I think that also does express some amount of urgency that you have to listen to those voices and wonder, why are they willing to call us? Well, they're willing to call and spend a little bit of money because it really is an urgent business. And it's not undue influence on the United States. It's just people saying, please just do what you said you'd do in the first place. And, Budapest Memorandum, promises of aid, just those things, and get rid of those restrictions. So thanks, Dee.
Thank you very much, James. And if it helps, James and Forrest and all of the Democrat guys on Mriya Report, they're all in a WhatsApp group with both Biden and Harris. So they kind of have a direct line. So any messages for Mr. Biden, send them through James. I should stress that I'm joking. Or is that true, James? I don't know.
Well, I do have a special connection, a special line where I text him and send him pictures of dogs playing poker and things like that. But other than that, no, it's not a WhatsApp group. But it's certainly, I have a very close personal relationship. He's invited me to enter things like checks to him and things like that. He contacts me regularly to ask for my support since it's so critical to his movement. So certainly I am as close to him as anybody else.
Very silly. Okay, so on that bombshell, it's time for me to step aside and make way for two equally engaging and fascinating co-hosts in the form of Sir Shaggy Fella and his Confederate Tracy, the SPU fella. So I will say goodbye at this point. Thank you very much to James for co-hosting with me this afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. I'll see you all tomorrow afternoon. Slava Ukraini, everybody.
Slava.
All right, yeah, I'm not quite in the chair at the moment. I'm looking like I'm a speaker, but I do have co-host buttons, so that'll do me. I don't need everything, just as long as I'm in control with Tracy. Yeah, just to go over the numbers, the timings for Malcolm now is coming on a bit later today with Scott. So he's going to be here at 7 o'clock Kyiv time, 6 o'clock Berlin time, 5 o'clock, this is in the afternoon, UK time, midday, noon, high noon Eastern time, and 9 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. And just before we get to Mary, we've got General Ben Hodges. I'm looking forward to listening to him. He's on at 9 o'clock Kyiv, 8 o'clock Berlin, 7 o'clock UK, 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Eastern time, and 11 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. So with that, let's go to Mary.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Sir Shaggy. I had put my hand down, but I just remembered what I wanted to say. I'm going to put all of these contacts in my first tweet. It's not up yet, but yes, Armadillo, I will put those phone numbers and links in case you want to contact the White House, your senator, your congressman, if you're in the United States, to support Ukraine through HR 154 or the Senate resolution that corresponds to that, and which is on the same page at the bottom. I think you can find it, but there are various ways. I'll put that in a tweet. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not really a speaker. I'm a listener. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot, Mary. This is maybe a bit confusing, but I've actually got two Marys on my screen. So Mary number 2. Do I have a Mary? Yeah, there's Mary number 2.
Thanks, Shaggy. Yeah, I just wanted to say that also, and I spoke about it a little bit last night with James, who's going to be meeting with the senior Biden officials this morning is the senior representative to the NATO senior representative to Ukraine, Patrick Turner. So he is a newly appointed guy, I guess, and he's actually going to be in charge of coordinating now the provisions that are supplied, like the military equipment and training and things like that now that's coming into Ukraine. And he's going to be stationed in Kyiv. So it's really important. Hopefully he's going there to kind of tell Biden he needs to lift the restrictions and kind of do a little arm twisting, hopefully. So, I know Armadillo, I think, kind of mentioned it and everyone else has mentioned it, but go ahead and get those calls and texts and everything else in, since some Ukrainian people are going to be there, and also this native representative is going to be there as well today. So thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Mary. I will call you Mary Fella, and I will call the other Mary Bird or Mary Parrot or something like that, just to differentiate you two, because otherwise it might get a bit confusing for you. So yeah, thank you, Mary Fella. Right, Tracy, just check your mic, see if you're functional.
Well, hello, Sir Shaggy, and good day, everybody. And I will have you know it's the very lovely Mary Sunflower and the very lovely Mary Bird. Does that help, Sir Shaggy?
Well, I can't see sunflowers, so I can just see a fella. I can see Bird on the other Mary, so yeah, Mary Sunflower. I'm going to have to call you Mary Fella, because otherwise I'll get confused. Is that okay, Mary Sunflower Fella?
Yep, there's I'll answer to that. So whatever.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, Mary Bird, saw your hand pop up.
Thanks. Good morning, Tracy. Sir Shaggy, I'm also a fella. It's up there as a bird. I have a fella, what do you call it? Avatar. I'll send it to you, but it does not have a Shiba. So I may have a little chat about that with my maker, who is the wonderful Saint Meow. And at Equus is the one who referred me to her. And I think everyone here advocates for Ukraine and should sign up to be with NAFO IFAN to be a fella, because what we're doing is fighting that hybrid warfare, disinformation. It's not about just joining a little group and getting a mug. It's about fighting disinformation, which is what Mriya Report does, which is why we're here, which is for Ukraine. So it all works together for good. Thank you. And I'm not chiding you, Sir Shaggy. I'm laughing because you remind me that I want to get a little Shiba somewhere, maybe a pin. Thank you. It's a zebra finch, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, that's just going to confuse me if you get a fella there as well. I'm going to have to say something like Mary, white background, and Mary, well, whatever background you're going to have, and it better not be white. Mary Bird fella person, whatever. so yeah, Mary Bird fella.
Everything's fine. You can call me anything you want or nothing. It's okay. It's about Ukraine.
Okay, all right. Mary Sunflower fella. I can still see your hand in the air, Mary, from
My hand's not in the air. I mean, if you
okay.
want me to talk, I can talk, but my husband says I talk too much, so.
We had a bit of a discussion about this last night in the back channels. Not about you. It's different, different. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that. So yeah, I mean, I'm still showing as speaker, so I've obviously got some kind of Twitter glitch. You've got a hand in the air, so I'm going to get well confused with this. I'm just going to be calling on you all afternoon.
Okay, let me try putting my hand up then, and then see if it goes down for you.
It flickered, and it's still up. So this is going to be a fun afternoon. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it just went back up again. Yeah, this is going to be a fun afternoon. This is going to be a very fun afternoon.
Is it down?
No, it's still up for me. It flickered
I
again.
put it up and down like 3 times.
Okay, all right then. But it's good exercise anyway. It's good exercise, good aerobic exercise. All right then, enough silliness. Thank you, Elmo. You're giving me a great start to my however long my session is today. It'll be wonderful. I'm going to be here with Tracy through a couple of Tracy ran, and I'm going to be a sidekick at different sessions, although I'm going to help out obviously. So I mean, first of all, we've got a bit of that's the wrong day. So we've got Tracy. We've got the Frontline report coming up in about 45 minutes, just over 45 minutes, and then we've got Tracy's tea time. Which is good, not the Russian kind of tea. Some, I don't know, probably builder's tea now in Tracy. And then we got, then I'll be here with Scott for Markham Nance. So that's going to be quite good. The other thing I wanted to mention actually is I just saw this. So on the Mriya Report timeline, I spotted a tweet. So now there are donation tiers. This is new. So for $25 a donation, you become a Home Guard supporter. This is to donate to the filmmaking fundraiser, Citizen Gunfighter. Film going to be made by Beneficial, and we're raising funds for him. But if you donate $25, you become a Home Guard supporter with a screen credit. $50, you get a Combat Engineer supporter screen credit. $100, you get a special operator supporter screen credit. $500 to become an associate producer, which includes a listing in IMDb. And for 5,000 buckaroonies, you get a executive producer credit, that includes a listing on IMDb. So yeah, that's very good. And your hand's still up, Mary. Tracy.
So Shaggy, how is it going today? What have we got to talk about? Like I say, frontline update, you said that, so we'll get to that later. So what else has been going on? Anything interesting that you've seen other than that, Sir Shaggy? Or have you been busy today?
I've been mooching around. I saw that I'm not going to call him Chechen, a Kadyrov commander. Oh, it's gone down, Mary. Blimey, I don't know how you did that, but it went down. So, it's gone up again. Anyway, you're playing with me, Mary.
I haven't even touched it.
Oh dear, this is Elmo. He's literally playing with me, isn't he? He's giving me headaches today. All right, I won't mention your hand anymore, Mary. And Tracy, you can sort Mary, some fella out today. I don't know if she wants to talk or not. This is going to be a very confusing day. Yeah. So where was I? Oh yes. So a Kadrovite commander was eliminated, together with 30 of his horrible buddies in Kursk. So that's one thing I heard. The numbers were kind of average to okay. I'll read those out in a little while. So that was good. More praying has been going on by the Russian FSB Orthodox priests in the Rostov Oblast at the well, they managed to invoke another blowing up of another container there. So I'm not quite sure how many. Yesterday evening, I heard there was about 32 of them that have gone now, but I'm not entirely sure of the number. It was 22, then I think it went into the 30s, but I'm not 100% sure about that. I need to double check on that. So that's been going on. And yeah, I did go through the frontline report a little bit myself, so I'm not going to spoil it by mentioning anything that's in there until the time is right. And you, Tracy?
Well, I was looking at something interesting from Mikhailo Fedorov. So who is he? Well, many of you probably know he's the Minister of Digital Transformation, and he's been talking about this latest new Lynx robot that has successfully evacuated the wounded during the assault on the Andriivka and Bakhmut direction. The Lynx is a ground-based robotic platform that helps the military with the logistics, evacuation of the wounded, and it even has a turret installed on it. It can storm positions instead of people having to do it, and you can learn to drive the Lynx in one day. So this is like moving on. There's been other different types of these things coming out with different names, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that now there's even a video on YouTube telling you all about it and showing you how this one particular robot did indeed evacuate over 100 soldiers, which is absolutely incredible, isn't it? So they've new releases. They call them the War Changers Project, and the developer tells how the data works, how they've created it, how the robot came to be, and how Brave One has helped them basically bring that through that Brave One cluster. They've submitted their design, and that became the Defence Tech Elevator development, as many of you know. So that's what the Brave One cluster is, and you can watch the issue and share the feedback, and just generally be inspired by the incredible work that Ukrainian developers are doing. So how about that? That's pretty cool that they're putting some of these videos on YouTube now, right?
Yeah, that's very, very good. That's excellent. I'm going to have to have a look at those after my session. So in a little bit of news, so yesterday I mentioned that Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, is going to be visiting Poland and Kyiv. So he's in Poland at the moment. He gave a press conference with Donald Tusk, basically talking about supporting peace, blah 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 blah. It won't be supporting peace diplomatically, all this kind of stuff. So some words from Modi. He's going to be apparently heading to Kyiv in a few hours. So when was this actually written? So this was written at 4:15. So okay. So it was written in 2 minutes ago. Yeah, I thought it was quite new. So he's in a couple of hours. He's going to be probably. I assume he's going to be hopping on a train and heading to Kyiv, where he's going to be meeting with President Zelensky. It's kind of a well, the Polish Prime Minister says, in the context of Modi's visit to Kyiv, we are all convinced that it can be of strategic and historic character. I mean, I hope so, but I don't have to be diplomatic about this. I just think it's a photo op. But that's just me. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope Poland. I hope Poland gets something out of Modi. In regards to Ukraine, and I hope that President Zelensky manages to get something out of Modi other than just words. I hope he managed to get some solid Indian support for Ukraine, because India has been, well, to put it diplomatically, sat on the fence. Although it hasn't been sat on the fence, it's been kind of taking Russian oil, refining it, and still doing business, a lot of business with Russia. War profiteering, basically. I'll just put it like that. So I'm not very happy with India at the moment. But well, he's made the effort. He's going to go to Kyiv, and we'll see what transpires of that. Probably get some news this evening about that. If you how you'll know, Tracy. How long is it going to take him to get from Warsaw to Kyiv? How long is that trade right? Is it about 6 hours, 8 hours? What? How many hours is it? Ish.
And the rest, Sir Shaggy.
Oh, is it 12 hours? Give me a number of hours.
Well, I mean, I don't know really. It's quite a long journey. I suppose it depends whether you get the through train or whether you have to get separate trains. So I guess it's not a straightforward answer.
Oh,
I came
right.
from Presamel or Chezamel, I've been told it's properly pronounced anyway, which
All
is
right.
right near the border.
Well, I can't see him getting 2 trains and being sat on a platform for a couple of hours. So I reckon he's going to get a fast train, or be provided a fast train. So yeah. So maybe tomorrow morning is going to be the first time. Maybe he's going to get the overnighter, and he's going to be in Kyiv tomorrow morning then, which will be Flag Day. So we'll have to see about that. Yeah.
It will
Anyway.
be the overnight, I would think, yeah. And if it's I don't know, high-speed trains go about, I don't know, when I was on it, it was going 200 and something. So that was pretty fast. And then if you get the slow train, it's less than half that. So I guess it depends. But surely he'll be getting on that special train that President Zelensky uses, will he not?
I don't know. I mean, in India, I've seen Indians riding on the top of trains and stuff like that, but I don't think he's going to be riding on the top of the train. Yeah, he'll probably be in a first class somewhere, in a nice little cabin. So yeah, he might be. Yeah, maybe he's on the President Zelensky carriage or whatever it is. Yeah, so I reckon. Okay, tomorrow morning, I reckon he'll probably be arriving then, and there will be meetings with him. So that's on that. Fingers crossed. Let's have high hopes and well, keep our expectations low is my motto on that one. Over to you, Tracy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty skeptical as well, unfortunately, very cynical about it. But I guess if anybody can get anywhere and anybody can get more than just warm words of support from, Modi, then it will be President Zelensky, I would imagine, because he seems to be very good at this, a very good diplomat, and he always seems to find a way to work these things out. So I guess we shall see what happens, and we shall wait for more information. But do you know where President Zelensky has been today?
Yeah, because I'm actually looking at an article right now about him, but I won't spoil it. I'll let you say, Tracy.
Well, of course, he's been to Sumy, hasn't he? There's a little video as well. He's been visiting the border areas of Sumy and had a meeting with the commander-in-chief and, of course, the Sumy military administration as well. So you've got an article there, did you say? I'm looking at just a post from President Zelensky, so maybe you have more information in the article, Sir Shaggy.
Well, we'll see. So President Zelensky, yeah, he visits the Sumy border. He's meeting with military and local leaders. So he's also reporting that another settlement in Ukraine, i.e. the Kursk Oblast, has been liberated. from the Russians, and more Russian POWs have entered the exchange fund. But regarding Sumy, he reports that there is decreased shelling of the Sumy region, which still means there is shelling, and a decrease in civilian casualties as well, which means there still are civilian I can't say that word today, civilian casualties. So yeah, he was there. Looks like Sersky, he's meeting, so that's good. So this is from his Telegram channel. He's meeting with Sersky and Vladimir Artyuk, I think, who's the Sumy military administrator. So yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything more. He had a little chat to Sersky during the visit. The commander-in-chief reported that the operational situation in all areas of active operations, particularly the most intense front, which is the Toretsk and Pokrovsk directions, they were discussed. Steps are being taken to strengthen those areas. It doesn't go into details of what those steps are, but yeah. So I mean, it's good that he's visiting frontline areas. As we know, the bunker dwarf doesn't go anywhere near the front line. Maybe one of his body doubles went to Mariupol once, I seem to remember, but there's no way the bunker dwarf is going to be going anywhere near the front lines because he's a bunker dwarf. This is Putin I'm talking about, but President Zelensky, he does. So yeah, back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, he's never afraid to go anywhere, President Zelensky, is he? Lugging those great big set that he has around there with him wherever he goes to the front line. And you know what? I think it makes a massive difference, doesn't it? Because to the people that are there, and it's not as if he just goes for these photo ops, like you say. He does go to the hottest directions and has done on several occasions. I mean, how many times did he go to Bakhmut and places like that? So whether he'll get to Pokrovsk exactly, probably not. That's maybe a little bit too dangerous and a little bit too ambitious, but certainly he doesn't shy away from it. And as you said, that bunker dwarf, I like that name for him actually, but I also like his official name, of course, the indicted child snatcher and war criminal in the Kremlin. But yeah, he would never do that. He would just send out some of those dodgy looking doubles. I wonder at this stage actually how many there are and if even that the real one is left, but of course that's being a little bit silly. But anyway, shall we talk about what the SBU have been doing today, because they have been very busy as well, and we've got some right good old face plants to go towards next week's segment for Tracy's takedown of the week.
Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if President Zelensky does pop up in Toretsk, and I always get that other place wrong. Pokrovsk. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be surprised. I actually lay even odds that he's going to pop up in Pokrovsk at some point in the next couple of weeks. There we go. I'll lay that out there. But you carry on with your SBU report, Tracy.
Well, I would go 50-50 on that as well, Sir Shaggy, because there is a good chance, isn't there? He's been to some pretty hot areas before. So, well, I was looking at this earlier. So basically, a lawyer and collaborator who spied on checkpoints in Kramatorsk, he's been sentenced, and that is thanks to the SBU materials in the case that they have built. So that's definitely very good news. He also tried to escape to the Russian Federation, but he was caught, thankfully. And so, well, he's looking at 14 years in prison. So that's definitely good news. He was most interested in the coordinates of checkpoints and fortified areas on the territory of the city and its surroundings. And of course, in order to obtain the relevant information, the FSB engaged its informant, a local lawyer who lived in Russia for a long time, when he came into the field of view of the special services of the Russian Federation. So he was living there whilst they approached him. The lawyer then returned to Kramatorsk before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and in the spring of 2023, he received his first assignment from the Russians. For this implementation of this plan, the attacker went around the area, secretly recording the locations that he needed and then transferred them to a Google map for the FSB report. For each completed task, the occupiers promised their informants a monetary reward, of course, which was supposed to go on a bank card. But he's not going to get that because the SBU have nicked him, I'm pleased to say, as we say in the UK. And also what they've done today is reported on the absentee suspicion of a cleric jeweler of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarch. He's from Luhansk region, and he sells gold to Russia. So they documented his criminal activities, and the abbot of one of the churches in temporarily occupied Luhansk. In addition to this nonsense that he was behaving in, the person also involved has controlled jewellery companies in the region, which continue to supply products to Russia. Among the cleric's regular clients are representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church, because, of course, as we've seen, they like their gold and they like to wear lots of it. Now, they purchase this precious gold and silver for their own private collections and, of course, for decorating the premises of the diocese where they are. He also makes jewellery badges for the occupation groups of the Russian Federation and, in particular, the FSB. And the company involved regularly finances of the budget of the aggressor country and also paid taxes to them, of course. So basically, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, he expanded the sale of the jewellery products in Russia and throughout the temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine. And so, thankfully, he's not being able to do that anymore. But it won't be very long before all of these, well, FSB priests will not be able to practice anymore because the laws have now been changed, which of course is very good news as well. And the SBU have also detained a Russian informant who helped the Russians to break through in New York and Donetsk. So that's pretty significant, isn't it, given what's going on in that area and the battles back and forth down there, Shaggy?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. I don't like hearing about it. Well, I don't like it happening. I don't mind so much hearing about it, because when you hear about it, it means they've been caught. But yeah, somebody who's calling in airstrikes on their fellow citizens. I mean, I'd throw something a lot more than a book at them, to tell you the truth. And 14 years, maximum 14 years, honestly doesn't sound enough from my point of view. But that's just me. But the Ukrainian justice system is their justice system. So yeah, it's up to them, really. I'm not going to try the guy. They're going to try the guy, and hopefully he gets the maximum sentence. Yeah, and everyone. I mean, I kind of wish there was stronger sentences, because that might serve as a bit more of a deterrent, because that's what sentencing. I'm having trouble speaking today. Sentencing is supposed to be for. But well, so we'll have to see. Yeah, but it's good to hear that another traitor has been caught, and he won't be traitoring again. Right. I got another story for you, Tracy. Can I? Or have you got more SBU stuff you want to say?
No, go right ahead, Sir Shaggy, but we do have Jenny with a hand up too.
Have we? I can't see Jenny's hand. Oh dear, Jenny.
So I have a question. That jewelry guy, the guys that have been caught now, are they Ukrainian nationals or are they Russian nationals, Tracy?
Well, it doesn't specify, Jenny, so I guess it's hard to answer your question for sure. I would have to read between the lines, but it seemed to me that there was a possibility that they were saying that this person was Ukrainian because they lived in Ukraine and then moved to Russia. But of course, that's just an assumption, and that could be completely wrong. So they don't actually specify in this case, unfortunately.
The reason why I'm asking is because if you commit you have to be a national to commit treason. You can't be I cannot commit treason in the UK because I'm not a UK national. I'm not British. I would be committing espionage. And
well, he hasn't been charged with treason, so maybe that answers your question. They've charged him with let me see, Part 4 of Article 111 of the Criminal Code, collaborative activity.
Yeah, because I don't know what the UK, what their punishment is for treason. I know in the US, it's actually the death penalty. You betrayed your nation. And I'm not 100% there, but at the same time, you're putting so many people at risk. You're willing to risk your fellow citizens. You may actually be the direct cause of your fellow citizens dying. And maybe, the death penalty isn't too harsh of a sentence in those instances. So just saying that in some countries, you wouldn't be getting 15, 20 years. You'd be getting the death penalty. Thank you.
You're right, Jenny, in some countries you would, but they don't have the death penalty in Ukraine. The worst you can get is a life sentence. Treason can go two ways as a charge in Ukraine. You can either be looking at that bracket of 12 to 15 years, or treason can sometimes get bumped up to high treason because of martial law, but there are specific categories that you have to fit for that to happen. So it depends on the grave loss of life, so how much life has been lost, if any. And actually we see that in some of the cases where the SBU catches them in the act and catches them before they are able to give away the locations and missiles come in. And so obviously nobody loses their life, so very often they get a lower sentence. If they manage to carry out the missile attack and people die, then the sentence goes up. And of course, if you try to make an attempt on certain people within the government, it doesn't have to be an assassination attempt, it can be other types of activity, but because of the specific positions that those people hold within the government, so to the follow-on of power, basically, if something was to happen to President Zelensky, who is next in power, where does that go? The Verkhovna Rada, so Ruslan Stefanchuk, President Zelensky, any military leaders, anything like that. If there are any cases that involve criminal activity against them, serious criminal activity or attempts of things like that, then that can get bumped up to high treason. And then, of course, you are looking at 15 years to life then. So I don't know if that helps answer your question a bit, Jenny, but yeah, I'm with you. Lock them up for life. That's what I would say.
Yeah, in the UK, you can get up to life imprisonment. You can get even a whole life sentence. Last time somebody was sentenced for treason in the UK was 2023 for trying to kill, well, attempting to get to the Queen in Windsor Castle and shoot her with a crossbow. That guy got 9 years, so it doesn't necessarily mean life imprisonment. So he only got 9 years for that because he didn't get through to it and stuff like that. So yeah, he tried to attack her on Christmas Day in 2021. Just that little bit of a factoid. I can see Mary with a hand up. Mary. Mary Birdfella.
I don't see Mary at all, Sir Shaggy. I think you have a delay on your screen.
Oh dear, yeah, I didn't see Jenny's hand. I can see Mary Birdfella with her hand in the air, and I'm still sat in speakers, but with co-host buttons. It's all very strange. Maybe I'll talk in the back channels and do a little bit of recycling.
Okay, if you would like to go ahead and do that, carry on, please feel free. So let me tell you some good news about electricity. So basically, DTEC, I'm going to go as far as tomorrow goes, they are reporting no outage schedules. So we will see what happens for the rest of the day. So I don't know if people have heard, there have been some attempted attacks and in part some by Russia on critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, again in Ukraine. But thankfully, then for the most part, they were not successful. But some people did lose power in Sumy. they were being reconnected very, very quickly. DTEC were reconnecting all those people exceptionally quickly, as they always do. So that's fantastic work from them there. Let me see. Let's just go to Ukraine actually, and we'll see if there's any latest updates. And then there's some interesting news to talk about, I think, in terms of what's going on. Well, digital infrastructure over there in Russia. They seem to be having a little bit of a bad time, don't they, Sir Shaggy? I don't know if you've seen anything to do with that, but I think that's quite amusing. Yeah, no light restrictions is what they're saying so far. So let's see what happens moving forward. Of course, you know, in part it's because the weather is not as hot here as it has been. There was a thunderstorm slightly yesterday, very slightly, and a little bit of rain. It came a little bit windy, and now, well, it's a little bit cooler. So everybody is very relieved about that. So Shaggy has gone to recycle. So if you want to come up and talk to us, anybody, feel free. Now is your opportunity. We've got about 20 minutes before we go into the Frontline update, where Shaggy and I will be bringing you the information, running you through what's happened during the day, and of course, getting you up to date with any latest developments, putting that in some kind of chronological order for you all. So, well, it makes sense that way. I like things when they go in order, as many of you may know around here. So what's going on? Oh, look, there's more interesting information coming in about this airfield. So this is the Marinovka airfield in the Volgograd region. Actually, you know what? I was sitting with, I can't see you requesting in speaker, Sir Shaggy. I apologise. So I don't know what this is going to do, but we will work it out somehow with the wonderful people in the background. I will try and send you a DM and see if that works. Now, to get back to what I was talking about this morning, I was talking to a wonderful lady this morning, a Ukrainian lady. We were attempting to have a conversation. She has very little English, and of course I have very little Ukrainian, but I am trying to learn, and I have been doing okay. I'm getting there. I've learnt a few key phrases, numbers, greetings, such like things, which is always a good place to start, because never forget your manners. It doesn't matter what country you go to, you should never ever forget your manners. And I was talking with her this morning about the bavovnas in these airfields, and it was fantastic. We were sitting watching the videos, and she was singing and we were cheering. It was just absolutely wonderful. So I thought I would just bring you all that little bit of news. Okie dokie. So now I'm going to be going to find some park that Pickled Flicker fella has asked me to go to as well. So I'm going to find that park later on, and I'm going to spend some time in that park maybe tomorrow. And then just after we have the Frontline update, I'll be doing a very short episode of Tracy's Tea Time because we have some special guests coming up, and I'm going to be talking about Ukrainian food, of course. Now, it's going to be a little bit different this week because as I am in Ukraine, I'm not going to be cooking anything this week, but I will be cooking something in Ukraine, just not yet, not on this episode, not on this segment this week, but that's something you can all look forward to. But what I will be doing is talking about my experience of enjoying Ukrainian food, learning about Ukrainian food, just understanding lots of things in general. And I've got some interesting pictures to share with you all too, because I went out and had borscht for my breakfast today. So what do you think about that, James? Borscht for breakfast.
It doesn't sound right, but I eat sandwiches for breakfast sometimes. So, you know, whatever pleases the palate is okay to eat.
Well, it was absolutely delicious, James. So, as you say, you can eat whatever you like for breakfast, really, can't you? So, let's see if we can get Sir Shaggy back up. Whilst we wait for that, I will tell you, I was just talking about what got me slightly sidetracked then, this Marinovka in Volgograd. So, the bomber reports on the situation with the protective hangars. Oh, dear. So there's some satellite footage coming out now. So, that's kind of interesting. What's this here? They've completely destroyed it. the Airfield, so 3:14, the hangars took off. So that's quite amusing indeed. A very funny way to put it. Now, we will be going over that information in the Frontline update, so don't worry, we'll be giving you all the details there. And the military units in Sevastopol have sounded the alarm. The Kerch Bridge was closed and they ended up somewhere different to where they're supposed to be. So that's kind of funny as well. I'm waiting to see what happened there. There was lots of smoke screens going out, so I was watching that earlier and watching the pictures just to see if anything would come of that. But it seems that it's the Russians with their smoke screens. So the spokesman for the Ukrainian Navy, Dmytro Plenchuk, he commented on the construction of new structures by the Russians near the Kerch Bridge. Perhaps they're trying to partially duplicate the so-called Crimean Bridge, but for now, this is just an assumption, he said. Of course, he's being slightly sarcastic there, which is just wonderful. Since the structure is not so fundamental, he said, which I guess it's not really. He also added that given the approaching storm season and weather conditions in the Kerch Strait, which began in mid-autumn, there are many more questions than answers about the intended purposes of these said structures. Have you seen those structures that they're building, Sir Shaggy, and are you back with us now? He's not back with us. Oh dear, what's going on here? So Sir Shaggy is indeed having a number of problems, so I will continue on. So what else can I tell you? Well, let's look at the military administrations and some of the regional news. But first, I want to go over my most important numbers of the day, my favourite numbers of the day, and that is, of course, the demining numbers, demining figures. So let's see what those incredible sappers have been doing today. 201 explosive objects removed. That is, of course, 201 precious lives saved. Yes, I know one mine may not kill one person, but you know as well as I do that one mine does indeed often kill more than one person. So I'm going square down the middle, 201 lives saved. Also, 268 hectares of land cleared and examined. So that is absolutely fantastic work from those sappers there. So I cannot see you requesting though. That's the problem, Sir Shaggy. So you're going to have to get raised up by the technical gremlins in the background from these listeners, which is what I do. So looking at the information at the military administrations now. So Russians continue to terrorize the civilian population of Kharkiv, of course. The enemy attacked the city of Bohodukiv, and as a result of the shelling, one person was killed and 5 were injured. All victims are being provided with medical assistance, but at the moment, operational services are working at the place and information is being updated. So more information coming in throughout the day. Entrepreneurs in the Kharkiv Oblast received more than 3,900 hryvnias in loans through the program. So the program is called 579%. That's an interesting name, isn't it? This was announced by the head of the Kharkiv military administration, that's Ole Senegibov. And before the start of the full-scale invasion, the Kharkiv region ranked second after Kyiv in terms of the amount of loan contracts that were concluded, and that's under that state program. So according to the latest data, more than 3,900 have been given out. So the total up to now, to date, for all the loans that have been given out is 19.6 billion hryvnias. So pretty substantial amount of money there. Okay, I shall send you another invite, Sir Shaggy. And in the meantime, I'm going to tell everybody about what we've got coming up later on today, because Malcolm Nance is going to be coming up and he's going to be having a conversation with Scott and Shaggy Fella. What are they going to be talking about? Well, check out the post in the nest and you will be able to see. And of course, don't forget to go ahead, retweet, reshare, and tell as many people as possible, because because, well, we want as many guests here, as many people here as we can to listen to our guests, don't we? And Malcolm Nance, well, he's very informative, very insightful, and this is going to be particularly interesting because it's a foreign policy chat. So join us for the conversation on all things foreign policy with Mriya Report, Board President Scott Harper and Malcolm Nance. And that post is now in the nest for you all to go ahead and retweet and reshare. That's an interesting title, isn't it, Sir Shaggy? Oh, maybe I see you requesting now. No, I see Arya coming up to join me though. So I think maybe you need to recycle, Sir Shaggy, because I can see Arya as request quite fine, and he's now joined us as speaker. Welcome, Arya.
Good morning, Tracy. Just in regards to the co-host issues, this seems to be something that sometimes happens to certain accounts, right? Regardless of whether I'm using my Android phone or the computer. Some days when you load it up, some line of code just does not load anymore. And it's something, either you can't see the hands or you can't see the requests, and it's about a 50-50 shoot on whether or not resetting fixes it. It's been happening since the last update, particularly bad. I just wanted to bring that up in case anybody else is experiencing it. Tracy, I had a question for you and the other speakers. Good morning, everybody. Jenny, James, lunchtime, Demetrius. Over the last 6-7 hours, while I have been sleeping outside of the stuff in the nest, has anything important happened? I'd like to get some work done before I come on for Malcolm and Scott's discussion. So I was hoping I could get a quick update. Thank you.
Sorry, Arya, what do you mean, an update with what? Just in general about the news, or?
Yeah, if anything is that should be watched or followed has shifted with Kursk, or anything since last night. Thank you.
Well, we'll be going through the Frontline update in about 10 minutes. So we'll be sort of going through everything from the morning and bringing everybody up to date. I was just checking to see if there were any latest developments on anything that's been going on. I'm not seeing anything new as yet, other than what we already know. Let me see, what's this? That's to do with the SBU. So I already talked about that. So, I mean, I guess we could start the Frontline update a little early, I suppose, although I don't want any listeners to miss out who know that the time usually is on the hour. There are some developments on the ground in Ukraine, some good and some bad, of course. It's still pretty hot in the directions that we've all been keeping an eye on. Novorodivka is struggling. Battles for the city have begun. The enemy is trying to advance there, but they are fighting off pretty well Ukrainian defenders. But the intensity in Donetsk really is increasing now. Let me see, what else have I seen? Russia's suffering with digital infrastructure. That's getting attacked because, well, of course it should. So that's good news as well. Let me see, the Air Force did pretty well last night. There's a few different videos out that actually I'll release my Defense of Ukraine thread now, and then people will have a chance to look through the videos. One of them, it shows the separate hunting brigade together with the units of the armed forces, and they are strengthening the protection and defence of the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. So I thought that was quite interesting, not taking any chances there, and making sure everything's strengthened up. Personnel, military equipment of the enemy, as well as armed formations of the Russian Federation. We see all of it, they said, so they see what's going on there. You probably heard already, Arya, it's the SBU together with special operations that have been hitting warehouses full of anti-tank weapons and fuel at Marinivka Airfield. So that's being reported now. And also, I found something highly amusing. Cyber experts of the state security have been attacking Russian television channels, and they've been showing videos about the war in Ukraine in prime time, but obviously showing the realities of what's going on. And some of the channels are actually part of the media holding of that sanctioned oligarch, whatever his name is, Komenov, him, yes, whatever his name is. I should just call him that, shouldn't I? That's a better name. Whatever his name is. The Kerch Bridge as getting anti-drone defensive structures. Well, we'll see if they work first. The structures are erected parallel to the bridge and consist of pile supports with concrete superstructures in them. And there's various satellite images coming out of that as well now.
Oh, you okay there, Tracy? Seem to have fell over.
Have you got me now? I think you cut out for a moment. I don't know if it was my connection there, Sir Shaggy. Apologies.
Yeah, you cut out for a second. You're back now there.
Go ahead, Arya.
Thank you very much for that, Tracy. I apologize. I didn't realize you would be giving an update in 10 minutes, or I wouldn't have asked that. I would have just stayed and listener quietly, but thank you very much. Just one thing, and then I'm going to drop to listener so I can get some work done and listen at the same time, because if I'm up on speaker, I will get zero work done. We've repeatedly said, in regards to some very horrible people, when we can't pronunciate their names or forget what their name is, we make a joke out of it. There's a saying in Hebrew in regards to people that have done innumerable destruction to Jews or killed a lot of Jews, right? Which is very similar to Amundo Domine, right? Destruction of the name, which is Yamach Shemo, may their name be erased. It's not a threat. It's not a call to violence, but it basically means that they are the scum of the earth, and their name, you're only bringing it up because it's necessary, and that you hope it's eventually fades from that memory. So I would love to hear the Ukrainian equivalent of that. I'm not sure there actually is one, but I would love for somebody who actually speaks Ukrainian to give me a rough translation of that, because I would love to start saying it when we can't say it. Right, so in any case, sorry, I have still yet to get my caffeine this morning. I'm going to go do that and get some work done. And thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you, Arya. No apology needed. Much appreciated. Rick, anything you want to add? Sorry, Sir Shaggy, before we go on to Rick. Well, now we've got a Sharky fella. Anyway, what's going on here? Sir Shaggy, Sharky fella, you've lost your title now. Rick, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First of all, sorry about the voice. The borscht was delicious. So thank you for urging me to go forward with these slightly old vegetables day before yesterday. And there's several containers of borscht now in the freezer. That said, I'd like to get back to the task at hand, which is my campaign to get Biden to release the hold on U.S. weapons. So some of you have heard the pitch before. If you're in America, pick up the phone and call your representative. Tell them that they must ask Biden to release the hold on the use of U.S. weapons in Russia. It's insane. It's nonsensical to not use weapons in the best effect against the invader. If I could ask those in the audience, if you're here and you've contacted your congressman or senator in the last month, to do a thumbs up. We'll take a count. Tried this yesterday. And hopefully one of the co-hosts can take a look and count while I finish my short spiel, which is, look, I posted today exactly what you have to say and do to find the phone number for your representative, and exactly what to say in quotes. Be respectful, tell them that Russia basically is evil and Ukraine should have the right to defend itself, and it's in the US and the other democracies' best interest for us to release the hold. It doesn't cost us anything more It just allows Ukraine to use the weapons to best effect to beat back the invaders. Biden needs to stop being so timid against aggression in Ukraine and elsewhere in the world, because it doesn't serve the interests of the US or the principles of democracy around the world. So please, please find your representative's phone number. Just Google contact and then put in the name of your representative. Their office numbers, office addresses will pop up. Click on the address, you'll see a phone number. One will be the DC office. That's typically the best to call. Pick up the phone, dial the number. A servant of the representative will answer, a staffer, and be polite. Tell them, how's their day? Some small talk, and then point out why you're calling is to support Ukraine and explain why, which is that it's in our interest to help Ukraine defend itself against this horrible genocidal invasion. People are dying. It's horrible. It's truly horrible. And that we should do more than we've been doing. And the least thing we can do is let Ukraine use the weapons we give them to best effect, to stop allowing the Russians to get weapons up to the front lines by using our long-range fires to attack their military airports 100 miles behind the lines in Russia, etc. And so they should do that, and Biden hasn't done it. He's simply a pacifist at heart, but needs to be persuaded otherwise that this is in the nation's best interest and in the world's best interest. So please, please, if you do nothing else today, pick up the phone, call at least one of your representatives, talk to the staffer, and tell them, request that their representative petition Biden to release the hold. So if you're in America, do that. Pick up the phone, call your representative, ask them to support Ukraine, release the hold on US weapons, if nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. If you are, get that done, everybody. We all need to do everything that we can around the world now to fight this information war, to fight this propaganda war, and to get the things pushed through that we want to be pushed through. It doesn't matter what country you're in. We need to be all making more noise and doing more. There are some significant dates coming up tomorrow, and of course the day after. It's a Ukrainian National Flag Day, and then it's Independence Day. So these are opportunities that you can use to be able to inspire people and to be able to contact people, because everybody is wanting to try do something and show their support. There are various things going on around the world, such as in London, for example, Make Noise for Ukraine. That's happening there. There are various marches going on around the world, and it is a key important time to be able to be pushing that message across that we want. Whether you're talking about the resolutions in the US, or whether you're talking about voting in the UK, or whatever it is, wherever it is in any of your respective countries, geopolitics all across the world is really, really important right now. Really important that we get behind our friends in Ukraine as much as is possible. And that is, of course, why this afternoon's conversation is so important. Foreign Policy Chat, Harrison Waltz, live from the Democratic National Convention, which I think it has to be a first for Mriya Report, I think, Sir Sharky.
Exactly. I've knighted myself now, Tracy. So Sharky, I like the sound of that. Very good. It'd be good. It'd be good to hear what he has to say and what's going on there. There's probably quite a lot of energy going on in the DNC, Democratic National Conference. At the moment, they all seem quite energized. So that'll be quite an interesting interview. Just getting a little report in, Tracy, before I hand back to you. So Azov South are reporting a very powerful explosions, plural, in the Krasnodar region of Russia. That's the oblast right next to the Kerch Bridge. In the port, near the port of Kavkaz. That's around about